think Mama's got it, too.
Oh, right,
Should I
yeah.
tell you what I found? Going through some papers upstairs and starting out. I don't know if I got the tune right. Bishop went up to his coop, found some tracks that made him poop, followed them down to Harris's gate. There he found he was too late. Ta-ra-ra-ra-boom-dee-ay, Maddie's hen won't lay today. Clarence's roosters run away. Ta-ra-ra-ra-boom-dee-ay. That's Ethel's chicken catching song.
Yeah. Only I got the whole story about it in mine.
I know you told that story. Do you have more to the song than that?
No, that's all original.
That was fun. And I found a little note that Ross Eager had written me. That Mom used to, you know how mothers hatch up chances for their kids to do something for somebody, and she used to make appointments with him for me to write letters for him to get rid of him. And here's this little note in his handwriting. Open it up and it says food. I was about 8 years old. And he says, I would feel just like a pig if I didn't say thanks for your sweet little kindnesses to me. Anyway, love to Susie, Ross. I want to tell you about Ethel's song. I thought it was interesting. How do you want to start out here? Did our little outline give people ideas of other things that haven't been told yet?
Tell me because I don't know that much to tell. I don't know anything. I said I shouldn't even have come. I don't know. I guess
Well,
I did.
last time I talked too much. I told everything I knew and some things I didn't know.
There's one story I told that Carlyle he should have told. We've forgotten. That's about Ernie Katuna. You want to tell that?
Just
Yeah.
his pictures just right here, Roger.
Yeah. You know, he was the town policeman for a while, and we had 5 kids, you know, quite close together, and there was a long period of time there that we always had kids in the house. And then this one summer, something had happened, and all 5 of those kids were off someplace. And
Well, I think Mac was on his mission, and Lloyd was in Europe traveling with a tour group.
I don't think that was the punchline of the story, where the kids were.
Well, I don't know. Okay, they were up to camp and here and there, someplace.
They were gone, that was the point. And we were home all alone, just the 2 of us. And we had talked about this first time for how many years?
It was just for a few days.
That we had been alone. Yeah, it was just a very short period of time. And here we are, we'd gone to sleep, and it was in the middle of the night. And all of a sudden, sheep popped up just like a coiled spring that had broken, you know. Someone's coming, someone's coming. Something's happened to one of the kids, something's happened to one of the kids. And we were just petrified.
They had a light. It was shining a light. You could see a light shining.
So I got up and grabbed something and went out
Then he
the
rang
front
the
door.
doorbell.
Got out the front door, and the doorbell rang, and I opened it, and there was Ernie Katuna. And you know, the further it goes, the more scared you get. Which one is it? What's wrong? And then Ernie says, you had left your pickup door open, and the light was on, and I shut it for you. I said, thanks, Ernie, really appreciate that. Thought we had a dead battery in the morning. Yeah. So waking anyone up in the middle of the night to tell you shut the door.
Probably shutting the door woke her up.
No, it was his light. I could see this light flashing. He had a flashlight.
He wanted you to know he was doing your job.
I heard somebody on TV last night telling that if you go to visit a friend, or this certain person, when they went to visit a friend, they always had a small flashlight with them. So if they need to get around in the house, they have a flashlight. And they were warning that if you did that, be sure and tell the person in whose home you are that you've got a flashlight, because it said there's been cases where someone would be in another home and you're going around with the flashlight and they would either frighten you or somebody, it seemed like somebody got shot. You could shot at somebody for the flashlights. He was lucky you didn't shoot him, wasn't he?
Yeah. But you know, it's such a coincidence that would happen on this night when all of our kids were gone first time.
I don't know why that reminds me of this, but Dad used to have the most fun with Leon. And Leon was just a little kid. And he'd go up in the field with Dad when Dad was irrigated. And he'd go up playing in the alfalfa and Dad would chunk a little piece of the pot out and stuff. They'd jump around with each other. And they were up there one day and I must have been up there with him, I guess, because I can remember how this looked, where I got a picture in my mind that Leon went off in his tall alfalfa, he had a cap on, and he set his cap on top of the alfalfa. Dad kept chunking blood with his cap, and Leon sneaked around Indian style. He felt like he played a really wonderful job for him. Dad enjoyed it too.
My little great-granddaughter had a little water gun up here. Reminded me of how I used to get my boys out of bed.
What's
They'd
your
sit
trick?
down in the pardon?
What's your trick?
They'd sleep down in the basement. And I'd call them. They'd answer. Nothing had happened. I'd call them again. So I got me a squirt gun. I used the squirt gun once. I never had to use it the second time. So you said, hear me, said, going down the steps.
She filled it with ice water. That was the one thing that helped.
Is that what happened?
Geraldine's brother had the best method of getting girls out of bed. Tell them what that was.
Well, he'd want us to get up early in the morning to go out and hoe tomatoes or pick tomatoes or something, and we was too tired, we didn't want to get up. And he collected these squash bugs, you know, off the squash vines in bottles, and he had them all bottled up. So he'd just dump a whole bottle of squash bugs on us. He wouldn't get up.
I'll bet that'll make anybody get up all right.
I'd be 2 miles away. Quick hurry.
Oh, my word. Then who gathered up the squash vines? I don't know, I didn't wait to see.
Oh, my God.
She probably wasn't the first one done.
I don't remember if I told this story before, maybe I did, if I did stop me. About Windsor's little girl, Brother Windsor's daughter that had that little girl. What's her name?
Tessa,
Marcia.
Marcia.
Marcia, and Tessa was the little girl.
Yeah.
Oh, Bob was over in the field one day, and the grass was way high, and he didn't hear her, he didn't even know anyone was around, and all of a sudden somebody came up and touched him and said, I about jumped out of my skin, and he turned around, and it was that little girl. And she said, do you have horses? And he said, yes, I've got some horses. Have you got any for sale? She was only just a tiny bit. Have you got any for sale? And he said, well, it was Bob. He always had a horse for sale or one to buy. He said, yeah, I've got some for sale. Well, how much are they? He said, well, I don't know. How much do you want to pay for one? She said, can you get one for 75 cents? And he said, no, I don't know if you could get one for 75 cents. And she said, oh, darn, why aren't horses like cats and people just give them away?
And you talked about who picked up the squash bugs. I was outside, we were sleeping outside, so it wasn't inside. They just all crawled out.
Well, Glenn, you have some stories to tell that we didn't get to hear when we got together.
What story that I got you haven't heard?
Help us asking questions. Wilma said somebody came to write the story, the Maury Graham story.
Oh, yeah,
Would you be interested in
Then
sharing that
Clark.
for us?
husband. I don't know how he got onto it, but he called up just a few days ago and wanted to know if I'm the one that found Maury Graham and so on. I told him yes. I told him about that wing there in the corner. That's the tip of one of the wing, Maury Graham's plane.
Now, who's Maury Graham? Who's Maury Graham?
Oh, this was back in 1930.
Oh.
He went down about 8 feet of snow on Cedar Mountain. And he met Jimmy James, the division superintendent in Las Vegas, has come from this way.
Let me tell her something else. He was a male.
Yeah, it was a mail plane.
Real fun.
And Jimmy says, don't go on, Maury. He says, the weather just won't let you through. He says, I've got to get through. Because he was an excellent flyer. Of course, he didn't get through, and he had to land in about 8 feet of snow up there. We found him about 3 miles from his plane, and they put quite a story together. He'd taken 2 plates off the side of the plane with 148 screws in each plate. We stayed there long enough to take all those screws, and Jimmy James showed us how long it takes to take one out. So he said he'd had to be 2 or 3 days getting those screws out. And he said whether he was out of his head or what, but he said, I don't think so. He says he had some reason, and he says, I think we found it. Down from the plane, headed down toward Crystal Gulf. I don't know how to tell you the shape of those plates. They were square. They looked like a point out here on each one of them. And here was one about 400 feet from the plane, pointing down this way, and about 500 or 600 feet further on was another, pointing in the same direction. So he said he's just done that just to show which way he went. He says when he's found, you'll find a big bruised, bad mark on the top of his skull because he took a hammer and he hit the cowl of that plane with a big heavy hammer hard. And they didn't even show where it hit it. He says he's hit this with his head hard enough to put this big dent in it. So he says and there was a lot of blood around in the plane. Now, I didn't get to see the plane that the Carlyle boys found it until we was up there, and a lot of stuff had been sliced off from it and everything after that. But
You guys having a party?
Sure.
You didn't invite me.
Come join us. We're inviting you now.
Oh, nice.
We're talking about old times in Leeds.
Telling stories.
Come join us.
I've been gone forever. I didn't get a chance to come to see you.
But I heard you honk today. Come sit down.
So you're Nancy? This is our daughter Mary Ann. Hi, Mary Ann. Nancy. From Maine. She's up from Maine. Yeah, she's up there. She knew, I thought of Mary Ann too. Oh. That's right. So you guys are just telling stories? That's right. I'll listen a bit.
They're telling stories that used to be.
Oh, okay.
They've all had their turn. Now it picked on me.
All right. Okay. I have a question. How long after he went down, a fellow years and years ago,
Maury Graham was talking about. I don't know whether you've ever heard of him now. A male pilot that went down on Cedar Mountain.
She lived back east. She would have been.
Oh,
Did he live in Cedar? It says something about they had a ceremony in Cedar, because he wasn't from
Maury
Cedar.
Graham?
From California.
Yeah,
No, he was from California.
but it says there something about that they had a
That's the
charge
piece of the wing from his plane.
Cedar.
anyway.
Well, not really much of anything. They took him to California for his services.
Well, what's this that it said about,
Well,
How long
he was bound up on Cedar Mountain.
It was
spring was it?
6 months
He
before
had
the
to be
plane
the
was
one that
found.
found him.
The Carlyle boys were making fences,
found him?
Uh-huh.
and one of them, they run out of nails And they had only 2 or 3 more posts to pass the wire to, and they said, we don't want to have to come clear back out here
He has been telling
just to
about
fix those wires.
but you didn't.
And you want to look down, he
I didn't know
said,
anything about it, but just said that.
because it looks like there's an old cabin down through the wash down here. Why don't you get down and see if you can pull 3 or 4 nails out of it, and we can just finish it with those. So the other one went down, and he says, when he come back, he was as white as a sheet. He says, that's not a cabin. That's that monogram plane that they've been hunting so long.
And now, who was this who found it?
Glenn's one that found it.
The Carolyn boys found the plane. I found his
see.
body
You found his
30
body.
days after that.
How did you happen to find it?
And
Well-
how did you happen to be helping to look for it?
I don't just exactly remember how I got up, and I really enjoyed that on the mountain.
There was 4 of them.
Huh?
4 of them up there hunting.
Yeah.
Now, this is where you were married, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But
I've
we
heard
hunted
about it
this
all my life.
Crystal Gulch, but it made horseshoe turns in several places. And when they make a turn like that, they just go across here, walking, not do this. So I says, today I'm going to go up that gulch and I'm going to take all those horseshoe curves. The very first horseshoe curve I took, I found it.
But were you hunting for deer or something, or were you?
Hunting
No, I
for
was
him.
hunting
You were
him.
hunting for him.
Mhm. He was sitting up against the ledge, against the side of the creek. He'd taken his shoes off, boots, and wrapped his feet in his air sweaters, and that's the way his feet were like that. And they were whole yet. His feet were whole. But he was sitting here with he was just a skeleton inside of a flyer's uniform. And one hand was like this over the edge of the ledge, just hanging like this. You know, we was around there all that day, and that hand came up missing that night. Gone. And we couldn't think what on earth could have happened. Well, it got cold up there, even in June when we were hunting it. In the evening, there was a great big rat's nest across the gulch. We went over to set it on fire just to get warm. There was that hand in the edge of the rat's nest.
That sounds like a Halloween story.
I'm telling just as big a pimp as the rest of them.
And the other hand?
The other hand was all right. It was just up in here, and in fact his glove was on it.
Now, he told you that, so I'm going to fill you in on 2 or 3 things.
Okay.
There was the 4 guys up there hunting, and they had been hunting for quite a long time. And they said, if anybody ever finds him, fire 3 shots.
Each party had a gun that they could fire the shots with.
Look at the time on your watch. So he looked at the time, he fired his shots and looked at the time. When they got him, he still had his watch on him. It was a gold watch with a face on the front of it.
It had a, metal closed-in case. It was stopped at exactly the same time that I had found it.
Really?
Yeah, right to the second. That was kind of a coincidence.
What time was that?
Huh?
What, do you remember what time of day that was?
It's on that paper.
2:37.
I couldn't remember what it was.
2:37 in the afternoon.
2:37.
Now, do you know what I thought I heard? That when you found him, that he was holding a can of tomatoes.
He'd had a can of tomatoes and a quart bottle of wheat. And they say wheat is something they could live on longer than almost anything in the chariot, small, But he'd opened the tomatoes and he dumped the wheat between his legs. Because here was grain up here sprouted out. A lot of it, right between his legs. The wheat was dumped out, the tomatoes had been opened, and he poured them in the jug, the bottle, what he didn't use.
They think they know why he did this kind of stuff, but I say, if the wheat would keep him longer, why would he dump it out? I'll bet you he put it in something that it had fallen out after. So I don't think he
But
was
we
running
don't
away.
know that, but they said to look for this mark on his head where he hit that towel on the plane. He had a big, nasty looking mark way halfway back on his skull, way back, about 2 inches wide, so he hit hard.
Now, how long was this that you found him after the wreck? How long did you find him?
After
About 6 months, wasn't it?
about 30 days after the plane was found, it was 6 months, and the plane was 6 months being found after he went down.
And then 30 days after you
30
found
days
him.
after that for the body. And it was kind of funny. I shouldn't probably tell this part of it, but his brother and his wife and 1 or 2 other people had put up rewards so much when he was found. And of course, back then, money was money. $100 worth $1,000 now. And well, I wasn't up there for the money, though. I will say that. I loved that mountain life. I just loved it. And each one of them, this Major McDonald was at the head of the hunt at that time, come back and reported. Each one of them said, we'll go take down our reward right now. Withdraw the reward. And they did. They never paid
The
a
people that
penny.
offered the reward took it down when you found him?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Never one of them paid a penny, but we did get $100 divided between 4 of us. Oh, was we rich.
Were you 30 days of Sunday?
Yeah, we're 30 days late. It's free food, though. Of course, I was getting good food at home at that time anyway, so I didn't have to be there for the food.
Did you stay up there, or did you go up every day?
We stayed up there. Camped up there, yeah. Stayed all the time. Oh, good old Cedar City looked pretty good when I finally got back to it.
I'll bet Ross would have liked to have been with you on that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Part of that was because it was an adventure, wasn't that? That you were up there because it was just interesting to be up there doing that.
I used to think that when I was up there, if I just come on to him all at once, would it scare me? Would it what? It was a kind of a surprise, that more of a surprise. It was kind of a shock to just jump up on this shelf of rock and there he sat right there next to me. But
You did come up on him then quite sudden. You were quite
yeah,
close.
I jumped up on that kind of a shelf. That's where I was taking one of those horseshoe curves,
Yeah.
you know, where they'd just gone across before. And if any one of them had taken that horseshoe curve, they'd have found it.
But what I'm saying, when you saw him, by the time you saw him, you were close to it.
Oh, yes, right, a couple of feet.
Yeah. Oh, that would be a little startling.
Yeah, that would be shocking.
When I was in the post office, they get a little bulletin all the time. I would get a bulletin, and there was one telling about the first time they had airmail. And they made a big deal out of it. They were announced to the world that they were going to have the first airmail go from Washington, D.C. to New York City. And they had all the photographers, and you know how they are, and they all came out to Washington to see this plane. And they made a big deal, and they had people in New York waiting for the plane. And it never did come, and it never did come, and it never did come. And then they got word that it flew the other way and was down in South Carolina.
I can understand that, because there's no mountains to orient yourself to.
Well, the 3 men they called the 3 Musketeers of the Air. That was Jimmy James, Maury Graham, and Fred Kelly. Fred Kelly wrecked down here on the Harrisburg bench 2 or 3 months before Graham. He didn't, but he got back over on Old 91 and got out. He was crippled, but he wasn't killed or anything, but it wasn't serious. There wasn't snow either. But see, Graham up there in 7 or 8 feet of snow, he had quite a struggle.
Miss Lynn Clark's husband called him about this. He says they're writing something on the air.
I've got a letter of Mrs. Graham's now. I'll let you.
On the air
You want-
stuff.
She wrote to
That
me.
they're going. It's supposed to be for the centennial stuff, and they're going to put it. I don't know where it is. Where is it putting everything? I don't know.
Hey, that was a pretty good country food.
That was a what?
Pretty good country food.
Oh.
That was pretty good, by golly.
I don't know who I told about this, but for 40 days, I got a postcard through the mail. Had something written on the back side of it. I accused everybody under the sun of it. We finally figured it out before she'd had to tell me. She probably would have never told me.
She put some clues in there
I
that we were
I
too dumb to
compared
catch on to.
handwriting with everything I could get hold of. I thought that if I accused people of it by some way or other, I could tell. And I'm sure I even asked her.
I know, and I felt guilty ever since. I thought she'll never believe me again because she said, is it you? And I said, no.
Well, I thought you said no, and I said maybe she didn't come right out and say no, maybe she just got her up. But by darn, we figured it out before she had to tell me. I got to show them to you. They're darn cute.
Did you like that? Did you like that last one?
I was
Yeah, but
going
we
to
never
go on
was.
one last little bit to this. I had a 45 automatic pistol that was Rory
I
Graham.
love that little sticker that
It
says
was
snap
his
out of
pistol.
it.
Yeah. So
That's
did
the one
I.
I fired with the 3
You
shots
wanted
to
to
let them
snap
know
out
I
of the side
found
who it was.
it. But,
Okay, now wait just a second. I don't know if our tape got this. Glenn's telling this.
Well,
Will you back up? You had
this
to.
I had a 45 automatic pistol with me, and it was Maury Graham's pistol. They told me that right from the start. His own, but one we, of course, didn't have with him. But
How did you happen
they
to
said
have
that whoever finds him can have that pistol. And of course, I found him, and I had the very pistol that they said we could have. Fired the 3 shots, and they all took down their reward deal. And anyway, this made, Major what now, I can't say it.
Major McDonald.
McDonald, yeah. Was the head of the search, says, wrote to me and asked me if he could borrow that pistol for a camp he went to. I got well acquainted with him in that, and I thought, oh, first. And I asked Harry Lunt, who was postmaster in Cedarton at the time, how to package it. And he told me, and he says, Dan, he says, I'm afraid you've seen the last of that pistol. I said, no, I don't think so. I don't think you did. I heard it when he did. Well, I haven't got the pistol to show. Sorry about that. No, even Cliff McMullin was here living on this place at that time. Maury Graham he was circling around here for quite a bit. And he went out and built a lot of fires out of some old boards and stuff. And he says, I know it was him, because he said he come down low enough you could see the airmails on the side of his plane. He says, I thought he might try to land in one of these places up there, but he didn't. He finally took off towards Cedar City.
And that was when he went on up there and crashed.
Yeah.
So was that during a big snowstorm?
Well, yeah, when they was having a big snowstorm here, I don't remember, but they sure had a lot of snow on the mountains at the time.
Well, was that at night? You said Cliff was building.
Yeah, he went down at night. There a lot of people wondered why he didn't take gasoline from his plane. There was 5 big old pine trees right there in the bunch. And wet them and get them going. It would have been a big signal, but he said maybe he just didn't think of it. Maybe he was out of it part of the time.
How far from his plane was he?
About 3 miles.
That wasn't too long before.
Who wants to see him?
Yeah.
All of us.
Well, with a big heavy airsuit on you, huh?
40 of them. She even started to number them at the last.
Yeah.
He time we let her know if it's too dumb to catch on now, she could just never
She
know.
could just figure them out.
She came up here and gave me the Relief Society lesson. And I thought she was going to need it for me to read. No, she gathers it all up so I don't have a chance to check her writing against it.
Against the postcard writing.
Whether she thought I was going to or not.
I didn't. I never thought of that. And when you mentioned it in the letter, I thought, oh, Good thing I didn't leave that.
I got a DUP book. It had a whole bunch of names down that. I checked all of those.
Was it some
What a
kind
neat
of a
thing to
puzzle
do,
you were supposed to
Nancy.
figure out?
Who was sending them? She doesn't sign it.
Oh, no, I just,
You didn't want her to know.
no, I didn't want her to know. I didn't want her to know.
Oh,
Were they all
that's
postmarked
one.
different
Boy,
places?
everybody
Yeah,
down
they
there.
were postmarked. I had friends mail them from different places.
Yeah, we wondered.
That's what we figured. We checked the postmarks. There was Salt Lake. There was, of course, Provo and Leeds can be the same, according to which box you put it in. Springdale,
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, St. George. What was the other?
Provo.
Nevada.
Vegas, let's see, what's the place on the way to Vegas?
Mesquite?
Past Mesquite.
Glendale,
Glendale.
No, it wasn't
It's one
that.
of those places over there.
Logandale, Overton.
Overton. Well, Overton, I think I mailed.
Overton. I lived in Overton for quite a while.
I said Piots, but I don't believe it's Piots. I think it's,
No.
My
Anyway,
dad was
anyway, there was
the first
another
in
one.
Overton.
and I said it's got to be somebody that's traveling somewhere.
Yeah, one day I was in here visiting her, and that's what she said. Whoever's sending this, doing a lot of traveling.
And somebody says, well, Sister Hepworth does more traveling than anybody I know. Well, it wasn't her writing. Or at least she was sure, whatever. She was not using the right
No,
writing.
I had a lot of fun putting up doing it.
Well, we had a lot of fun getting it.
You sure put forth a lot of effort sending all those cards. That was pretty nice of you.
But I could tell when she started the numbering, there was going to be an end here somewhere. But we found Nancy and everything on there but the two ends. And then she sent the two ends.
And
See, the numbers or the letters are up in the card.
On the last, her last one had two ends, yeah.
Boy, you knew how to peek over the
I had lots of fun doing it.
Well, we had a lot of fun getting them. Every time when they'd come down there, this gal that delivered the mail says, here's another for you.
I'd go down and get the mail, post office. Here's another card.
Or here's two of them. Sometimes two would come. Once I got three of them, and then they'd skip a day or two. But it was fun. It was much fun for me as it was for her.
Yeah, I was having lots of fun.
Well, that was a cute idea for her watching some.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I kept it going up here. And I after a while, I thought, how do I end this, you know? I thought, this is gonna have some climax, you know?
So she got some cute one for the last one.
Yeah, yeah.
The one that's dated, the 10th. I like that best bunch.
Oh, okay.
One that says, that's dated,
The 10th?
the 10th.
Okay.
About the bad
It
hair.
sure fits you down there. When you're feeling,
I'll hand this to you and you watch for the 10th.
I used to have them dated just to
In
come along.
order.
But she didn't send the,
Here's the 10.
okay, read it.
When you're having a genuine bad hair day, and someone says, have a nice day, simply respond with, thank you, but I've made other plans.
I read that tomorrow forever. He's still got a kick out of it.
Oh, was he down there?
Success
He's
becomes
down
a
there
surprise.
taking care of his wife. and
Not
stuff.
Oh, she's down there?
She's there.
Permanently, or?
We did something for our class.
Yes,
If it is to be, it's up to me.
it's up to me. Mhm.
Hey,
You'd recognize that one.
They're both pretty long, pretty
Well,
well.
is she, how come she's down there?
Kind of out of,
Is she?
I don't know whether, she doesn't talk hardly at all. She talks a little bit to him. I tried to talk to her a number of times as I sat at the same table.
But physically, she gets around. and all that.
No, she didn't do it.
I like the one about the little granddaughter and the
milk?
and the milk.
Oh, they're all
Yeah.
cute. I enjoyed every
I
one of
thought
them.
that sounds like Kristen and little Kaylee.
And about the wall.
Oh, what do you get when a sheep eats
Tin can.
tin cans? And then I said that you'll have to watch for the next card. So on the following,
And I had to wait 3 days for it.
oh, you had to wait 3 days for it.
I thought, my good night, whoever it is going to stop on that.
Oh, this must be the answer. You get steel wool?
Steel wool, yeah, you get steel wool.
They were all cute, but that other one, just,
Yeah,
that's just the way you felt like.
So what did the 40th one say?
yeah. Small things I made up
What did the
for
40th one say then?
What's that?
Number 40, what did it say? The
Oh,
last
the
one.
40? Well, you have to see 39. 39. Are these in order? Okay, on 39, I wrote something like,
Don't ask me to remember.
an apple a day keeps the doctor away. A card a day keeps the blues away. Something like that. And then, there was something else on there too. And then on 40, what did it say besides the sticker?
Here's one for us, then, what we were complaining about today. Those who complain of growing old should only realize that it is a privilege denied to many.
Like I said, they were all good.
I don't know. Let me see.
They're all good,
Let's
and this one, how to tell the best way to distinguish between weeds and flowers.
Oh, yeah.
Just to cut them all down, and those that come back are weeds.
That's for sure.
The only fellow whose troubles are all behind him is a school bus
driver.
Yeah, I like that one too. Oh no, 39 was something else. Yeah, 39, maybe that was. Oh, this is. Did you wonder about this one that says my mother? The first 100 years is the hardest.
Okay, explain it.
The first 100 years are the hardest, and you are well on your way. A star for you. That was a statement my mother was always saying. The first 100 years are the hardest. So I wrote my mother down there, and I thought you'd be. I was going to put her name, but then I thought, no, she'll ask me, and I'm not very good at lying. She'll read
You're
it.
pretty darn good.
But here is, there's 40.
That is a neat idea. You need $2.
Good.
$2.
Dr.
I kind of like the way some people find fault. You'd think there was a reward.
You worried, you wondered.
Yeah. I don't know where you got all your
And then
little
you have
sayings,
those.
but they were cute.
I got lots of them.
This is a good way to keep somebody
Oh, and fun to look forward to them. They still kept, I thought from the finish, you know what, I know whoever it was knew when I was coming home, because she said, welcome home, on the card.
Yeah, boy, someone knows what's up.
So I knew it had to be a small group, because I didn't think there was very many that knew just what day I was coming. Anyway.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Did you tell any stories about, and you know, I've just got faint memories of this, I don't have any stories, but
Oh, wait a second, let me turn.
no, I just wondered if anybody told any stories about
Wait just a minute.
memories they had of things that happened in the, well, I just wondered if anybody has any memories of things that happened in the old Leeds Chapel.
Hey, I think our old,
All my memories of Leeds are the old chapel till I came back here.
Well, I
And,
remember
they-
going down in the basement.
I remember teaching a Sunday school class down there for a long time.
By the furnace.
Not
Yes, by the furnace. Was you in there?
Oh, I maybe so. Seemed like it
How
was sort of a
close are you
scary
to Janice
place.
Sullivan's age?
I think a year older.
Then you could have been there,
Yeah.
because I can remember she was in there.
And that last story, Getting Escapade, there was one about the pepper being put on the
Oh, yeah.
floor of the dance.
That
That's in that
old guy.
last.
Yeah, I read that. Was the pepper a joke, or was pepper supposed to be good for making the floor
They used to put
Thank you.
I thought it was cornmeal or talcum.
It made people
It made
sneeze.
Sneeze, that
Sneeze and cry. They had to quit. They had to give up the
that
dance.
stopped the dance.
And we used to have those Halloween things. Don't you remember all those up on the stage where we made?
all those kind of spook alleys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'll never forget when Evelyn was supposed to be walking on her hands. She had shoes on her hands.
Oh, yeah. And then the time she had it so it looked like her head was off and she was carrying her head in her hands and put the suit up over here. So.
Oh, now, Mom, tell about the fashion show.
Oh, yeah.
Does that mean I'm going to?
Somebody had a fashion show once. Bear
I don't know.
was dressed in a little sunsuit. Do you remember that little short skirt?
I must not seen
But
that.
one time one Halloween, Evelyn had Bear walk like this all the time, and he was bald-headed, just slick-headed. And she painted a face on the bottom of
Remember Beer laid down by the creek up there when he and I worked on those trails a lot. He said, "Hey Glenn, come here a minute, will you?" I come over a little closer and he said, "Would you hold the hair out of my eyes while I lean down and drink?" He never had a hair on his head.
He had hair right around here.
Do you remember how we used to walk into primary? I was just talking about this with my kids. I just thought, oh my word, what a silly song. Remember that? 5 pennies make a nickel, 2 nickels make a dime. Do you remember all that? Those are memories I have of there.
Mom, did you tell last time about Alene and Ed Mack?
I don't know, but
Well, tell that one in case we don't have it.
they were having a party. They were having a party in the chapel. Nancy, we used to have to move all the benches out and had our dances, in the old chapel. And just kind of slide them back to the side, didn't you?
Some of them were moved clear out.
Some of them
Down
had
into
gone
the other room.
rooms.
Yeah, that's right, into the other rooms. Anyway, people were eating and they were sitting all around the room, and Ellen used to get up and wander around, and she came by. Edward McMullin had a sandwich in his hand, and he just lifted his hand to, put this and take a bite, and Ellen reached out and grabbed it and went on walking around.
Oh, that's good. That's one time somebody got the best of that.
I remember
Quite hilarious.
when I took me to the church once, and they passed the sacrament around. And she said, "Thank you." And she said it loud enough that everybody heard.
Talking about the sacrament, I remember once, I don't remember if it's when Walter was a bishop or not, but anyway, they ran out of sacrament bread, So they went over next door over to Eagers to get some bread, and it took a while, and they brought it back. And I remember Tommy Stirling, he was a big husky guy. He was blessing it, and he was trying to break it.
Just a minute, let me get something straight there. Eagers didn't live over there then. It was one of those people from the crippled man.
Oh, yeah, I can't think of his name.
What was it, Susan? Otto Stewart.
Stewart.
The Stewarts, Otto Stewart. They were living in there, and they were the people they got this bread from. Now go ahead and tell your story about the bread.
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive.
Anyway, he was trying to break it, and he would go, he couldn't break it. And I thought, what on earth is wrong with that bread? Yeah.
Oh, my word.
And then he finally broke some off anyway, and then he passed it around, and then I remember when these Piney kids got a piece and said, hard bread, hard bread, hard bread. Anyway, it was the funniest thing. Started biting. To split in the middle of the sack. It was frozen is what it was. It was frozen bread. They'd gone over and got it, and it must have been quite thick. It was so funny.
The funniest thing I ever saw about, sorry, maybe you shouldn't talk about this, but this was really, really funny. And I don't know how many people even saw it but me. It was when I was bishop. And Ben Hafen was one that had been passing the sacrament. And the Lundquist boy, John Lundquist, was, maybe I've got him backwards. Which of them was the oldest?
John, I think. No, one you mentioned the other night.
He said Ben.
Ben Hafen.
Oh.
It was Ben Hafen and John Lundquist were the two boys, and I forget
I
whose.
think Ben was the youngest.
But anyway, one of them had been blessing the sacrament, and one of them had been passing. And you know how the cloth is put over here, and then it's gathered up and put back over here.
Yeah.
And anyway, when the boy who was back behind the table that had been blessing it reached out to get the cloth to bring it back over, he got the necktie of this old boy. And there was a real tug of war there. I don't know if anyone else saw it, but me. After a while, I didn't know who was going to win. Really, basically, all worked out. You know.
Thanks, Judy. That was clever.
Was that in the...
I did find him.
That was in the new chapter. I'm sorry, I shouldn't tell the story from the new chapter.
You know, some of my, talking about things, you know, when you're young and a kid, well, I guess you get embarrassed when you're older too, but things that make you feel a little bit uneasy. Do you remember how Willard hardly ever did come to church, but if he came, he usually came on Fast Sunday, so he could bear his fist fully about the water problems. And he used to walk up and down the aisle. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Oh, he used to strut up and down the aisle, and then he'd come back. Yeah, it was just, and all of those kids were
All the time that he was talking.
Yeah.
The story was talking.
That's kind of his nature.
Yeah, he'd hold his head high, and, yeah. That was interesting.
Do you remember the Sunday that they'd asked Willard to speak in the sacrament meeting, and he seemed like he kind of started out rocking back and forth over the front. And I can't remember, he said a little bit of something religious, and then he said, now. I think maybe he was mayor or something.
Yeah, he was mayor, so he'd talk about town.
Now, who was this?
Willard,
Oh.
I want to talk to you about a curb and gutter. And then he went up and down the aisle talking about how we needed a curb and gutter.
That was your sacrament talk?
Now, I remember something else.
Well, that's what he used to do when he bore his testimony, he'd talk about the current matter.
Well, he did for quite a while, and everybody thought they were going to get married, or at least I was.
Mary, when he
I missed
when
that.
Mary Bowler.
Married.
Yeah,
Is this Willard
I
you're talking
seen
about?
married.
yeah.
Mary
She used
Bowler?
to be riding.
Yeah.
Bowler.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bowler. Okay, I used to know her when she was riding.
She married with Willard?
And Willard was interested in her.
Oh, they were.
Oh, yeah, they were together for years.
And everybody thought they were going to end up getting married. But she made a mistake, I think. She said when she married Willard, that Bob was going to go out. She didn't go with Willard anymore. Willard didn't go with her anymore.
Willard, he was quite a bit older. But you know his natural nature was to act young and
Yeah.
be strutting and straight. And he came into the inn, log cabin inn that one day. He's all crippled over. He'd get cover with his back. He was all twisted over to one side. I said, Willard, you can't go down and see Mary like that. If she sees you all crippled over like that, she'll know how old you are and she won't go with you anymore. Oh, hell, he says. When I get down there, I'll be as straight as a string.
But I couldn't help but think, him and Willard used to be in each other's throats a good share of the time Hollywood had. Boy, you could take somebody else say something. Doesn't work.
Yeah, they were going together when we got married, and they gave us a wedding present. I still got that clock from Willard and Mary. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew her when she was writing, and that's why I said that. I forgot.
I remember going into the log cabin inn one day and putting I had $100 bill. Don't ask me where I got it. I don't know how or where.
Stole it out of Wilma's sugar jug, huh?
Yeah.
Probably.
Must have been.
Anyway, I went just to put a prank on old Willard. I went in with this $100 bill and I asked for a package of gum. And yeah, I put the gum on the counter and I put the $100 bill on. But, also, she said, take a damn gum and go on.
Come and go on.
Yeah, you had
Taking up on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't get 5 cents worth of gum, $100 bill.
Someone was,
After I was married to him, I never seen one.
someone was teasing or talking to Willard, running him about being so tight. He watched every penny and he was so tight. And he says, I have to be that way to make up for what Bob gives away.
Well, he said Bob gave all the gas away, so he didn't have any stamps to buy anymore.
One of the things I remember about the chapel's house, everybody got too sad up in bed. And you know when they build in that stage, when they put the wood thing in there, and Stan Sorensen is the one I remember the most because you could just watch his head; it was a rhythm. He's sitting up like this, and then his head would go like this. So here were kids watching, and he did his chest, and he'd go, and he'd go back. And so his head would bump that head, and then he'd straighten up, and then he'd go forward, back, forward, back.
You remember when Andy MacArthur brought his glasses so you couldn't see him go to sleep?
I remember when Carlyle was bishop, I was sitting on the end of the bench with you and I was like this. And Carlyle was there grinning at me and said, we'll have you talk in church next week.
And did you?
I think I did. I think he insisted.
Another thing I remember about the chapel was that I was always pretending at home that I was lovely. I loved to hula dance. And so somebody, I don't know if Mom offered my talent, but somebody got me to do a hula dance, and I was real serious about it. I don't know how old I would have been in some
Maybe
program,
5
some
or
activity.
4 or 5.
Probably. And I think she had a little pair of shorts and a halter top, and she had some of those long blue icicles. I don't know if I wore those.
They were long blue dangle things that
They were
put on
Christmas
a
tree decorations.
lampshade, you know, that hang down about that long.
She put a rubber band on them and hooked them around my ear. Oh, and I was big time. And I got up there, I was screaming, and everybody just cracked. I mean, the whole room fell apart, I think. People's tears were running down their cheeks, and everybody was laughing so hard. And I said to Mom, just so trustingly, why did they laugh? And she said, "Son, they were just enjoying it so much." I guess I went right ahead because it never occurred to me that anybody might think what I was doing was funny.
I made my Bert, my second son, an outfit where you took a pillowcase and you made the face, and the face came down to here, and then you fixed like the little body and all. We took him up to church and he went in, and I stopped to talk to somebody, and pretty soon out he came. We jumped in that car, he ripped it all to pieces, and he was crying, and I said, "Well, what in the world's the matter?" And he said, "They laughed at me."
You forgot to tell him that that's what they were supposed to do.
Well, we've had lots of fun anyhow.
Yeah.
Through the years.
Oh, were you about to, was somebody about to tell something?
I just said, she turned and looked at me, and I said, we've had lots of fun through the years anyway.
That's a good topic. I had written down on my pad about dances and parties at the old church, and we had people about it.
I remember Charles Allen's and was it Ed Knight that used to do the Schottish or the Irish? What was it that they did?
That was Dave.
Was it
Dave and Marie. Lula.
Lula Sullivan.
Really?
They went for Lula every time they played.
And can't you just see his eyes, his blue eyes, just sparkling?
Oh, they did it together very good, and they loved to do it. I can just remember it every time they start to play. Right?
And nobody else seemed to notice.
Do it at my wedding, and they did. That's the last time I saw them do it.
Alene, didn't your dad used to call square dances?
Oh, we used to groan and moan because we'd be having the best time, and then Dad would jump in and say, "Everybody get your partner for a quadrille," and we'd say, "Oh no."
He saw you were starting to dance too close together, and you had to get something done about it on that.
But he loved the quadrille. He loved square dancing.
Oh, those were great times.
Did you ever dance the quadrille?
I did lots of square dancing.
I guess you did.
Yeah, with my family. That's what we did. We went, that was a usual weekend thing on a Friday or Saturday. We'd find someplace, we didn't drive, 50 to 100 miles, and we'd go to a square dance.
Was this in Maine?
In Maine, yeah. And then my dad did some calling, and I had an uncle that did some calling.
You know, those Canfield grandparents of Elliot's wife, they go all around the country for square dancing.
They aren't the only ones. A lot of them.
They were old too. They were up in their way high in their 70s at least. They
There's
go
a
to
Johnson
square
who used
dances
to come up
every
here.
place.
What was his name?
You know, that was within a drive
He used
home.
to do a lot of calling, and he used to come up every so often. Can't remember his name, but it was Johnson. Anyway, a lot of them went off in places all the time to square dance.
The story I remember that I'd forgotten because we talked about that. Now, what was Grace's father's name, Grace Stirling?
Tom.
Tom. They said that, I think it was when he got married. And I don't even remember I heard this story. That he sent word to somebody to come to the wedding and bring a collar.
You need some light in there?
When they came, they brought a collar that goes around on his shirt. You ever heard that story?
No, I didn't catch the last of it.
He sent word for someone to come to this wedding and bring a collar.
Horse collar?
You know, he wanted someone to call square dance. And then they came, he brought one of these collars. You know, they used to have separate for the shirt. Sure. Yeah, that's what they brought him, as a collar.
Never heard that before. Lillian, I haven't heard you tell any stories.
I guess I haven't got it.
I was just thinking that too. I thought about William could tell.
What can you remember about the time that the cheese truck tipped over or burned or
Should
something?
I mention that to Glenn a little while ago?
I thought about that. You know, that's one of we were little.
Everybody in town had all the cheese they could eat.
I remember when Alene's mother says that everybody got loaded up on cheese. He says, I think I'll get a special order of castor oil in now.
That was my mother.
Did that truck tip over or did it
Well,
burn?
it burned. It burned, but there was a lot of the cheese that was still good. It tipped over too, I guess, didn't it?
Well, they make smoked cheese, you know, wasn't it?
Well,
You can buy smoked cheese.
gasoline smoke was still.
Oh, the gasoline.
Rubber tires, they help the flavor.
Seems to me like Joe got about 4 cheeses and had
What did cause that accident? I can't
I
remember.
don't know, but there was a truck loaded with produce that tipped over out coming down into Harrisburg sometime after that cheese truck. No, we got I don't think we got any cheese, but we got some grapes.
I remember somebody said, now if the truck's loaded with crackers, could just come along and tip over.
I do remember though in that cheese truck there was a bunch of hangers that they had, and some way we got some of those, and I've still got some of them around out there. Yeah.
The kind that they hang like
Like
a
you-
fork that you peel
Yeah,
and
yeah. They got have a sharp hook on one end, and they hook over a
Rod.
beam or something on the other end. And they've got some this long and some like that.
I've seen one
We
of
got a
those
cut
around.
out of 3 pretty good chunks of that cheese. No, no.
I don't remember us getting any cheese in that, and I don't know how come we got these hooks, but I know they've been around ever since then.
that's the last time I saw Kathy McMullin.
Oh.
Do you know,
Grant and Kathy. were
that's
there.
when my memory, in fact, I was just saying, why am I thinking about Kathy, what was her parent?
Bolton.
Yeah. Kathy McMullin, my memories of her are associated with the cheese. Now, why is it?
Well, because they were down there with
Did they just find out she was sick, or did she die soon after that?
Childbirth and cheese.
So it was,
her baby
Baby had died.
died.
Grant stopped by my place, when was it, a year or 2 ago. And then have you seen them? His daughter was driving for him because the boys wouldn't let him drive anymore. They'd take the keys away from him. Wouldn't let him drive. Now, he was mad at it. He was furious, but the doctor told him he wasn't to drive anymore. But that girl was, what was her name?
Diane?
Diane was driving.
Oh, his and Kathy's.
Mhm.
Oh,
And I hadn't seen her since she was a baby.
yeah.
And I was the one that told her Kathy's parents that she had a baby girl, because they were coming in on the bus, and they all went to take Kathy to the hospital, and they asked me if I'd meet the Boltons.
Oh.
And I just heard before I left that she had a baby girl, and every time I saw them, the Boltons, they'd say, oh, you're the one that told us about our granddaughter.
I'll tell you an interesting story. You know,
Tell it loud, Ellen.
the Boltons brought, from Australia, they brought Kathy's piano. And it was beautiful. It was
start again, just a minute, so that takes one.
when the Boltons moved here from Australia, they brought this beautiful piano. It was engraved, light color, about like the light cord over there. Just beautiful. And they had it in their house, and after Kathy died, you know, they raised Diane. And Mrs. Bolton used to say, she wouldn't let her hardly climb up on a chair. She was so worried about her getting hurt. She'd say, you can never be too cautious. You can never be too cautious. But anyway, when Diane got married and moved up north, she didn't want to take the piano. And she wrote down and she said,
Grandma, would you please sell my piano for $125 and send me the money to go on a smaller piano? What do you call them, these long ones? Anyway, I was just sick when I heard that had sold for $125. And Nick Schultzen is the one who bought it and put it in his big fancy box. Just the difference in people. Before Etta died, in that door that went into the dining room, between the door and the window in the dining room, she had a little stand table that had a drawer in it and a big mirror up over it. Excuse me. And the legs were, how can I say this? Instead of being rounded like this, they had sharp edges. You know what I mean? The legs were kind of carved like this, but kind of sharp edges out like this. A beautiful, beautiful thing. And of course, I'm an antique gal, and so I said to her one time, Etta, when you go, I said, would you be interested in selling me that stand table? So you can have the money now. All you have to do is put my name under the top of it, write it up on the bottom of the top. So that when people come, they will know that you sold that to me. So it will come to me. Beautiful thing. And she said, I would be glad to do that. And after she died, and Diane was married, Mr. Bolton liked to refinish furniture. And I said, I'd always pick up antique furniture, but I always wanted it to go to someone who it would really mean a lot to. And so I said to Mr. Bolton, I have this beautiful stand table that belonged to her, Diane's grandmother, McMullin, great-grandmother, wouldn't it be? I said, if you'll refinish this, it had been painted green. I said, if you'll refinish this, I'll give it to you, and let's give it to Diane for a wedding present. But I said, I have to know that she's going to like it first. So I called her out and told her about this. And she said, oh, Aunt Ella, I would like to have it. I don't like all things. I want everything I have to do now. So she didn't get it. But I was going to tell you something else. Etta had the box of pictures, the pictures that she put in her second saga. You remember the picture in there of the man standing in front of the drugstore? Well, anyway, he came out with his wife, young wife, to Silver Reef. And when she was expecting her first baby, she said, I'm not going to have this child here raised in this kind of a rough area. And she said, you've got to take me home. So he did. But he took a box of pictures with him. He loved the Silver Reef. And while Etta was getting ready to have the book published, she was writing to everybody. She still knew people who were interested, who had some experience, close experience with the Silver Reef. So she'd written all over and gotten what she could, given plenty of time. But anyway, about that time, this is one of the cute miracles of life. The great-grandchildren of this druggist were up in an attic, looking through the attic, and they found this box of pictures that was labeled Silver Reef. And instead of saying, well, that doesn't mean anything to us, put it out in the garbage, they knew of some very elderly woman in California who had known their grandparents or their parents, whatever it was. And so they sent those pictures to her in California, and Etta had contacted her beforehand, and so she sent those pictures to Etta. And then Etta culled from that the pictures she wanted to go in the saga. And she had the rest of them sitting in the living room in a cardboard box, and she took me in and showed me, and she said, now you come some Sunday afternoon and you can get away, and let's go through these. Well, before I could do that, she took that medicine by mistake, went to the hospital and died. And I panicked over those pictures. And when they sold the house, I contacted Carl, well, I think the McQuaids kind of seemed like they claimed the property. Anyway, they came and went through the house. Nobody knew anything about those pictures. And I was just sick. And finally one day, I don't know how I happened to be talking about this, but Glenda Davenport heard me. And she said, see, Bonita ended up at that house. And she said, oh, that's where those pictures came from. And I said, what do you know about them? And she said, I was up in the attic one day, there was a little, in the hallway, there was a little door, little trap slide door. And she said, there was that box of pictures. And I said, what did you do with them? And she said, I took them down to Lynn Clark. But when she went to ask Lynn about them, Lynn said, I don't know anything about them. I can't remember anything about them.
Have you ever been in Lynn's house?
Who's Lynn Clark?
She's your daughter.
Oh, a lady.
Have you ever been in her house?
No.
But you wouldn't be surprised.
Stacks and stacks and stacks of pictures.
You wouldn't be surprised if you knew nothing about it.
My brother-in-law went to sell his grandmother's home, and some people came to see it, and they wanted to see everything. And there was one of those little things up in, you could get up into the, there wasn't a room up there or anything, but she insisted on going up there. And when she got up there, there was a box there, and it had every letter, every card that Grandma Bay had. She'd saved every letter, every card. So one of the girls took them and wrote a book called Letters to Mary, I think it's called. She published all those letters.
Letters from her?
Letters to Mary. It caused some trouble because some of them had said things about you.
Could have been censored a little better, huh?
Yes, you should have censored a little. There wasn't anything very bad, but they kind of hinted something. Well, that's like Ellis or something.
Susan,
I had something kind of interesting hit me a few days ago. Wilma rooted out a old 1911 Johns Hopkins Medical School yearbook. 1911 was when I was born. But went through the book, I see a picture of my dad as a junior at that time. And I heard her talk and say about Dr. Glenn Litzinger delivered me. Most people used to think that I was named after poor Glenn Olson. But his is G-L-E-N, mine's double N. And there was this picture of Dr. Glenn Litzinger in that book. Mind you, I'm 86 years old to see the pictures of the doctor that delivered me. It was just kind of a thrill. I don't know. I didn't know we had that book. Madam's all policy, turn them up from our junk. I don't know.
Ram, while you're gone, let me ask you another question. About the time of the A.S. Nor when they were working here in the mine. Remember that time?
Yeah.
Have you got any recollection of I think there was 3 they called the Swedes?
Yeah,
The
I
Swedes?
sure have. Yeah.
And something with AmyLu and...
Yeah, that's gonna kill it.
Okay, tell the story. That's what I want.
Well, I don't know the whole details, but I know they took him down below town, and one of them had a big rock up here that holding him down over his head and was going to throw it on his head. And
Back up and tell us.
Yeah.
Give us the background of it.
Okay, this was during 1928-29 when the American Smelting Refinery came in here and opened up this mining area.
Yes, okay.
And there was it 3 of them, Glenn?
3 of them.
There were 3 fellows. I guess.
2 Swedes and an Irishman.
Okay, and I guess they had names. Maybe you know their names, but these 3 apparently ran together and were a pretty tough bunch. And somehow they got at odds with Lou Hartley.
Oh,
And some way they got at odds with him. So this now is where Glenn's.
okay.
Go ahead.
Well, anyway, Lawrence and some of them up at the old church house, they was having a dance that night. Got wind of it and went down there, and Lawrence, of course, I guess wasn't afraid to tackle anything at that time, and he jumped in on this Swede and got that rock away from him, and it saved Lou's life, that's all. He could kill him. He was forward with a big rock, so it let it on his head. And one night they was going to burn these 3 big sleeping quarters that the Cushwa had built up there for miners. They was on a big drunk. Oh, they'd done some crazy things. And that one that owned an old Studebaker passenger car, they drove over to the AS&R shaft when it was, down maybe 30, 40 feet. Then he drove it into it. And of course it went in like this on the diagonal. Those 3 were all huddled together in the front seat then, snoring and carrying on just in the front seat of that car, and they hadn't dropped on down. So they saved them. They really got the hoist hooked on them and brought them out. Oh, they've done some crazy things, but they were going to set these 3 buildings on fire. And they got it in for Cushwa for some reason.
He was the foreman. He was the boss.
He went over and got my stepdad, Alex, you knew Alex Goldback. He says, see if you can stop these guys. He says, I can't. So he went over and he took a .38 pistol with him. And he said to those Swedes, he says, now I told him my name. He says, don't have any more of that. He says, I'll shoot you if you do. He says, I mean it. And one of them, big old sloppy fellow, said, Alex, I believe you would. He said, I really believe you would. He said, I would. You bet I would. You touch a match to that stuff and I'll shoot you. And so I didn't. Of course, when they sobered up, why, things were different. But they come up to front of the Wells Fargo building one night, and the one of them that owned the car put it in low gear, stopped in front of there, put it in low gear, got out, and I don't know, somewhere in there when he'd done something to make the foot feet stay down, just let it go like a bat out of eggs, right across the all those big granite boulders, and that's straight across. That's the way the other 2 were pinned in they're asleep in the car the next day with the hind end lifted up on a big granite boulder. They've done some of the craziest things. They brought a horse to old A.G. Anderson's dance hall when they hung the dance one night. Led this horse back and forth through it. Just
Is that out
like
at
that,
Anderson's Junction?
Oh, A.G. Anderson's down at the old log cabin inn.
Oh,
Oh, sweet. They had a name, I'll tell you.
What do you remember about River Aid?
Oh, what?
River Aid.
Can you remember him? Oh, he was over here. He
used to
worked
live in
with...
a mine up there. He helped mine over here a little bit.
Over at this mine right over here.
I don't recognize the name.
He was here for several months and lived down the log cabin inn. But he had built him a little old cabin thing up on top of the hill up there.
He went back in a cave or something there. The sheriff was after him.
Okay, I heard about it. I never knew the guy.
Bob McMullin let him take his rifle, and they didn't want that guy running. He was off and kind of goofy at times. He never did threaten anybody or anything, but he had this rifle, and he was out of his head and so on. They sent Aunt's own print up and finally spotted him on this little shelf up in an old mine the other side of that hill. And he just talked him down and got the gun back.
They took him up through.
And he was a good miner, that rascal. He was a worker. He could run a jackhammer. He was a good worker. He put out a lot of work.
Was Carl Caldwell here then? He was
Yes.
kind of the sheriff.
Yes, he was.
One other question, Dan. About this same time, a car tipped over someplace, and Mary Ann's Uncle Lawrence lifted it off someone. You know anything about that? You don't recall that? Okay. Maybe I just made that one up. When I get a little older, then I can make these stories up and tell them, and they'll be the truth. When you're the oldest one there, you can do it that way. I'm not quite there yet.
You're just taking the words out of my mouth, and I said that. I said there was anybody that...
Yeah, Carl. Yeah.
Was he a deputy or just a, no?
He was sheriff.
Was he a sheriff?
Deputy sheriff, perhaps, or
I remember that faintly.
you remember when that fellow was loose around here, and they were hunting for him, and
What was his name? Baggy? Was he the...
yeah, one that killed Royal Hunt. Yeah. No. No, he was the one that was this fellow that Carl killed up here. He was just traveling through the country, and was it Sanders' dad, Squires, tried to stop him up on the Black Ridge to get him the ticket. No, it was out on the Black Ridge out here. And I've heard Squires tell this story.
Okay.
Thanks for coming in.
And anyway, he followed him down to he wanted to stop him from speeding. And he followed him down, and he took the road over to Hurricane. And then some place there in Tokerville, he took off the road and got down in the bottom of Tokerville towards Ash Creek. And Squires got him cornered down there, and then he got out to get him, and this guy started shooting at him. And so he backed off. And then the fellow was gone for week's time. How long were they hunting for him, Ellen?
I remember that he got groceries down at that place where Jolene and her husband had it the last that I know.
Yeah.
You know, across from
Yeah, I know who you're talking
First,
about.
and then he went way back up in here, didn't he?
He came
Yeah, didn't they go up in up in the Oak Grove?
Okay, yeah, and they eventually tracked him and trailed him around. And
Carl was good at tracking.
yeah, and you know when you're coming down from Oak Grove, and you cross the one bridge right where the head house is, cross that one, then you go on down, and right where you cross another bridge, it was just down in the creek, just up above there, that they cornered him there. They caught him. He'd just been down there shaving, cleaning up, the way I'd understood it. And they came up on him and told him to stop and give up, and he didn't, I guess. And I need to back up a little bit in the story now. He came out. Carl was out hunting for him, Carl Caldwell, and he came out home. It was when we lived out in the field out there. And I can just barely remember there was a little kid, I don't know, 15 something. And Carl was all business. So, Joe, you got that 30-06? Says, yeah, I said, I got this 30-06. Says, I need it. Says, I hear that, and he cussed me. I've got a 30-40 Crag, and when I meet up with him, I want to be able to outshoot him. So he took that gun. He took that gun, and that supposedly is the gun that shot this guy. He was a bank robber, I think, is what he
See,
decided to
I
run.
have faint memories of that. I must have been
Well,
very
he
small. Came, we were at the ranch living in the little upper cabin, you know, and I heard these men's voices, and I stepped over to the door. I stepped over to the door to see who was out there, and Ross stepped out, and he said, "Well, Carl Caldwell, what are you doing up here?" And he said, "I'm looking for the son of a bee that killed Royal Hunt."
Okay, now this was a different
Was
one.
this a different one?
The one that killed Royal Hunt was a different.
Oh, that's right.
different than
That's
this guy.
right. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
remember when we'd go to Oak Grove, we knew right where it was, and every time we'd go by there,
He said, if you know where to look, you can still see the bullet marks from that rifle that Carl shot in the tree.
Can you?
That's what they say. I haven't happened to see it, but they say.
Where do you want me to start?
Start the first.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, a year or two after this fellow was shot up there, Larry and I had gone on the mountain with Leland Sullivan to get the horses off. And Leland found the horses he wanted out there by Anderson's Ranch, so he brought them back. And we went on loan, just a couple of kids, 15, 16, I don't know how old they were, they weren't very old. And we rode up on that mountain, rode all day. We couldn't find the horses. I guess we didn't know how to look for them or what to look for. But we left the top of the mountain. It was about sundown. By the time we got off the mountain, it was pitch dark. There we were up there, just two kids all alone, pitch dark, and it was dark. I'm telling you, that was one of the darkest nights I'd ever seen. And we were riding in the trail that comes over from Sandy, and we wanted to take off a trail and go down to Jones Hollow. And we were riding along there watching, trying to find this place in the dark where we'd come off. And anyway, we decided we'd missed it. We decided we'd missed this, and we were thinking we were going to have to ride clear on over to the road and then come down and ride by where that guy was killed. And that was bothering us more than the distance we had to ride or any of that stuff. And anyway, we're riding along here in the dark, and Larry was out in front on Old Patches. Do you remember the Old Patches horse? And anyway, all of a sudden this old horse took off, but we figured it took off the trail. We tried to make him come back, he kept going. And he'd found that trail that came down through Jones Hollow that we wanted to follow. And we followed it right on down. He just took us down through it. And the strange thing about that was, about the time we hit the road, the moon came up, and that was one of the most moonlight nights I'd ever seen. That was quite an experience.
Well, I was going to say, when you have those horses up there like that, there's lots of times horses
Just want to come in?
just get in their head, they'll think you're home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Beebe. Why do I remember that?
I used to think that Mr. Beebe,
I used to think that, why did I used to think that Mr. Beebe was in jail and was going to get out and come back down and get someone? I don't even remember what the story was
he
about.
was that old, they claim now he was Sundance Kid.
Oh, really?
He claims that.
In prison.
He claimed that.
Not to,
Did he claim that?
Yeah.
I never
Him
know. I was
and
arrested.
Roland Hunter.
Okay.
And you know who they think Butch Cassidy was?
Yeah, and I know they think cannibals.
Yeah. Yeah, they really got a story on that.
on who?
On who Butch Cassidy was.
Now, you surely know all about Butch Cassidy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he says Roland Hunter, and
Whoa! I guess someone's written a book on it too, according to
Yeah.
Joann.
but they all figured that Ann Willis was Butch Cassidy's wife.
Got a place. You know what I mean?
See, Bob's
She
mother,
said she used to take grub out to him out in Brown
She knew
squirrel
him,
or
I'm
something.
sure, the way she talked to us all the time about it.
But she was just a kid. I don't think, at that time, I don't think she claimed her as a wife or
She was a rough gal, I know she
Oh,
was.
yeah.
She didn't hesitate to tell you a lot of the rough stories.
Oh, she was plenty rough. She was
But-
being a cattle thief.
But they all figured it.
She was kind of proud of it.
Well, Bob's mother was 20 years older than my mother, so she was kind of from a different generation. But she knew the, now Butch Cassidy's parents were, what was the name?
Max Parker.
Parker. She knew the Parker girls. They went to the dance, she went to the dance in Circleville.
It wasn't Butch a brother to Aunt Ada? And
No, his dad was a brother to
Your,
Ada McMullin and Caroline McMullin. They were his sisters.
Butch Cassidy.
Right.
they were his aunts.
I see.
But you know, we were talking about Willard and how he had this, it was kind of a royal way about it.
Yeah.
And Ethel had that.
Yes, yes, royal. That's a good term. That's a good
Yeah,
positive
and I
way
talked
to.
to Ethel about that night, and I said, I remember following you down the street and watching you. I loved the way you walked. And I often told people, if it had been put on, you wouldn't have liked it. There was not a thing put on about Ethel or Willard or anybody. And she said she knew in your family where that came from. There were certain people in the family. And when Bob's mother was telling me about the Parker girls coming to the dance, she said, you know, they were as far as church mice, but when those girls walked in that hall, they looked like queens. They walked in there like queens. And I said, just like Ethel. So they must have had that too. Because she said when they came to dance, they walked like queens.
It was quoted that B.Y. said that his family came from proud stock on both sides.
You remember when I called you from the restaurant? Called you about Paul?
Yes.
What was her last name?
Applegate.
Applegate. You know, I've tried to remember that, but she reminded me so much of Ethel it wasn't even funny.
You say she was Lula Bettinson's daughter.
And little Benson lived in Circle.
She's the one that wrote that book, Butch Cassidy, my brother.
Well, tell us some more stories about you and Larry and your trips on the mountain. Through the years, since Dad's been gone, you've told me different things. Like you told me once about Uncle Lawrence giving you advice about trading the cows to the ranch.
Uncle Lawrence, advice about what?
Gave you and Larry some advice about herding the cows up to the ranch, selling the cows up there, and just different things.
Listen, I've got to go. Bill, my youngest son, he retired from the Army last 24th. He and his 6 kids are coming tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Stay with me until they find a place. So. And I thought they were
I
coming
just
on the
cut up some
14th.
melon
and
in
they're
here.
coming
Just
after
wait a
tomorrow.
minute.
What?
I just cut up some melon.
Everybody's
Well, I did it. I've got some.
They're gonna live around here someplace then, apparently.
They're talking about Vegas, but I don't want them to go to Vegas. I'd like to, wish they'd stay here. But they were coming on the 14th. And then they called me night before last and said they were leaving yesterday morning. They'd be here Wednesday. I don't think they can make it by Wednesday. But
Where are they coming from?
West Virginia.
How long has he been in the Army?
20 years.
20 years.
And he has how many boys?
6 kids. No, 6 kids. So I'm going to be busier than I usually am. Well, thanks. This has been fun.
Wonderful.
Wilma just scooting around the room.
Now, will your dog be okay with me?
Yeah, he won't even,
Hey, wait a minute.
he'll just look at you.
Eat this on the road.
Oh, I don't need to eat anything.
Come on.
No. I'm okay.
I'll walk out with you with the dog.
He's okay.
I'll try and open. Well, if she's going to serve watermelon,
Come on,
that better be
Sam.
eaten first, I'm
Come
sure.
on.
Excuse me.
Come on.
I can put that
You
melon
quit
out.
watching you. I mean, you won't come in for it. Yeah, he's a good old dog.
Don't you have some Larry and
Oh, yeah, I
Carlyle
can
and
tell you
Mary's
some
story?
more stories. boys, you've got to have something told.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I got those two stories twisted about Royal Hunt and then catching this guy up there shaving on the creek. But did they ever catch that guy who killed Royal Hunt?
Oh, I think they did. I think it was a kid.
He was a kid that Hunt had
Taken in.
off of the road.
Maybe you'd
Yeah.
like to try along with them, Helen.
And I think they picked him up quite soon.
Well, then wasn't there
Oh, it's ice cream. No, I don't want any of that. You?
Okay.
I don't need any.
Well, I don't need any, but you have them anyway.
That melon, that's my thing. I'm just waiting to get into that.
What about the guy?
I never can get over the love for ice
I
cream.
won't.
Well, I haven't gotten over it, but it doesn't want me. Oh, no, it doesn't agree with it. It agrees with it, it makes me too fat.
Kind of stuff.
She won't let me eat anything with fat in it anymore.
Okay, good sister.
You want me to serve you a melon?
Oh, just
Yourself, or do you want me to serve you?
I don't know
Didn't they
about
catch
this
a man
watermelon.
down in
Now,
the...
not watermelon for Glenn.
Down
Watermelon for
here
you,
in
Mom?
Harrisburg, he'd gone back in that arch and hid up somewhere. Right, Glenn?
Who had?
Wasn't there a man a fugitive who went down to Harrisburg and went back in that arch way up high and hid way back?
oh yeah,
On a ledge?
I don't remember the details of that. But I know they, when John, what's his name, was sheriff of Washington County, what was it?
Brooks? Bill Brooks? William
Pardon?
Brooks?
Huh?
Oh,
Caught him, I believe.
oh, Brooks was.
Well,
William
Brooks,
Brooks?
maybe Brooks was at that time, but it's kind of a sketchy deal with me. Up on that ledge someplace, they shot him up there anyway.
That was supposed to have been Carl too, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
You're not thinking about the one that got fastened to a,
No.
well, that guy was out there on the
Arizona Strip.
Arizona Strip for quite a while.
Nice of you folks to bring us our supper.
That must be Susan.
This came from your own
Yeah,
deep
this comes
freeze,
from
right? This came from your own deep freeze.
You furnished that one.
Nice
Do you know that?
Oh.
Last name one, Wilma?
Sure,
I come along and see one.
I thought you were busy.
Hey, when you feel like it, why tell us some more of those.
Well, this, your Uncle Lawrence was tending a bunch of cattle for Doug Clark from Cedar out there across the river. Had 500 head of yearling steers out there for a few years. You ready?
Sure, I got it out, so I have it ready right here.
Is it up on?
There we go. Now, just a second. Now, do you mind starting that again?
Okay, your Uncle Lawrence was tending a herd of cattle for Doug Clark, had him running out across the river. 500 head of yearling steers out there. And when it was around that time in the spring, your Uncle Lawrence would get the great Leeds cowboys That was his son Larry and me and Alex Smith. I go out and help him round them up, and we thought we were the real cowboys. I guess we were 14, 15, 16. No, I don't think we were 16. I was 14. And anyway, one day we were out there, and just Larry and I were there with your Uncle Lawrence, and we gathered up a bunch of cattle, and he was going to have us move them from where they were over to another place, and he was going off doing some more riding. Well, anyway, in instructing us how to get them moved over there, he says, you start these cattle out, and he says, don't just think you can make them go in a straight line over to where you want them over there. I forget the names of the places, they were talking about names. He says, you can't just make them go in a straight line to get them over there. He says, they'll start off this way, they'll be going down a wash. He says, even if it's not heading exactly where you want them to go, let them go until you find a natural place to turn them out of it. And don't kill yourself off. Just drift along with them, or just keep them generally heading in the right direction. He says, you'll get there. So that was the advice he gave us for that. And kind of in that same line, my dad was telling me this story about him and his nephew, I guess it'd be Tommy Stirling. They were driving a herd of cattle, taking a herd of cattle out to the railroad at Medina, taking them out there to sell them. And I guess all the people of Leeds put a few cows in this herd that they were going to drive out. And Uncle Irie, this was Etta's dad, he had a thin, skinny, poor little white heifer that he wanted to take. And Tommy said, we can't take that thing, it'll never make it. It just causes trouble all the way. And that was my dad telling me this story. And he says, I told him, oh, you just put that heifer in there. He says, we'll get it there. And then he says, I told Tommy, he says, you just keep your rope off that heifer. Don't you go whipping her and trying to make her keep up or anything. Just let her go. And so he said, we were heading out to the country with the cattle, and the little white heifer dropped behind. It dropped behind. And Tommy said, well, there it goes. We're never going to get there with it. And Dad said, just don't worry about it. Come night time, they'd stop. Along an hour or two after they got there, here'd come the little white heifer. So anyway, the idea was that they finally got the little white heifer out there just by letting it take its time. Your Uncle Lawrence was funny. He was keep you laughing. I can't remember all the stories he told, but I remember once he was telling us, he says, boys, when you go to get on your horse, if you think it's going to be mean, if you think it's going to buck, he says, you want to put your hat down and put your pants up and then spit. He says you'd be ready to ride anything.
Lawrence has scared me half to death here. They were cleaning the ditch up there, back there, and my dad had passed away. I don't know how long he'd been gone, but he just sounded like my dad. He scared me half to death. I came down to the house, and I said, when Bill come, I said, my dad's up there, was up there to back up the clean ditch. And I found out Lawrence was that, and he mimicked your dad many a time down to the river dock deal there.
Yeah.
He found a spur, and he talked just like your dad. He found a spur.
Lawrence was so good.
He could sound more like anyone than they did themselves.
They did themselves.
Yeah, I've heard that story, Lillian, about when he was mocking your dad there on the ditch.
I was really scared half to death.
Yeah. And you know, I'm glad to hear you tell that. I'd heard it, and I'd wondered if it was just a story someone had told. But no, it's true.
Well, you were talking about Uncle Lawrence being quite strong. Or a
Pardon?
fighter or something like that?
Yeah.
Fighter?
Yeah, he was a husky little fellow. You see, these Swedes, he the story kind of the way I heard it, but he knocked one of them this way and knocked another one that way, and told them to knock off the business and gathered Lou out of the mess.
He was good on the looks he could put on his face when he was doing it. Boy, that done half of it. He looked like a mean bird when he was after him. They knew it.
Some of this melon isn't very good. I think that maybe down under there's some that's better.
Tastes pretty good to me. We've been living
Oh,
on
it's
melon
good.
lately.
Well, now, as you talk, does that remind you of you think of other stories?
Yeah, well, it seems like when you start going, then it reminds you of something else. That's when I'm typing up stories or things that happen, you know. And then I'll think of something else, and then it reminds you of something else. And
Lillian, I remember your dad, when I was a little kid, walking up and down the street, he had a stump or a chair or something out under those old trees, and he'd be sitting there and had his cane.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And I remember walking by there and seeing this. He was just an old man to me. He was sitting there, you know.
Feeling them all the time there.
Yeah.
I remember when he had that old Chevy touring car. Drive down to the field and back, and he was about the only man in town that drove a car down and back, or up from the field and back. And he got along pretty good with him.
But then I've heard Glenn say, some of them would say that there's nobody you could in town that could work as hard as Bill Sullivan.
Well, I think it was I guess William's husband, Bill Stratton, was telling about these two young guys they put on a job with them two 21-year-old boys, and all of them shoveling ditch around after it flooded over and washed out. They're all going down to the Harrisburg Canyon, down that way, further up the lake. Those two guys, they come to whoever was running the thing then, McFever or something like that. Boy, says, I'm not going to keep working with that old boy. He said, he got work for both of us. And he said, that's not fair. He said, I'll tell you, he said, we can't keep up with him. He said, he bows his head down, they don't come up until noon. And he said, his dirt, you can't see him for dirt flying out the side of the ditch.
We talked about the cows, about hunting cows, and about driving cows. I want to say this about Ray. When he was a little boy, he drive the horse. If one of our cows was gone, we'd send him after the cow, and I don't care where it was, he never came home to get the cow.
Ellick wouldn't do it. If Ellick went so long he couldn't find him, he'd give up.
Ray
Very
stayed nearly all
cool.
one day. He came home with the cow. And everybody's afraid of the creek. And we raised kids here by the creek. We tell them the creek. We've been lucky as all get out of blessed if they're doing so.
We got some close cows. They had Billy out there one day on that little bridge going across right out here. He says, come on, yelling at us, come and get Nebra. Come and get Nebra. She had about 2 strands of hair over up from under that bridge.
oh my word!
She
Yeah, they fell in the ditch and Ray pulled him out.
Well, when President Strang, when you and Larry and Alex, did they give you quite a bit of responsibility with the cows? They keep you busy herding cows?
Oh, we'd only be involved there for about a week when they were gathering them up and moving them out.
They used to put them up on the
What's the one?
Forest Service. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I was talking about these of Doug Clark's that,
Oh.
that Lawrence tended down here, and then they take them up on Cedar Mountain, I guess.
Oh. Something I thought about when I was reading the stuff Susan handed to me. She was talking about the Danish range and stuff. I don't remember what we were going up to Reed Fuller's range for. We were in the pickup with Reed. And I can't even remember just exactly where his ranch is, but I remember there's a lot of these dips.
Mm-hmm.
About 3 or 4 of them.
Or a dozen or more.
Well, he says, Helen always said, makes you feel like you are when you're not. I don't think I ever saw Reed after that, but I don't.
Well, now the Fullers call them the thank you moms.
Pardon?
Those little bumps, they call them the thank you moms. Is that the connection?
I don't know. But he just said, Helen said, makes you feel like you are when you're not.
My folks talked about a road in California that they charge you to drive over. I've never seen it, and that. But, they went out walking on across it in the car. And the road was like this all the way across, 8 or 10 or 12 miles. And he said the car just come in the air at the top of the time, but it never seemed to get down hard. It would always be just starting down the slope again. They said that was the darndest ride you ever seen. You hit the gas and you couldn't get your foot off. And they just like this, all the way across. How might that get you kind of sick or dizzy?
Let me back again about your dad. My dad told me stories about your dad was a freighter. He was always freight with the teams and riding. And apparently my dad at one time was going with him hauling wool out to, again, to Medina or Lund, I don't know which. But they'd gone out to Fort Pierce and loaded up their wagons there. And they were chugging along the road. And Dad telling about this one place that your dad's wagon, he'd gone down into a wash, and as he was pulling out, it started to get stuck. And the way my dad described it, he says, Bill just rolled up like a ball and rolled down off that wagon and hit the front wheel, pushing on the wheel himself and hollering and whipping those horses so he didn't pull that out of there. And then he says when they get out to Lund, he walked a lot. He'd walk along the side of his outfit. And he said they were going down the street of Lund or Medina, whichever it was. And your dad was walking along looking and looked up at his load. And again, my dad would try to mock him like Lawrence did, you know. And he said, "Nah, by Hal," he says, I think I could have made it with one more bag. Well, anyway, those were different times than now, weren't they?
I think they enjoyed life a lot then, a lot of them know.
Well, I tell you, one thing that, and a lot of these stories that we tell, and you don't know how much they were really true and how much they were told just to have something to do, where we listen to television and read the paper and go to movies and do all of that stuff. They never had that. So they made up their own entertainment, and I'm sure a lot of these stories that were told were maybe a little facts to them, but a lot of them was for entertainment.
You know, I can remember when Clyde McQuaid and I, and I want to say Orville Hartman, and a four of us, get together and go up on that little hill. I lived with my grandparents down in Leeds. A little hill just above your place.
Where Alene lives?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on up this way from it too.
Yeah.
And build a fire, fix those few rocks around, roast corn, roast potatoes. They'd come out with dirt all over everything and everything, but it still tasted good to us kids. And we thought that was the greatest fun in the world, and we had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned it to some of us, the kids later on, you know, we don't want to do that.
I think they'd like it if they did it.
They probably would.
Because when I used to do Cub Scouts and we'd plan an activity and go out in the hills somewhere in the bushes, and we didn't really need an activity. As soon as those kids were letting us, they just had all kinds of things they could plan to do. Maybe kids
Well,
don't
a lot of
do
it-
enough.
I don't know whether all you did or not, but we had to work to live. We ate what we grew, we worked to live. And the kids don't have to now. They don't even have to work on a job to live.
I was
Get
at
a flat
my
rate, go
owner
home
lived
and
up the reef, and they had corn patches down in the fields down below there, nice corn patches too, and I'd get down and break off 2 or 3, you know, ears of corn, whooping that wash below the old trail that we had in front of the Wells Fargo, out down in there. There was always a lot of dead sticks and stuff to make a fire with. I'm just all by myself. Roast corn and worms in it and everything, you know. And it just takes when you open it up, it breaks over where the worm was off and eat it. Have a little salt. My mother had a little something she'd give me like a steak shawl on it. I thought that was great. It's all by myself.
We used to like to cook scrambled eggs and potatoes. We used to go up on the hill and cook ourselves, but that was great fun.
Yeah, they tasted
If anybody had some potatoes that they'd had for dinner, you know, that'd been cooked, and then you just peeled them and cut them up in squares and scrambled them with eggs. They were so good. We used to just think that was so good.
I guess the kids nowadays just pull up and put their nose up at that with
They have to take a burrito
Whoever ate mashed potatoes and gravy mixed together. Warmed up. We
Whoever
did that a
ate
lot.
that.
I had a salesman that came down from Salt Lake. We became quite friends with him. And lots of times he'd stop here on his way to St. George to let me know he was here. So maybe I'd go down a little bit early so we could start taking out orders and such. We became quite friends with the whole family. He'd bring his kids with him sometimes, and sometimes he'd bring his wife. In fact, they was invited to one of our parties once. Now, I don't know whether any of you folks were over there, but it's up the reef. That one I was going to say, though. One night he came in here. I'd come home from work, and I was from Lindsay. I just took some potatoes and gravy and put them together and warmed them up. I can't remember what else I had besides that, but I remember that. Well, I came just as we had started to eat. So I invited him to eat with us. I said, it's nothing but leftovers, but his kid just kept reaching back for more of those potatoes. He got embarrassed and the kid kept wanting more. I said, let him have all he wants, as long as they last. When he got back home, he said, Mom, I wish you'd make some potatoes and gravy like Mrs. Beale that day.
Do you have any stories about training, disciplining animals? I was just thinking, Mom was reading this story last night about John D. Lee, and that they had a bunch of mules, and one that they couldn't manage, and everybody was saying, we were behind. Am I right, Mom? Saying that? And he, I don't know what she did, but anyway, he caught her. He whacked her with something and knocked her down, and then he put his knee on her neck and grabbed her by the nose and held her while they put a bridle on her, and then they said she got up and she was fine. They couldn't even handle her before that.
Oh my God.
I thought of a story Dad told me about them training horses at the ranch, and when Uncle Lawrence was up there, but it was a hard one to hear. I'm not sure I'd want to tell it. But I thought people and all the work they do with animals must have had lots of lots of experiences.
Tell about your Uncle Anton.
Well, my granddad opened and traded Willard a horse for a nice mare for this big young Jimmy, they called him. I remember the name of the horse. He was big and husky, and Willard says he's a good worker. Anyway, Uncle Anton and I went to State Yard with a load of grain, and they bring back flour, wagon. But that, on the way back, we got we got to Middleton, and that Jimmy just sat down. And he wouldn't, anything Anton would do, he got so mad he beat that horse. He didn't want to lick him at first, but he'd do everything. He couldn't get that horse to move. So he went into a place he knew, and there was one telephone in Middleton. He called Leeds, which would be the log cabin inn, I guess, or else Dan Hass at Stirling, to get Jack Nichols to bring George Olson's old Bolly horse down there. Of course, it was a long wait, Finally came, and he unhooked the mare that was working with this Jimmy. And I said, "You're unhooking the wrong horse." He said, "No, I'm not." He said, "You are." That old Bolly horse took hold, and we got hold, and he just dropped that other horse right up the road, slid him. He kept it up until that hair was about smoking on him. Finally, that horse was mighty glad to be able to get on his feet, and he pulled. Did you see what I mean? And he kept that horse on the whole distance. The mare had been so willing, he just let her lead behind and kept that one on. But I don't know, it's just little old experiences like that you remember sometimes.
He talked about training horses.
He sure made a trained horse out of that in short order. That big old Bolly horse, though, he could drag the load and the horse, too, up the road.
When we had the young horse that we called Clown, they was trying to break him to do different things. Have him hooked on the mowing machine, and if you saw a horse off the side of the fence, he could just go over there. You
He got that horse from us.
What did you say, Mama?
And that horse that we called Clown, they was trying to break him to work, and he was hooked to the mowing machine. It didn't matter, no matter what he was hooked to. He saw somebody, a horse over by the fence. He'd head over there with it, and you couldn't stop him.
I was mowing with him up in this upper patch up here, and Lawrence come by, going up the road on a saddle horse. He stopped and was yelling something at me, and I went over, and this horse just walked over to where he was. Me, mowing machine, the whole works. He didn't come back. He wasn't mean at all. He never did buck or carry on. But when he seen that horse, he just left the looping patch and went across, and the other had the ball.
You had to come along behind. You did anything about it.
Talked to Lawrence for a little while, and Lawrence went on up, and I turned him over on the mowing.
Yeah, that reminds me that, Dad had these Doc and Yank, the two horse horses with.
Ross got that horse later on. Yeah,
really?
Quite a long time.
Huh.
You can't remember that, huh?
I don't remember.
It might even been before you and Ross were married. I don't know.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Was it?
He must have changed his name when he got him. Because I don't ever remember a horse being called
Hooray!
We got a new waterworks out here now. Sprinkler system.
Automatic.
Mm-hmm. It's really automatic. There's 5 stations. And it comes on about 2 o'clock in the morning. It's only been here for one morning now. 2 o'clock, but runs a half an hour on each station. Shuts off, goes to the next station, goes on. It does that to all 5 stations, and it soaks every bit of that lawn. He's got that. It's not a bit goes way over and way to waste. It just soaks to the edge of the lawns and then the shrubbery and stuff. And shuts off for another 24 hours or 48 hours. He's got set for.
Alex and Jean's son-in-law, Scott Knights.
Oh, really? Does he still work out to Anderson's?
He's been up north for a long time.
Oh, has
He
he?
doesn't even work for Anderson's now.
Yeah,
He did for a while up there,
Oh,
but
he just does this now.
Puts in sprinkling system.
He's good at it.
well, is it underground or is it on top? Or,
Well, it's underground. It just all under for. He says that stuff won't freeze. You don't have to drain it. He says your worries are over. You just shut it off in the winter. No draining, no nothing. He says it won't break those pipes. It won't hurt them.
What are they made of?
Oh, he said, and I can't remember it.
I think of polyethylene when he said it, but I don't know what it is. It's something on that art. It sounded.
It's a kind of a flexible.
He says it expands and contracts.
Back to this horse breaking business. Years ago, it used to be a lot different around here than it is now. And my dad and his folks, they raised and sold draft horses, and then I guess it got to where there wasn't any market for them. They just had these horses when they're running around on the range. They'd run out across the river in the winter and put them on the mountain in the summer. And we had one mare there that had got to be 8 years old, and she never had anything done to her except branded. She had a pretty little brand on her. That's the only thing that ever happened to her in those 8 years. And then he needed a workhorse, and she was a beautiful, beautiful animal. He got her corralled and had her in a chute down in Tom Stirling's corral. And he was reaching up over this chute with a corn cob, rubbing her, scratching her with this corn cob. And this old horse, needless to say, didn't like that. And she was kicking the chute, and she was snorting, and just raising all jumping and raising all kind of hopping and Rex. You'd know Rex. Remember Rex? Yeah, you older people. But he came by and said to my dad, he said, "Well, Joe, that's one you'll never get broken. You'll never do anything with that horse." And my older brother Roscoe, I think he was there and heard all this. He told me this story. He said, I can't use the words they used those days. Anyway, my dad spit his tobacco juice and said, "Becky," he called Rex Recky. He said, "Becky, by the time I get through with her, she'll be a kid horse." and that turned out to be a true prophecy. She was the old mare I grew up with as a little kid. We worked her on the spray pump, and you do anything with her.
Do you know where it went from the corn cob to that point?
I imagine days and days of just fussing with her and hard work. They had work for them to do in those days, and they'd just work them down and keep them going.
Yeah, they didn't do van like they do now. They had to do it day after day.
Right, right.
Now they pasture for months and then they try to ride them and get bucked up.
Yeah.
And I remember when my grandpa Beale had 5 teams, 5 wagons, 5 mowing machines. They'd mow peas. He had 40 acres of peas in one year, just peas. They'd cut those peas, and then along would come a bunch of guys with pitchforks and pile them, and then some racks, big wagons with racks on, come, and they were thrown on those racks, taken into the pea factory, and up these chutes, you know. And even back then, when I was just a kid, 11, 12 years old, that factory would take the peas off the pods, take the peas, the pods off the vines, and the peas out of the pods, bring them rattling down over canvas stuff and everything, and bring them out pretty soon as a canned finished product. Back then.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they
Where
weren't
was
done
that?
then.
Where was that?
In Ephraim. And there's all those big loads of peas in, and of course every kid in town would come out for every wagon, grab an armful of peas, you know, just to take them to eat them. I can remember when Ben Beal, he was only 4 years older than I am, he was my uncle. He was hiding smoking at that time. And he was driving a wagon ahead of me and my granddad, Beal. And he made him a little hole down in front, you know, where he'd get snuck clear down next to the horses. And every little bit you see a puff of smoke come up. Granddad would sit there like this. Every time one of those puffs come up, Ben thought he was hiding.
Oh, yeah.
You know, at the time that Christ was crucified, said there was thunder and lightning and earthquakes and all this stuff. And then it goes on to say that at that time, Helaman, it's in Helaman, at that time, the earth was covered with what you might say one solid rock. At the time of his crucifixion, it was all broken up into fragments. You ever notice that it said it was one solid rock? I hadn't. And you can understand. Just a couple of weeks ago or so, I was reading something, I can't remember where it read, but it said, somebody was telling about they had to harvest the rocks every year before they could plant the crops. Harvest the rocks.
Clear the rocks off the field, huh?
Fred says if you don't get them all out, you're going to see.
Yeah. But I had never noticed that before. I read about the thunder and lightnings and all this stuff, and the earthquakes, but I never stopped to think that that's when the rocks were all broke up. We got a million of them now, millions of them, not a million,
And the
millions.
whole face of the land was changed.
What?
And the whole face of the land was changed.
Yeah.
When Ray was
Never
looking
after we
over on
found
this
and seen him back.
But I
Dr.
never
Road,
noticed
he
that
wondered
before,
about,
about being solid.
we might want this picture off out here. And he says, it's pretty rough. He says, if you'd like to come down and see it first. I said, well, we'll get down. I said, I'm sure if there's anything we need on this place, it's another rock. And
But boy, the kids like it.
they brought that up on a great big front end loader and put it over the fence.
That one's the one we had picked out first, but we saw this one afterwards, and this is about a third as big as the other, and a third again as big as the other.
Why did Dan Springs and Jones Hall get removed?
Well, Mike just told us something interesting about Dan Spring.
Matt,
Yeah. Over in, they've been over in Israel.
You know that?
Yeah. And by some city there, up in the mountains, there is a beautiful, beautiful place called Dan Spring. And he said that that's probably where this place up here got named from. Well, that's all news to me. I don't know who from that early time had been over in Israel and knew about the dam spring over there. But
One story I've heard is that Dan McMullin used to find some old cow or something up there a lot of times up around that area.
Yeah.
I don't know.
then there's another fellow there, Dan Sale. Old fellow, there's several places around the country on the way to Enterprise. There's a Dan Sale Hill. But, so I don't know.
And Jones Hall?
No idea.
Now, do you know where the Fullers, I'm trying to think of other names I've heard the Fullers used to talk about with them, besides the thank you ones. The Leap for Life. Have you ever heard them talk about the Leap for Life? No? I've asked Heber, well, where is it? You know, why was it named that? Maybe their grandpa or something called it that.
And then Don Fuller. Well, I tell you that Don Fuller, he had quite a history of accidents and problems.
That seems like the things I've read.
Yeah.
What's that?
Had a lot of things happen to him, accidents and stuff.
He started out, wants to go out into Arizona. You correct me on this thing if I'm wrong. He started out to go out into Arizona, and he had to go down and cross the river down by Mesquite, Overton, someplace down there. And he just bought a new horse before he left. He got out in the middle of the river, and the horse balked. The horse balked right in the middle of the river, this new horse. So he finally got the horses unhooked and got them out. He had to leave the wagon there, and he picked up a young boy back up the road someplace that he was going to take down someplace else with him. And he had a brother-in-law or someone else with him, and he left them there with the wagon, and he went back someplace to get another team to pull the wagon out. And by the time he got back with the other team, another flood had come down, and he got there just in time, I guess, to save this boy and his relative that had been with him and get them off. And so then he couldn't get the wagon out there, and then anyway he went back again to get the wagon. There had been another flood come down and washed the wagon down with all their supplies, washed them all down the river. So he went on to wherever he was going, just horseback, just rode his horses.
Well, now wasn't there something happened here? He's a cripple at the last resort.
Yeah. Right here, that's the next story I was going to tell.
I can't remember right now. I can't remember exactly what it was happening.
Well, let me tell it and see if it refreshes you. Him and his brother-in-law had gone up in these mountains someplace. I think from reading it, I got the idea they were probably further out there to get wood, get a load of wood. Well, one of his horses was sick. One of Don's horses was sick, and so he had to borrow a horse from Tom Stirling, his neighbor across the street. And so he got old Snake Eyes, a horse called Snake Eyes. and right there you start getting suspicious when the horse names Snake Eye, but you can't. But anyway, they got out and got their load of wood, and they're coming in with it. And old Snake Eyes does something, puts on a show and throws the wagon into a bank or something and breaks Don's leg. Gets his leg broken. So then his fellow that was with him had to unload one of the wagons and put him in the wagon and bring him in. And anyway, he was laid up for a long time with a broken leg.
Well,
Is that fit?
But he was a cripple the rest of his life after something. I can't
Well,
remember
it would have
whether
been
that
from
was
there.
it or not. Now, I can remember that, but I can't remember whether that was what.
But now, he wasn't terribly crippled. He still rode his old snake horse and took Becky's cow down to pasture. Don't you remember that, or do you?
I'm not offhand.
Oh, he had, that was, I thought everyone in Leeds knew that, but you know where he lived there, and he'd have his cow, and he'd turn his cow out, and it'd come down behind Stratton's, down by the church. Becky would turn her cow out, Becky Angel, turn her cow out, and they'd come up and join together, and he'd drive them on down behind back down behind our place and on down there to his pasture down, it was that very bottom pasture down where below her Jean lived. Yeah. And at night, same thing, you'd bring them back up, and Becky's cow would walk down.
Well, that's the way the kids in Ephraim, a lot of them used to do. Take cows to the pasture in the morning and bring them back at night. And I remember when my granddad feels cows were run out on the street at a certain time and other people's along. They just gathered them up as they went, took them out to the pasture, brought them back at night.
And he did all that on his old horse, snake horse, an old snake. He's Sneak, not Snake, it was Sneak, that horse is. And I think I get this story straight, is that the horse that was guarded with the bull up at Dan Spring? It was Ross's, and he traded him to Don. So, is that all straight?
I don't know.
Somewhere I've got that in my
You're
head.
talking about reading this, did I miss something? Is this that book you said from the cave?
Yeah,
The last time I see it?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, you gotta get that and read it sometime, it's interesting.
Now, what is that?
That was the genealogy book the Fullers had prepared. And these stories are in there. And when we had that talk along a year ago, McKay came up, you remember, and talked? And I had him bring.
Oh, so do they have some available?
Pardon?
Do they have some available?
They did then. I don't know if they still do or not. But I got one down there, going to get it and read it.
Well, we better leave.
Yeah, it's time to go. We weren't welcome out here. And how come we stayed so long?
Yeah, we should
That's
have
the
that.
reason we got to meet there to laugh.
Yeah.
I know we have come to the end of the stories, and I just wish that I were better at asking questions.
Well, I got what I want to know. I found out all about the Swedes, and if that story was true, I had in my mind about holding the rock over Lou's head.
Oh, yeah.
I heard Lawrence, the way I had it, he told us was they'd have killed him. They were ready to kill him.
I guess they would have done it.
But I still think there's something about a car rack and Lawrence lifting his car off somewhere.
Seems to me like I've heard that too.
Get in the head someplace.
Well, where do we go from here? So.
I can't recall what it was.
But the first person that called me up was Tim Bush. He said, how come our home's not in that?
Who said it?
Well, how come it is?
Hey, all I told about was the ones that was picked out, not by me, as historical homes.
Oh.
I just wrote about what they picked.
Who picked them out as historical?
Well, it was a crew. The Foster was here. And there was Evelyn, and I don't know who used to be the Historical Society, but Evelyn was one of them.
Well, what was the origin of that home? Did Oscar build that?
Uh-huh.
He built that.
I knew about it like that, and I can told about it, but it was not one that was picked here. It was built in, I've got it written down, but I believe it's 1917.
Now, I just turned this on, so you're talking about Tindish's home, which was built by Oscar McMullin. Go ahead.
Well, they're told about, he helped build it. And I think it was just before Evelyn moved here. Or about, no, Evelyn moved here, I think, in 1980. And I think that home was built just before she moved here. Vera was telling me about it. I'd say maybe about a year and a half before he died.
Did it used to be a hotel?
Yes. She used it mainly for eating, I think, but they had rooms there that people lived in too. But it was mainly eating. His stepdad used to come down there to eat. Right?
Yeah. No, he used to eat over here.
He slept up at Silver Reef.
Well, they, at Elmer Scott's place, they had rooms there for quite a long time.
And they had
Ate up
cabins.
to Oscars.
They had cabins down in the lot down there.
Where's Elmer Scott's home? What's that?
Well, she was Carlyle and Carlyle. I mean, Eldon's dad's
And what
sister.
home was that?
Rail.
You remember Dave Stirling, can't you? Well, Eleanor was his sister, and Carlisle's dad's sister. The main thing I can remember about Dave is the way he'd step it off walking when he'd head up the sidewalk and that. Boy, he just,
I talked to Eldon about that.
I mean, he sure covered the ground.
He said, yes, I used to run for 2 or 3 steps and walk for a step, and then I'd run for 2 or 3 steps. Keep up with him as they went to the farm. I'm curious to know what I said wrong. I don't know what there's things wrong.
I can't think what it was. I think it'll come to me sometime.
After I'm dead and gone, say what you do.
It'll come to me, I'll call you and josh you about it. And maybe we can have a good, maybe it's something that is debatable, you know.
Maybe
It seemed to me like it was just something that was pretty clear cut, that was not right. I can't recall.
By golly, old Dave could concoct things. Can you remember when he had that farm all, I guess it was I don't know.
Yeah.
He didn't have a team or else one of them was sick, and he hooked that to his sorghum mill that ground the cane. And he fixed it some way so the steering wheel stayed on that same curve, you know. Well, that was pretty darn good. That thing would go around there pulling that just as slick as a whistle.
Got to reset his,
Have you got a copy of my book?
yeah.
Can I borrow it?
You recording the program?
She just wants to borrow it here, not to take home.
No, I'm just I got a box in there. A lot of 7.
Oh, I got enough of them home. I don't have to worry about taking them home.
We need to get another one. We told Miss Stauffer we'd bring her one.
She's still alive.
Uh-huh.
We pondered.
Who's that?
Mrs. Stoffer, Afton Stoffer.
She used to always send a Christmas card for Christmas.
Yeah, she didn't last year.
Well, we didn't know where she was, so I couldn't send one to her.
I've got her address, but she's in the Salt Lake home now. She used to be over in her apartment up on the 9th floor down there.
I think she still knows you then.
Yeah,
I wondered if she did or didn't.
yeah, we saw her in April, and she knew us and remembered all about everybody and everything. She looks pretty old. We
Kind
just
of go
about-
in and out.
We just about didn't recognize her. Well, we were going there to see her, and then I saw this lady sitting there with those eyes. I said, well, that's her there, isn't it? And we went back, and it was her.
And we visited her and Evelyn both at the same time with their calling us.
Anyway, we told her we'd bring her one next time we come up to conference in October. And he wanted to get it when we went up the other day, but we didn't have time to go see her. We had to keep busy doing other things.
Read the preface, Carlyle.
I take sole responsibility for what has gone into these pages. I have searched histories and corrected a few things that I felt needed correcting. I have visited with people, and after writing down the things they told me, I've taken them back for corrections. A few friends have written their own experiences, and I have copied them as they were written. Other things I have written from memory. I am hoping the reader will enjoy some of these bits and pieces.
That's very fun.
Ever notice how much better those tales from the youth depict us as the years leave fewer witnesses who are able to contradict us? I will say of my writings, like in the Book of Mormon, 1 Nephi 19:6 and 7, and now if I do err, even did they err of old. Not that I would excuse myself because of others, but because of the weakness which is in me, according to the flesh, I would excuse myself. For the things which some esteem to be of great worth, others set at naught and trample under their feet. That's good.
Anyway, we write it.
That's called a disclaimer.
We do it like we see it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we don't all see it the same. One of the stories I have in there about Doug and Craig riding those donkeys up there, feeding them pop. And I think Dave laughed so hard, nobody watched the show then. He laughed so hard and those donkeys were drinking that pop, and that's all anybody watched.
That's on some movies you've got.
That's the movies that we used to. You remember when we used to,
Outside on the...
when we used to have those movies outside?
Yeah.
You're out there supposed to be watching a movie that night. Each kid's come up there late for the show, but they're riding these donkeys.
Oh, okay.
And they always had pop to sell. Pop and,
So they bought the donkeys a bottle of pop.
yeah.
All right. How does the donkey go about drinking the bottle of pop?
Oh, they were doing it.
What was the Charles Apartments? What was the origin of that building?
The what?
Charles Apartments.
You mean those where,
Where Ludlow's house is now.
oh,
The apartments used to be there.
What was the origin of them? Why would they say built them?
Did Alan's build them there?
Seems like I thought it used to be a store or something.
I think it was Gloucester. You know where Leland D lived for a while, that place by Charlie Rides.
The Tunas lived there. didn't they?
Yeah,
We lived there
that was that old building that come right out to the sidewalk.
Yeah, yeah.
when we first got married.
What was it? Who built it? What was it?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
he
was there
answered.
about 6
That's
months,
neat.
and from April.
I don't know.
to June.
I think he did.
For a
Carlyle
while.
Company, and we built that,
Well,
or bought that
well,
house.
for a store for a while,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
What was it?
and then
the store didn't,
it was really quite
it
nice.
didn't run out or something, I don't know, it didn't,
It seems
wasn't too
like nearly everybody
successful.
had a little store. Well, is that where your watch was that you wanted to spend?
No, Mrs. Hanson had it then, in a little house just out to the side, a little back of that.
Where Charlie lived?
Yeah, she and Annie and Charlie lived in that same house for a long time. And
And that's what Minnie Harris's house was. It was a
I think
store.
I told that story before about the dollar watch.
You told us that last
But her house, Ethel told me this. She said that front part was a little house, or a little store.
time. The little one that fit out to the street, where Ross, the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling Susan, we lived there for 6 months when we first got married until we bought our house down below.
The
down
one
in
that
front.
Yes.
Charles Allen's apartments.
Over, okay.
And we lived next door to Wayne and Pearl.
I was going to say, Wayne and Pearl lived there for a while.
And you could just hear everything through the walls. And I shouldn't be telling this one time Pearl washed Wayne's wallet. You remember that?
I bet you heard about it.
She never heard the end of it. Every day it started on that wallet. Every day it started cussing her about that wallet that she'd washed.
I can imagine.
When they lived out in the Holdens, remember when they lived out there?
Yes.
I never knew they lived there.
Yes, they did.
Remember that? We used to walk back and forth to school together. And of course our house was over where the house that the tree lived in. That was kind of way to away, and we could always hear Pearl calling, she'd use her full name, you know, Esther A. DeBella. Tell Wayne keep taping. I guess that's what mothers do. When they mean business.
Here's a story that I'm telling embellishment with. When the Holdens lived out there, I would get over here to get on the bus, and John Art was driving. He kept it in that old red garage, and then he would go out there to pick the kids up out that way. And some of the time I'd be there early enough that I'd get on and ride out to there with him. And he had that little place he pulled in. I think it was where it went on up to your place. It was where he picked up the Holden kids. It went up to your old house. Is that right?
Yeah.
And the Holden kids, they would walk through Kitty Corner from their house over to that point. And this is the story I say I embellish it a little bit. Or I'd get there and honk and get about ready to leave because there wasn't anyone there, and hear one of the kids leave the house. About the time that one would get to the bus, another one would leave.
Oh, do I remember that experience?
Well, you know that too, but I'm not telling too big of a story.
I can remember they chased me down the road for 5 miles and old Hoopy was one of the kids.
Savages probably did that a few times.
That little poem the kid wrote in there, he'd tell stories, and so Janice and Karma wrote that poem. She tried to blame it on to me, but I had nothing to do with it. He'd just tell the stories about the different ones, and then they wrote the poem.
Glenn was a really good bus driver. I remember, we all liked you a lot. You seemed to be able to put up with it.
Oh, some of them, Mrs. Carter got mad at him because
What was it I left?
he left one of her kids. And you went back after Esther, didn't you? From Middleton, back after Esther, I think.
Oh, no, not there from Middleton.
I think you did.
I might have done from down the road a mile or two, but not from clear from Middleton.
Did you say that song?
Now, who drove before you? Was it Jerry George before you?
Jerry George.
And Uncle Art was before Jerry?
Charles Allen was before him.
Oh, Art Eastman was in there after Charles.
Oh, Art Eastman. Maybe Art Eastman was,
Charles?
maybe he's the one I took over from. I'm not right sure who put over before.
No, Jerry George, I think.
Huh?
Jerry George, the one that you took over.
But Art followed Charles, didn't he?
I didn't
Yes,
know that Charles
yes.
was doing the bus. See, that's what
He was the first, I think, the first bus driver they had, wasn't he?
Charles Allen?
Right, yeah.
I believe he was.
I think her dad was the first one. Went on for 1 year.
Did he really?
I think Elton told me that.
I'd forgotten that.
Well, he went to school. I tried my darndest. You know, I tried with everybody down
Talking
there.
about Ross Savage driving the bus.
Well, your mother
Which is
can't.
on the tape, we'll just say your dad.
Well, I tried Elton's when it told me first. So I tried to find out when the bus started. And,
Well, I told you that, but I know when it started.
well, but you didn't tell me in time to put it in the book when it started.
I didn't talk to you sometime, I told you.
I know it. Harold told me first. He called me and told me. But you told me afterwards. So I had two of you tell me afterwards. I never thought. I thought you were too young to know.
Well, I'm pretty wise.
Anyway,
Chuck, we used to play with Carlyle and Geraldine.
Yeah,
we were all over there. Anyway, I kept trying, and I finally asked down to the school board's office if there was any way of knowing. And the gal down that I talked to says, well, I don't know. I would have no idea how to go about and get it. So I called Ronald McCarthy. I said, do you have any idea when the school bus started up to Leeds? He says it'll be down there in such and such book and such blah, 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 you know. I says, okay, will you get the information for me? Well, I'm going into the hospital next Monday, and it was a weekend. When I come out of the hospital, I'll get it. But tell so-and-so, and I can't remember who she was now, where I'm telling you where to find it. And so I called her up and told her what he said. I don't even know what he's talking about. He knows more off the top of his head than I could find in 100 years. So I decided to wait until Ronald came out. He died. So I couldn't get it. I gave up then. I thought, well, all the people I've tried to find it from, then the one I could have done, he died, so I guess one supposed to put it in there.
Well, the reason I know is when we moved to St. George, so Roscoe could go to high school.
And that's what Harold told
And
me.
I was down there when I was 5, and then I went to first grade in St. George. And then I was back up here for the second grade. So I was born in 28, so I'd have been 6 and what, 34? 34, and so it's 34, 35, 36 sometime. Now, well, what did you didn't find out?
I never found it in time to put it in the book. But I did try. I never thought about asking you.
That's the only reason I know.
Well, probably that's how, well, that's what Harold said. He said my mother went down there and lived for Roscoe to go to school down there. So we lived down there. But, isn't it funny? All these things can come out after I found out quite a few things since that I wish I'd known before. But I tried for a long while to find them.
Yeah, you don't know who to ask.
That's right. I kept asking different people.
The first year we were down there, we lived in Andrew MacArthur's, one side of that home he lived in.
You did?
Yeah. And the second year we lived in a little house over on Glen Snow's. Remember where Glen Snow used to live over on the corner?
Yeah.
There was a little house back behind, like a big house.
I remember that.
I remember I walked from there. The reason I remember which was I remember walking from there over to the bottom back room in that old Dixie College building.
That's where you went to school.
I can remember Ross telling me that he walked home several times from down there on the weekend. Walked every step of the way home.
I told my school kids about that, trying to tell them how times have changed, that he went down there to school and wasn't going to come home till Thanksgiving, I think, or something like that, and he got homesick.
That's the way we all did. We went off to school. She got home for Thanksgiving and Christmas, you're lucky.
Hasn't that time changed to a different setup altogether though?
Yeah.
People like the kid from here get down, stay the week. Most of the time, I guess their folks got them. Apparently, Ross's folks, I know they had a Model T Ford, but it probably wasn't running about half the time. I don't know whether, yeah, I believe Evelyn and Vera took that down when they got married. That Model T Ford that your granddad had. I can remember them coming back up the street waving to everybody, you know.
There was another thing that I tried to find stuff on, and that was when the water went in, the pipe line up here. Karma says, ask, and I can't even remember his name now.
Now, we wrote that up for the water company one time. They should have that in the class.
Well, they had a certain portion of it. They didn't have what
They didn't have the dates and stuff.
they didn't have some of what I
I
wanted.
tried to get that together.
And she says, ask so-and-so. Now whether he was an attorney, I think he was an attorney down there. Now, do you remember some of the attorneys down there that had anything to do with the water? Well, I think it was an attorney anyway. And so I called up. His wife answered, and she said, well, he's sleeping right now. And I said, oh, I wouldn't want you to wake him up. I'll call a little later. I called again. I found out he was sick. So I didn't call for, I thought I'd wait until he got better. But he died within a short time, so there, death took what I wanted, that I thought maybe I could get there.
Who was that?
Well, I was trying to think his name. I've got his name up home. Karma told me to call him. She didn't, she did tell me that he had been sick. That she thought he was
That
dead.
be Clayton Nelson?
Oh, I know Clayton. I went to school with him.
With who?
Clayton Nelson.
Oh.
On that getting home from school in '68 and '69, I went to the University of Utah and got my master's degree, and I came home nearly every weekend. I may have just a weekend or two. I drove there to Salt Lake.
You only missed the ones where, like, it was entered the fifth quarter and you were getting up on Wednesday.
Yeah, I was at the Y. I was always looking for a ride home.
In '69?
We got lots of rides back from St. George with these two families represented here tonight.
Oh,
Paying for, that's how our extracurricular things were handled.
I kid. Well, I always said I was the backup bus. I kid
Just
Kevin
drop
all
me
the
off
time
at
about
course.
helping him get his violin lessons.
Who's that?
Kevin.
Oh. Oh.
I brought him home from his violin lessons many and many a night
So when he was working down in Tri-State?
when I was down there, yeah.
I was telling Amy this new little shopping place up there, I think they ought to name it the Forks. That's what it is.
What is it called, Walton Plaza?
Walton Plaza or something.
Then it says we can watch the Waltons again.
Well, that's, I don't like that. You have to go clear up there for your mail. Well, I guess you don't bother you
Oh,
now.
I said to him, I asked him when he was going to move, and he said, well, probably the end of the month, on a Saturday, and he says, when it closes up Saturday, I'll be there for you to get the mail on Monday.
I wonder how the boxes will be, if they'll be the same. I guess they'll be the same numbers.
I don't know.
They
It
better
said-
be.
Said Janet said these were her boxes, and he wasn't going to get them, so I don't know what they're going to do.
Well, what's she gonna do with them?
I wonder. I heard she said that. She didn't tell me.
Yeah, I thought they belonged to the post office.
You know, when Waldiga got
She
his boxes,
claimed
he
them
bought the
anyway.
boxes. He bought the boxes when he did it.
Oh, did they?
I've never asked Hannah or...
I'd like to see those old boxes.
First, we had to call for our mail. Then they had these kinds that had combinations.
A little window.
Yeah, you can see whether you had any mail.
Before you fuss with the combination.
Somebody was saying that probably it'd be so that we can maybe get our mail here just
Oh,
in a different way with
Plastic
boxes
boxes.
lined up and stuff, but like to buy your stamps, send packages and like that, you'd have to go to St. George Post Office.
Gene
Wouldn't that be
Hansen,
handy if that
Gene
happened?
Hansen said that poem, somebody's complaining about it, about the post office moving. And he says, well, if you don't like it, tell them, start pushing for cluster boxes. Well, for people that go to town every day, that's fine. But for a lot of us, it wouldn't be that much fun.
Well, where would they put the cluster boxes?
Different places. Out to Kanab, there's about
So I need to get hers.
6 or 8 boxes. Yeah, if they have post office, you can go to
And then they
2
just deliver them to those.
cluster boxes. It's a lot, well, that's the way a good share of it is down in St. George. Some of it you go house to house. There's quite a lot of it, there's cluster boxes. Down at these condominiums, there's just cluster boxes there.
That makes some pretty good sense.
Well, I wonder how, well, I talked to you about that before, but I wonder how this guy, if he don't even own the boxes, then how can he double the rent on it, and the post office? That ticked me off so bad that I'll never get it.
I have been told, now I don't know if it's the truth or not, I'm just repeating what I've heard, that they are, what do they call it? They are not, I thought Alene was under the postmaster in St. George, and they said he was a,
We are, we're just a branch of St. George.
oh, that's what I've always thought. They said, no, he was, called him something else. He can do as he darn pleases.
No, he
And
can't.
I believe that was Jean said it too.
No, he can't, because I'm called up down there and they're all green. And he can't do as he pleases, and they said that wasn't, acting like that wasn't right.
For him to raise that.
Double the rent.
Well, they said, it was Jean that was telling us about this, and he was always talking about the cluster boxes. He said that Dot's brother lives in Ivans, and he said they got a new post office, and their box rent raised to $12. And he was upset about it. He said, if you don't like it, it was. He said, if you don't like it, you write to the post office and ask for cluster boxes.
Well, why not write to the post office and say we don't need this raise, we want it just the way it was, but why does he need it up to $12? Why isn't 6 good enough or whatever? Why is he needed to take the raise or have the cluster box?
I asked Tana, and she said it's the post office. You pay your rent to the post office. It's the post office that raises it. And I asked him how come he raised it. He said because of the trash, he had to pick up the trash in the trash can. And I said, well, that trash can didn't cost double everybody's box rent. He says, well, I have to go dump it and clean it up. And I said, well, that isn't even legal. And he said, well, that guy that comes around here said it was. And I called him down to St. George, and they acted like it wasn't right. But I never did actually talk to the one that said she was never down there. But they said to get hold of him. Well, I don't know if they did or not, but anyway, it made me darn mad to think that just because he took a whim to, because he had to pick up the people's trash, that he could double the box rent. Made me mad. It wasn't that much money, but it just made me mad. You ought to be able to, he should clean that out anyway. Why does he keep it clean? Do we have to pay him for cleaning the lobby? And I told him I'd never put any stuff in his dump trash can, and I'd never put any stuff on the floor. I always took it home and threw it away when I got home.
That's the way I've done. We fill our garbage barrel with
The trash.
trash
Yeah,
mail.
I always look through it after I get home. And
Hey, have you ever found any that was, you thought was trash?
yeah, I found a
That wasn't-
chicken one once, and I
So
thought it was
what?
just trash.
I told Fran I wouldn't dare to throw the trash mail away down in that box. They're making the mail so you don't know what's trash and what's not. So you look at it, I guess,
I know we've got some things that they make it, they look just like your Social Security check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it isn't. I don't remember now what it is. There's some kind of trying to suck you in on something.
I used to could tell the check I get from Tri-State all the time, but I can't anymore.
I wish that you would give us kind of a history of your
History of what?
Tell us something about your family.
It's good time, but
Like?
I don't know. I just, as I grew up, I don't. When did your dad die? Was that
69.
Is that right? Okay. I just remember them being quiet. I just remember them being quiet. I used to like to go visit with them when I was older, you know, she was by herself, she was really good to me.
She was fun to go talk to. I used to be a visiting teacher there with 2 or 3 different people, and I always liked to go talk to her.
She liked to visit.
She talked about things that you never heard otherwise, that other people, well, what should I say? I don't really know what to say, but she talked about things that I always felt like I'd learned something about the place around here after I talked to her. I remember this though. Carmen and I went there once. It was when Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid was playing down here. She says, "Oh, Marguerite, are you going down to see the show tonight?" Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And she didn't say yes or no, but she said, "You know, my mother always told me that Butch wasn't a very nice guy." I've never forgotten that, because the way she said it, he wasn't a very nice guy.
Yeah, I told you that story on that first day.
But your dad was a brother to Dave?
Well, my dad was the youngest one in that family. There was 14 kids in his family, and he was the youngest one. He was born in 1889. About the land out there, the farm, him and Dave worked that farm with their dad. And
that was William.
That was William. And William died in 1930. Yeah, 30s. He died.
The two of them. Were there boys?
Well, there was 2 others, Tom and Will, but they were older. Gone. Will died. Will died the same year as Dad did, in 1950. And Uncle Tom died in 35, 36. Pardon?
He died after I came.
Well, William's the one that built that house down there, isn't it?
But he lived in it. He didn't build it. That was Conley, according to Wilma Conley.
But I was told.
Oh, well, okay. I see.
Now some of the family there came and told me that story. Temple? I told you what I talked about the comedy at that house. And you know the comedy field. It's all over this stuff. Now that, it's funny, but it was just by accident that I got that kind of stuff. Because I had been asking different people things and I couldn't seem to find a lot of it. They were told me that's the story about and
One of her sons died. One of her sons died in Texas. In the obituary now. That's what you're talking about?
No, I was just telling Jim's the one that brought me this stuff.
Jim who?
Temple.
He was only 51.
And he was
Thomas
in the-
Temple.
Yeah, Congress.
And in that story, he was, he reached the highest military post that they can have. I was surprised to read that. They're the highest military
Office, position,
yeah.
whatever you call it. Well, wasn't it the Campbells? It was something to do with discovering the silver in the
Yeah.
But Ray is the one that got me on the campus. That's what it was. I called Basil about it because he said it's deed to the house. He says it's not. You're not spelling it right. I was spelling it right. I'm getting it right.
So is that a Conley or a Campbell?
Conley.
Conley.
And that's what got me in the relation to the campus. So I called Mabel, and she had Jim. She said, Jim's got a history on that. That's how I got it. I couldn't take it. That's how.
Mabel worked for us until we get down with the story.
Now, Mabel too.
Well, it was Temple, but
It was Mabel West, and she worked.
Oh, okay.
she had 2 or 3 husbands that died.
She married Temple
I can't pronounce the name she is now.
Volkswagen.
By the way, you're talking about somebody that had 2 good husbands. We ran into Dwayne Eager down the market the other day.
You did?
And he's
Straight from Florida.
from Philippines, and he married this little gal. She looks like she's about 18. Maybe she's 30, I don't know, but she looks like she's about 18. How old she look like?
They're young.
She's been married here for about 2 years, and they couldn't get the passport back here or something. And
They couldn't get it. They couldn't get out, I heard.
and he's been here about 4 months. He's living over with Michael in Santa Clara. And how?
But she's here now.
Yeah. Yeah, she was with him, and my word, she looked a little young girl. And I can imagine her marrying anybody that old. I was wondering if sisters marrying him to get over here.
I think a lot of them did that.
Yeah, they did. She apparently joined the church after a year. He baptized her. But is that his second wife or third? Or fourth? That's what I was thinking. Carlyle thought that was just his second, but for some reason I thought he'd had a couple others, or 1 or 2 others besides his first.
Okay, speak up, Susan.
Oh, well, I just think you're different people now. I was going to say, who were out of 14 children, who were some of the girls?
Well, none of them stayed around here. You probably wouldn't know them. And of those 14, 3 or 4 died quite young. Well, no, not really young. One of them, I guess, was 20 or so. But the girls that grew to maturity was Libby, and she lived here. She came and lived here. And Ruth, they were here kind of together. And then there was Eleanor that they were talking about. And Ida married John Tellis out to Newcastle.
they've got quite a few.
Tell us or tell us?
Whichever way you want to say it. And so that's probably before.
Isabel Jolly did.
Yeah, well, Isabel, yeah. Isabel Jolly.
Oh.
Isabel Jolly, AmyLu.
Oh, I'm sure somebody must have told me she was a sister.
So that was 5 of the girls, and then there was the 4 boys. Will was the oldest, and then Tom, and Dave. And Will was born out to Glendale, right out there in the United Order. And then he was later called to go back again, and he didn't go. He didn't go the second call. And my dad made the statement that he heard his dad say that I came out of that United Order a damn sight poorer a man than I was when I went into it.
There's a heck of a lot of them. Now that's what pretty neat to say about a lot of the stuff. He said he went to Harrisburg. He was a rich man. He left Harrisburg and nothing. He's the one that sold water to Silver Reef. They went down and told it rassed the snow, and then they told Brigham Young. Brigham Young said, I don't blame you.
Did your grandpa, now the people who moved into Leeds moved up from Harrisburg, but how did they acquire the land? Did they do a homesteading type of thing?
Well, I don't know how they took up land in those days.
They do lots of that.
Then,
A lot like they did in Salt Lake, they got it.
Well, who did it belong to before that? Did it belong to the government? Did
well,
they have to
I think that someone had homesteaded, which I think was a pretty easy thing to do in those days. And then these lots would be taken out. And
Well, what they said that the Rasta Snow told them any of them that wanted to move up here would relinquish their land and bring the water with them. But they couldn't have that land anymore. Now, some of them said that these rock walls were built by the Chinese, say in Silver Reef. When they put Silver Reef. But these rock walls were built a long while before the Chinese were ever here. They had to fence the ground. Now this is where Pretty Leeds was upset. He said that he was sick, he was a doctor, he didn't take care of other people, and he got sick. He couldn't get his land fenced, and he asked for them to give him more time. And this is where your granddad's supposed to come in. Learned it's done. So he lost his ground. He sold his water to Silver Reef.
Well, just looking up there, Geraldine, you should have a bunch of salt and pepper shakers up there.
I got some over there, a few. I got some. Haven't got as many as Wilma.
Took 2 of our granddaughters about 3 hours to dust her the other day.
You think that
Yeah, it'd be a big job.
when it was first homesteaded, or when people came up here and sectioned off the land, that's when these rock walls were built?
Sure. They had to clear the land. They had to clear the rocks off the land. And
No, I did one in that Ruby talked about clearing logs out. And I said to Dad, what this land used to look like, just like everything else.
well, I think I was telling you tonight where I read a story about they had to harvest the rocks every summer before they could plant crops. Now I didn't read it about this, but I read the story where it said that, and I thought about here before we go up there on the place where was a nice income tax this year, or regular nice tax first part of the year. Every time we ever go up there, there's an Indian rocks. Very close.
Susan, what happened to your mom? How come she didn't come?
She's filling out some papers. She's this is Jessica. She was to fill out, so she's just bringing papers around. She said, I didn't know if we could find someone to come tonight. Pat goes down with Bert and Aunt Nancy and someone. But she said, no. I did tell me that the schedule's good. She's concerned about getting
Mary Ann's gone back.
No, oh, I'm sorry. No, Mary Ann's down with Carol. I tried to get hold of Mary Ann.
Wonder what happened to Joann?
I could get hold of Joann today, and she said she'd be in tonight. She said if I have something else scheduled, I'll let it go because I've got to miss out.
There are cars down there. Let's go call
I
it.
tried calling her again.
Malay. Am I saying the right one? I called me the other day. She wanted to see my books. She was reading another. Wanted to have one to read. And I told her what she was doing. And I said, would you like to go up and mingle with us for next Tuesday? And she said, oh, I won't be here. And I said, well, have you got stories you'd like to tell? She said, my main memories of Leeds. The parties we used to have, the camping we used to go on, and she didn't mention 4-H and MIA ball. And then how we used to have parties in the church house and slide the things all back. That
reminds me of a Millet memory I have at the church house. Remember how you are tonight used to come and give us shots.
Oh, yeah.
I just remember waiting for my shot in the church, I was waiting for Neil's station. He was not going to get a shot yet. His mom made up, and he must have been quite a tall, gangly kid even then when we were kids. But I remember him, them hauling him in, and he was spreading like this. He was not going to go in. He was hollering.
And another thing she mentioned, friendly is the families took turns doing the church.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cleaning the church house. That was special.
And my maid class did that one for 1 month. Anyway, I hadn't thought of that, but she said I remember going down there and helping with the church house.
Remember when the girls used to wear those big full skirts and you could only get about 3 of them on a day?
I've got some
Come
pictures.
rustling in.
I've got some pictures, something like that. You know, Juanita Dudley used to come to the class all the time. She was a member of the church. Came all the time. Did everything the rest of them did except pay her tithing, and they let her earn her my Troy awards by giving donations to her church. The state had to prove that.
Who was that?
Juanita Dudley. I remember Frank Cullen, Daddy,
Yeah.
her daughter,
Oh.
Juanita and who was the
Joyce.
Well, one of them died.
Well, I saw Juanita not too long back.
I think it must have been Joyce. Seems like I read it.
Well, Juanita's living with her mother the last time. They were up here to I run into Betty too. She comes that time up here, Juanita was with me.
How is Daddy doing? She's getting along here.
That's the next place.
She's not that old, is she?
Oh,
She's quite a bit younger than Franklin.
she could be quite a bit younger than him and still be quite old.
Well, now you mentioned talking about your family and your brothers and sisters.
I'm talking to me about my sister. I've told you.
Oh, no, I mean your aunts. No, they're not your sisters. Doesn't anybody have some family jolly stories?
Well, we got all mine on that first tape.
I don't know what you talk about.
Did you tell him what he used to say about Rose? Rose and Frank.
There's a bad self-associated dog. I'm not going to tell them that.
Looks like you'd have to tell us that.
I wish I remembered better when Autumn lived here. We used to go and
Well, now,
I
maybe
can't
you
remember.
better tell something.
I can't remember.
I know when they used to try to get me to go to church, he said the thing would fall on me.
That's it.
That's about done.
Well, Joann will be right up. Saw Eldon go down the street all dressed up, and she was waiting for him to come back, and then she couldn't come up and he could. I told her Eldon never was coming, and I didn't. Was he?
Aunt Julie. I'm thinking of people that I remember, I don't know. Aunt Julie Bradshaw.
Aunt Judy Bradshaw was Frank Hartley's sister, wasn't she? Frank Hartley's sister. And she was my old girlfriend's grandma, Darlene Baggs.
Yeah.
And she was DeLoss Bradshaw's mother. And DeLoss was a crazy guy. He got drunk one time, and his mother was coming to do something at that old log cabin inn. He had a gun, as I remember, speaking out from home. He hit her with that. Held her down, broke her teeth, and laid her up. And then he was killed in war.
In the Battle of the Bulge, they called it.
Well, I thought it didn't have a son named DeLoss, or was that her brother?
Yeah, that's who I was talking about.
I thought he said it's her brother.
If I did, I would have son named DeLoss.
He's buried over here.
I believe he is. But she lived in that home with her own mother.
Now, what was there before those homes were built? Because the folks' home was a detached home.
Well, that other home had been there for years. Ann and Jolly used to live there.
And the Aunt Julie home.
I think he sold it. I think Ammon sold it to Drew.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm quite sure Ammon sold that whole lot to the house there for Drew. And then the folks bought the upper part of the lot.
And who were the people who used to live there for Bill Hall built his house and the old house that was there? Who used to live there?
Eastman's lived there part of the time.
The Eastman lived there for a while.
And
What'd you say, Lona?
Killian.
Williams.
Well, wasn't it some relation of that? Some Jollies lived there, didn't they?
It was up above where the Jollies lived. The house up right by the road.
It's got all the wood stuff in it. Ann and Jolly's dad lived there.
Now that's an old home.
That is one that was,
And what's the origin of that one? You probably told that in the presentation. I remember Ruth Porter living in that place.
Hey, man.
That was Wilkinson.
down there.
Well,
Yeah, he's quite a
there's
great.
Wilkinson that built the Angel Home.
Hi.
It's probably the same person.
It's a different Wilkinson.
It's fine.
You both look great. Everyone looks
No, it
fine.
wasn't
You
so
need
fine.
good glasses.
But John Wilkinson, I think, his nephew.
We don't.
That's what I remember.
She lived on the right side and I lived on the left, and we had to bump against each other. We get along fairly good.
Okay, who used to live over in the Colony Field? How did that, was that,
Well, Max
was
lived
that
over there
started?
for some time for a while. Did he?
I
I know he did.
You know what we did? I'll turn this off in a minute. The reason I brought this stuff, we don't have to use it, I was thinking about getting people started last time Geraldine said, we'll talk about homes and who lived in different places. I took the Utah Writing Project class, and one of their ideas of what I've tried at school, and it's been so fun to get kids going on my goals, was they called mapping the neighborhood. And I thought, you know, if we want to do that, what they did was they had, you have the kids draw a map of the neighborhood where they lived the longest or when they liked, so fresh and what feelings. They put in all the places that they could remember. And then you take different colors and you make an X, like blue might be animal stories you remember. You just go mentally, you know, follow around on this map and make an X. Every place you can remember something, you have to, you know, have your animals. And then you make an X if there's something scary that happened, or things, or pranks, or whatever, you know, special times with friends, whatever. I can't remember the different things they had, and then, you know, and then from there, you know, you can work a whole year on that with creative writing assignments and say, well, now today let's pick out something, pick out one of your purple X's, you know.
You mentioned the Bell Hall house. Bowman's in there.
Oh,
A long time.
Here, which house?
The Bell Hall was
Oh, yes, that one.
Well, I didn't mean that one, I guess. I meant the one down below where he built his new one, the one that burnt down.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Carl
yes,
Caldwell built that. Well,
no.
Carl Caldwell built on this.
The one she's talking about that burned down was the old mill that
Jolly.
Jolly Golf.
Yeah, Jolly, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh,
That's right.
That's the one that Bill Hall and the loft houses lived there and fixed it up.
Now, when we used to walk to school past there, wasn't there, out by that house, wasn't there the remnants of another building, a little
That's
store
out
or
on-
something that had been there? Just right by Elmer John's house.
Her husband had a garage. You know, there used to be a little gas pump or something.
Seems like I remember.
Further than the inn.
Yeah, up where Mildred lived.
you know, there was, I think the house was burned down and it was rebuilt. And the Isons was living in burnt down, but
Oh, that,
Leonard Carter.
yeah, it was Leonard Carter's house that the Isons were living in or something.
But it was the Carter house that burned down.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
it
but
was
so
rebuilt.
did
Falls.
Yes,
But is that what you meant? What was
Yeah,
it?
well, yes, but I was thinking, I just remember walking past there and, you know, I just remember something about a little piece of concrete, an old building or something that or the gas pump.
Well, now there was a garage there by.
Or Jolly was
Yeah.
a mechanic.
Yeah.
He had a little garage. He probably saw the animals.
Okay, and then before anything was built across the street, before Fred Freezes or any of those homes down
There was Andy
there.
John Carter.
Before Carter's, okay, I'd forgotten that. Okay, I'd forgotten. And then between there and your farm, whose was that land down
Sterling's, Tom's Sterling. Claire.
Claire Sterling used to have it running along.
there? Was it Orchards?
Really, it was like a state of
Wasn't
pears and apples,
There,
peaches.
orchards very close to where they used to plant peaches, you know, we call it peach. Weren't there orchards close about here?
Yeah.
Well, there was a big country jump out to the orchard.
Well, but didn't Sterling's have some down that
Oh,
side?
yeah, the cherry orchard. There was a cherry
They had
orchard.
orchards, I can remember so well. By the way, Bert Sullivan used to say he liked to whistle cherries for him.
Yeah, right. You had that in the book.
You knew that he knew that when he was cherries when they were whistling.
Okay, but
Now
now,
that's another thing that Janice mentioned is about the well, everybody had one in front of the place, and she said we used to have one out by our place.
I remember, oh, those hours were long. I remember sitting in our peach stand out by the road and watching the heat waves. I'm waiting to see if the car would come down the road and thinking about Nathan's living out beyond us. One time, Esther and I walked home from school, I guess, she'd come over and play sometime, and I said, Esther, if you'll sit out in the fruit stand with me, I'll give you half the money. And I don't know how my folks got on to the idea that that's what I was doing. And I said, well, I made a deal. What's your deal? Well, she gets half the money. Well, I don't think so. Oh, shoot.
Where did, I can't remember where Hayden's lived out there now.
And they lived out at that old house where Mike,
What town?
Holden, not the whole, but I was Holden.
There were, as you walk around in the sagebrush out there, as we walk around, there were old grapevines still growing up. So, what does that mean? Somebody
Maybe
planted.
somebody had a,
Do you think in the wine days that the wine
and those old roots are so strong. We have my grandfather's trees.
Yeah, I was asking about Conley Field. I remember that my memories. I want your memories.
well, I
just
don't
remember
want
picking fruit at the church
farm.
farms.
I
I don't remember any other places.
Where was
It was
Max's?
Conley, with a John Conley who owned all of that.
It was a farming area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny.
They had, different people had fields there.
Where the Lewises lived, that was Uncle Willard's cherry orchard. All the way from the hill all the way down here. I got stuck in there. I was over there picking early in the morning because I had a fruit stand out here. And it was so early it wasn't really light. It was cool. And I put my bucket, because I was holding my bucket with my left hand and I reached somehow in and put my hand right in a squirrel that was chained to the tree. Well, it went flat and it started to somewhat. And worse than that, it hurt awful. And for years I probably could sort out where the scars. It was curved, and I couldn't loosen it with my left hand. I was getting awfully frustrated, awfully intense. And no one bothered to look until somewhere around 1 o'clock. By that time, I had to go to the bathroom.
Holler?
Holler, who was there to hear? You know what they say, if a tree falls in the forest, no one's there to hear it, there isn't any sound. Oh, I was hoarse for that.
You're very much by yourself.
Yes, over there. That's what I remember about them. Good cherries. Really big, fat, pink cherries.
I started to say I'm dangerous because I can't, I'm trying to think of some of the things we talked about last fall, but built some peach sheds and things, and this fellow came, I started to say when I was over in Hurricane, one utility yesterday, when I told the story, and someone in the group said, I'd tell you who that was, because he did the same thing over here. But anyway, one year, I don't know how long that went on, he came and you know, they loaded up peaches and they did a rip-off. And then I'd heard that after that, people pulled up their records and lost so much money on everything. And does that sound like?
E.O. was the one that shipped peaches out of here for years.
Who's that?
E.O. Muir.
That's right.
E.O. Muir. They would pick peaches here green, and they're quite green, and then they made different things. They'd take them to Cedar and load them on cars, train cars, on the train, and they'd ice them, put ice, and send them back to the Midwest. And he did that for years, and during the war years, they made pretty good money off it. And then after the war, that's where they weren't making anything on it. And then they formed an association, Fruit Growers Association. And remember, one year they quit selling to Muir and sold them to a fellow by the name of Seal, Glenn Seal. How come I can remember that name? He took the peaches one year, and that's when they didn't gain money at all.
The rascal just absconded with the peaches.
Well, he may not have gotten anything out of them either. It was a change in time. And from then, the export of peaches from this area just kind of quit. Went into just a few you could sell around local.
Well, people used to go out our way.
Peddlers.
I don't see how those could have been any good anyway. They're shipping, they're green. If they had just a little spot of color on them or something, they weren't, I'm sure it could ever been any good.
The peddlers, I guess they've been going for forever. And started the old timers, and all the time they were shipping them out to the Midwest. They were
Larry
still
and I went out peddling, and we went up around Cambridge. And we were supposed to be, you know, do this and get this and call the people out. And Larry wouldn't. Oh, it was his dad's. That was Uncle Lawrence's truck, the old truck.
the old Black International.
That's right. And so I do the knocking on the doors, and he still would get up. And then I do the selling, but they had to live as a lyric. Well, he didn't like that. That was the only trick he had. He sold everything. But, oh, was he not liking that at all? And embarrassed him. He hated that.
My dad used to train slaves. That's where he got up to. That's where some of them got papers. Of course, they'd bring the crews out, root seed, come up later, they was in the States.
I wonder how when they peddle with wagons, did they just load up the wagon? Did they load them with straw?
Oh, did they take the fresh fruit?
I've heard Mother say that grandfather did once, and the fruit was bad and came back and never going to do that.
Well,
Never did.
my grandmother, my great grandmother, tells me her history how she dried.
That's right. And after that, the family and Mother said that she was having to, I guess she was little, and grandfather had all of his kids out there spreading one of the cut peaches and spreading them open the pit side, the first pit. Mother had
done it before. I guess this was her fourth year. So she wouldn't do it. I think she sort of raised Cain and students too. And grandfather demanded to know why she wasn't working. And he said, "No, you know, there's your new shoes and dress up in those trees, and we get them down here and spread them in God." And that's it. She mother tapped her foot and said, "I won't do it." Told me last year there was a pair of tan zippers up there, and there wasn't, and I never got the tan zippers, and I'm not doing it this year either. Didn't get her tan zippers.
My mother tells a story just similar to that about being told that there was money and clothes on those trees.
What happens when two sisters marry two brothers? They have the same amount of mindset.
Okay, did your dad, is that how he made a living, was with food? Is that his name?
He had horses and he worked driving a grader on the road with his team, grading the road. There's some road work going on out at some place around Anderson Drive. He had a job there and he'd ride his horse out.
Because they went in the fruit business, not so much.
We raised fruit on that. Sold it locally.
You know, we had great farms for a long time. And they made wine, and they went from there.
Talking about the fruit stands, I don't remember, just that big blue umbrella.
Was that yours?
Oh, absolutely.
You had a little nice fruit stand.
Later, yes. See, I loved it. I thought that was so fun.
But you had shade, lots of didn't.
That's what made it so easy and good, and it was a good fruit stand because of that. We had all that shade, and then my father built, made a great big sign, and that was really good. It stopped people now just coming this way, and another one over here. Oh, they were close together. And then there were the trees that were on the sidewalk, big old cottonwoods. And I would spread it down, and people would stop, often enjoyed stopping in the shade. And then mother started serving us. And really fresh, fresh trees. And that went on, and then the next year, we got an ice cream.
Do you still have your ice cream?
And Geraldine, I remember just going to the house one day and a car was stopped, and I would come blazing out of the house and jump the fence, and I was in front of them. And that was just a delight. That was so much fun. Geraldine came. I remember Uncle Willard, and I remember Mother shaking their head at me because Uncle Willard and I had a deal whereby we had peaches. Of course, he had peaches, so he got in on it. Not get such a good deal, but the cherries, and he had cherries and apricots and apples and grapes. And we split it 50-50. And so the money that I earned, it was good. so proud of him. Finally, Dad said, she's making more money on the fruit stand than we are shipping peaches. And then the Fullers, Reed and what's his wife's name? Helen started. And they got even bigger signs. And they stopped along. And they found out that they were making more money. So actually, it looked like competition because Blue Umbrella was here and theirs was, just half a block from across the street. And someone said, well, competition, and then my dad said, actually, no. And both stands on that one, these people start going into it. And pretty soon they were little stands. Those were the two people.
When and what time in relation to this did marriage start happening? We had quite a
It was after, we did that after. It was after we went to town.
After we could snap like that, they would quit, walk off or whatever. And we went over to Bernie's, brother was saying, oh, I remember Ross, and then he was telling me about how they were packing pieces or picking, I guess, breaking buckets and all that. Somebody ran into a rattlesnake and told a story about, he said, oh, hey, is that true? He was swearing that it was true. But Dad had put his tail on this rattlesnake's head and then take it by the tail and jerked it and popped its head off, and then he crawled it up in the bottom of the bucket and put the pieces on top of it and sent it over the hill and floor and packed the pieces. How she hollered.
I don't got a tie on.
With a coffee angle.
He was a real fixture in the town.
Who's that?
Viv Merrington.
Oh.
You remember?
I remember, yeah.
How he was always dressed up. And he didn't hardly look like he fit here in Leeds.
Now, what all can you remember about him? I have never heard anything. He belonged on the left bank of Paris. How did he come to Leeds?
Well, he came with
Etta.
Etta Merrington. Etta.
Well, he came with her.
Oh, they were married. They were husband and wife.
She went away somewhere else. then?
She taught school out in Nevada someplace. They met out there.
And his family was into opera. His sisters or his mother, and they inherited the parrot. Do you remember the parrot?
Yes, yeah, I
The
remember
parrot,
that.
and it would say, I was mean, let me tell you, that it almost got me a couple of times. But remember how it would say,
I don't remember. I just wasn't around that much. I knew that.
hello, man. And he'd walk away. Come back. But it would be beautiful vibrato, like a soprano. And someone in his family practiced it with a scale. Beautiful voice. Go all the way up about 3 octaves, come all the way back down.
Okay, what did his manager do here?
He just ran the fruit stand and lived. That was country gentleman.
That's right.
Lived. He claimed to have been a boxer. But he used to box. And
Never heard that one yet.
Well, did he live here till he died?
yes, he died.
I never did.
He had a little drinking problem, and I think that's probably what killed him in the end.
Did he have children?
No. Someone in that family, what's the connection between Mildred Jolly Dalton and Mary?
Mildred Dalton was an orphan, and she was taken in by Uncle Ira and Aunt Helen Lady,
Okay.
and raised by them.
Oh, okay, I never knew that.
I never did know how she come to be with them.
I don't know how, but I knew I'd heard all the time say adopted.
I thought it was something to do with Ella and Bill, so I was a generation up to 4. Was that okay? Well, okay, I learned something. I didn't know everything when this started.
Okay. But whose child she was. In fact, Ivan and his wife, Ivan Jolly, and his wife came here about 92, and were asked us what I knew, what I could remember. I could tell about a year sooner than able to talk to mother. But what I could remember of whose child she was, I never heard it ever mentioned in my lifetime by any, and I was pretty sneaky kid, about whose child she was.
And they didn't ever know?
I don't know if
Their mother did.
Geraldine, but mother didn't ever know. Well, she never, I don't think she ever knew. She was,
Nothing ever came up to you, to the dogs that didn't.
that's right. It's a good way of putting it.
Joann, how did your dad get
That's an interesting story, I think. My father was on his way from Los Angeles to Salt Lake City. My father was, Jerry George was on his way from L.A. to Salt Lake City, and his car broke down out of town, and Uncle Lawrence was on a horse, and he stopped by and gave Dad a ride into town on the back of his horse. But I've never figured out, and I don't know why I didn't remember to ask, which end it was. But they got a team and pulled the horse back up to, I guess it was the log cabin inn, is what I thought. And Uncle
You mean pulled the car back up?
pulled the car back. And they got on the phone, and Dad took it, figured out what it was, and they ordered a part, but they didn't have it in Salt Lake City. It had to come like from Omaha on a train or something. So he was here, I think, living in the cabins up there, and Uncle Lawrence and Daddy would pal around. And there was a dance, and Mother had been working, I think, Mother had been working in Washington State, Edmonds, I think, near Seattle. And she was home. She had, they sent her home because there was something, well, she had appendicitis. I don't know why they didn't just put her in the hospital and operate, but she was kind of hanging around. And there was a dance that night. I'm presuming it was in the old chapel where we used to dance. And Uncle Lawrence said, well, why don't you come down and come to the dance, Jerry? Don't you like to dance? My father allowed us to how we did. And so grandmother said to mother, not knowing anything else, just why don't you go up and just sit around. You don't have to dance, Ethel. Just enjoy the crowd and music. So mother did. And immediately upon entering, my father nudged Uncle Lawrence and said, who's that girl? Uncle Lawrence says, that's my sister. My father said, introduce those please. And with that, she waltzed her right out. And when she went to Salt Lake to have her appendix removed, my father after that went to Salt Lake, took care of his business, and then drove back to LA. And when mother went to Salt Lake, which was about 2 weeks later, to have her appendix removed, my father was there with flowers and whatever when she came out of surgery. And they were married on the 7th of August, 1925.
Your dad was in your dad introduced your mom to Leeds. She and that Judy caught a ride down and had a ride down with him. And Mom said when they got to town there was a dance going on and they drove down and pulled up in front of the place and she said, I just remember exactly how that night being felt. Where we were at, I stopped out in front of her and she said, I just thought, this feels like
My father and mother were good friends. There was a special link. In fact, they ran Leeds, what was it called, the rescue and lunch
She would bring
feeding mission together.
He would fix the cars and she'd fix the sandwiches.
That's right.
And it took golden hair. And your dad used to ask Anna to sit. Well, I don't know how it got going. I don't know if we started out sitting right behind John with us. But, and I don't know. We always felt like maybe we saved that seat for us or something. So we'd sit there and there was that bar, across there. And we'd lean up on the bar and he'd give us requests what he wanted us to sing. We had 2 or 3 songs. We were practicing, trying to harmonize together. We would sing soprano like Mom was working on to teach us to sing alto. One of the songs was True Love. I give to you and you give to me. He was very dear. I wrote down here Pine Valley Mountain trips. People used to take trips up on the mountain. Did you guys do that? Do you have memories of?
Oh, I do every year. When the girls were just, we would just go up and it was, not Ruth. So I met, she was there one time, but it was,
we have pictures of Jane.
what's the other one?
Did you have to do that?
Ruby was, she was so merry, such a merry, gay, happy, outgoing, and, we would just go up. I didn't know what a sleeping bag was, but we spread a tarp and we had a tent. And there was Barbara and the twins and Catherine and Hazel, Jolly. And one time I think we had one of the Bushmen, when the Bushmen lived here in the tithing office. One of the Bushmen girls, Catherine. And Well, the pictures we had looked like quite a bunch.
It was a big crowd. And fun.
So they just spent several days up there?
Yeah. And everyone, I remember Barbara and I were a team. We were cooking team. And everyone had to take their turn cleaning up, you know, there was a cleanup crew that day, and there was a cooking crew that day.
You cooked for everybody?
And cooked for everybody. And I just remember what a joy it was. Everyone wanted to be barbecue and Ruby. And what a fun. She just made everything fun.
Well, where was this you went to?
Up on the mountain.
On Pine Valley Mountain?
I was.
How did you get there?
Well, I think one time we went up, and I don't, maybe it would have been Kenna, we went up, and I only have this memory once of going up to New Harmony on an old, rickety road, just a single track road. That was, I remember Barbara and
Grand can't have one
had our
around.
feet over the back
I've
of the
got
tailgate, first
some
rattlesnake I
sherbet
ever saw in
pie
my
too,
life,
so.
and it was right between my feet, right there. Black. It was black, but you could see the diamond patterns, the beauty.
But anyway, you went in a car. You drove.
Went in the truck.
Yeah.
There were the boys, as I recall, always
How
went
far did you
horseback
drive up on a truck?
in an old truck up to, well, we went up from Harmony.
Was the kids' cabin up there?
I don't remember a cabin. I just remember like a meadow. And pine trees and meadow. And then I think we went up one time later to Oak Grove. Up to Oak Grove and stayed there. But it would get hot. And we had wading pools, I remember that. And this time it was a July trip always, and it would get mighty hot up there at Oak Grove. But up when we took I think there were two trucks, so we took that out of New Harmony. And I know there's a place called Pinto up there, but I don't remember that was the place. It was a really wild place.
We up on the other side of
Kind of straight.
Pine Valley, group that like the 4A, the girls dance and like that, but we always went on the other side.
Up from Pine Valley Town.
Yeah.
That was, yeah.
I think what Susan was talking about to start with was like those pictures that you were showing to the old timers. What was that centennial thing we had a year ago? And your grandpa was there, and there was pictures of Lawrence and Evan and Carl McMullin. I remember being up on top of Pine Valley Mountain. And,
probably up for Eldon.
We used to talk about how they take
Yeah.
horses and
right. And I did that one time when I was a young fellow. We was talking this out, Larry and a bunch of others. But anyway, it ended up that Garth Jolly and I were the only ones that ended up going. And we had put the pack on one of our old work horses, and we had our riding horses. And Garth and I took off to the top of Pine Valley Mountain. And in those days, you rode out to Anderson's Ranch, and then you went up Sandy to the foot of the mountain, and then you climbed the mountain. And I remember we had stopped to rest right after we crossed Sandy. There's a beautiful place there. I can see it now. And we'd stopped to rest there. And Stanley and Oral came along taking the horses. They had the town horses that they were taking up on the mountain.
Just
So,
a grace.
Yeah, and they took them up. So we helped them go on up the mountain with those.
They did that every year.
Yeah. and then we stayed there, I don't know, 3 or 4 nights, but rain. I never was in such rainstorms as would come up on that, and it seemed like every night, and the thunder and the lightning, that lightning had hit right there in the valley, and the thunder, boy, you don't know what thunder is until you've been in it up there.
One time I remember when
I got in a place where
Grant
it's
Ruby,
close.
we
Right on Cedar
were told to
Mountain.
dig a ditch around the perimeter of the tent,
Yeah.
and it overflowed.
Huh?
And we didn't do it. I thought it got so deep.
That's right, it hit the end of our house up there.
Overflowed, we all
Yeah.
got wet and soaked in rain. I never saw so much rain in my life.
I'll bet it didn't do anything.
Well, it done more damage than it looked like after, but a hard rain come after this real loud pop. And the telephone that was in our bedroom started to smoke. And it was really sending up smoke. I took the telephone, I don't remember, took it outside. And
You said we're hit.
I said, we've been hit.
But the
Oh, you
rain
could tell it,
hard
you could
right
smell it so strong, but we couldn't find it. And neither one of us dared go back to sleep again, but it come a hard rain following us, a real hard rain. So finally,
Well,
we
called-
didn't see anything wrong up there much. Little bound spot where it hit and burned a little, and the guy come up to repair the telephone, and they took a board off or something there to get into it. He said his boy, he said, that was quite a little fire at one time. He said, if that hadn't had the hard rain come through that ventilating screen, that's what put it out.
That was in your present home.
You said at home, yeah.
It was the same night that Walter got.
Well, Waldigger's house down here was hit the same night.
Was there another?
Yeah.
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 The house, that brick house over there, the new brick house there. And the light bulbs popped, every one of them popped. Everybody was, the kids had just got little radios, or cheap little radios, for Christmas, blew those out. I remember what year it was 78. And the side of the house where the read the meters and do all of that all had to be replaced. They were cooked.
But anyway, Susan, that ended. I got too busy, got married soon after that, and got too busy, and that ended my activities of going on the mountain until I had a son-in-law come along, Ron Whitmer, that was excited about that stuff. And we went on quite a few trips on the mountain, and the most memorable and interesting one was we went up, took our horses up to New Harmony, and had his folks take our horse trailer over to Pine Valley. And then we come up on the mountain there at Harmony.
Did you use that old road?
Well, we went up to Comanche Spring, and I suppose there was an old road at one time going up there. But we went up into the mountain and went into this, I think it's Anderson Valley, where the Prince cabin is. And on the way going up, we got rained on. And I have never been so cold in my life. Well, I have been that cold, but I was terribly cold. And we got into this cabin and built a fire and got warmed up. And you have to ask about that Prince cabin. And it's there. It's right out there in the middle of Pine Valley Mountain. And like I said, I think it's Anderson Valley. It's the name of the valley. And it's not a very big valley, but that little rustic cabin is there, and everything that's in it would have had to been packed in on horses. That's the only way you're ever going to get to that area. And so anyway, we get all ready, and Ron's a great cook. He likes to cook in the outdoors, and we got ready to have our supper.
he was rummaging around the pack, getting our meal ready, and he just kept rummaging, and he just kept digging, and just kept rummaging, and all of a sudden he says, I'm afraid I left those steaks at home. I didn't bring those steaks. And there was Geraldine and Carol down here laughing because they had these delicious little steaks he had bought to feed us while we were on the mountain. And we were up there and he didn't have them. So for this 3-day trip we were on, we had to live on what few eggs and bacon we had. Breakfast food was all we had to eat. Because he'd forgotten these steaks. And he bought them special, and they were high-priced ones. And anyway, they really got a good joke on it. But anyway, we went on, and we camped there one night. The next night we stayed over at Further Water. You've probably been up there, just up from Oak Grove. We stayed there the next night. And then the next day we went on out around the end of the mountain, clear out where we looked down to St. George, down to Blake and Goupler, and back around into Pine Valley. And on the way on that part of our trek, I'm out in front leading my horse, and he's kind of a spooky little thing, still is. And Ron was leading his horse and the pack horse back behind. And we're going down this steep, rocky trail, and we're walking. Cutting off the horses, and we're walking. And all of a sudden, there's this terrible scream, human scream, comes from back behind, and this little horse, my spooky little horse, he just went like that right past me, hung onto his rein, and just naturally hung onto it, and he hit the end of the rein, turned around, and stopped, and I thought he was gone. And what flashed through my mind is, before I saw anything, I could look, Ron's horse has fallen over on him and broke his back or his leg. And by this time, then I get turned around, and there he's standing there doing this to his horse. And I said, Ron, what in the world's the matter back there? She bit me! I was so relieved when I saw that.
Well, if you've never been bitten by a horse, I guess you've never been bitten.
I guess she just reached out and nabbed him right on the back.
You know, I guess that must have been quite a deal, these young people from down here taking trips up to Pine Valley, on Pine Valley Mountain. I've heard my mother tell about being up there with same crowd, a young crowd at that time.
And I heard my mother say the same thing.
I've
I've got a picture of my mother and your mother and Edith when they were on a trip to Grand Canyon. They were in riding clothes then. I guess they just, because they figured they'd do a hiking or something. But they're there where they're overlooking Hurricane, if I remember right, in this picture. But your mother and Edith and my mother, you young women. Oh, my mother was, I was born at the time, but she was, you know, back when you were young women. And but a good picture, you can tell them plain, each one of them.
Wonderful.
Another thing that everyone did, you out of tape, Susan?
I've got it going. Oh, there's my pen right there. I just was going to mark this one.
Anyway, another thing everyone did on the mountain was carve their names in these nice white aspen trees. That's probably illegal now. I've never dared do it since I've been going up one of these later times. But well, you climb on go on top of the mountain going out of Sandy. There's a big tree there right beside the trail. And here on that tree was a tree with Claire Stirling. I won't be able to remember everyone. Claire Stirling,
Lloyd Jolly,
Well, the Elton Fuller.
then the other ones I remember were the girls, and I can't recall. Dixie Scott was one of them, and Faye Stirling, and Grace Stirling, and Maxine Olson. Those are the kinds of the names that I remember. And there's a whole, looked like a whole school list of names.
What is
I've got a
that name
picture.
still show playing yet?
Oh yeah, this was like, they were, I think that was back in 32 or something, and this was just like 10 years ago. So I got a picture of them someplace.
Oh.
I know when we went up with Dad, there were names. It was so fun.
And then over in another place, we were camped over there, and Truman Bowler. It was Truman Bowler's name. I remember I got a joke on him, and the church was about leaving his name up on the phone. Then there's another big heart up there with these two names in it, and Ron and I have had a lot of fun with this. Delbert Staley, is it Delbert? I think it is Delbert Staley. He's a bishop down in Buena Vista, Second Ward now, and there's this big heart with his name and a girl's name, this big heart. The only trouble is the girl's name is not the name of his wife.
What was your joke that you got on Truman and that year?
I don't remember just how I brought it about now. His name is Tree, I think.
We stayed in Katie's Valley one night when it was raining. I don't remember if there was Sunday morning, but it was foggy. It was just the whole valley was misty. We're looking out from the tent, and you could just barely see the horses out there.
We stayed in Katie's Valley one night, Ron and I did, and I got up the next morning and went to put my saddle on the horse, and the front cinch was all eight, got two strands. They were holding it together, porcupine. Got after it, chewing it for the salt. And how in the world are you going to get off there? And then it dawned on me on the pack saddle, I had two cinches on it, and put this old one of the two strands on, and took one of the pack saddle and put on my saddle. Pardon? Yeah. And then I went to get my bridle. And I knew exactly where I'd laid that bridle, only there was no bridle there. And I thought, well, that stupid porcupine has got a hold of that bridle and dragged it off too. And so I'm looking all around here in the brush where I figured it'd get caught someplace and couldn't drag it too far. But I'm looking all around here and I can't find it. And Ron was looking at it. What's that out in the valley out there? Well, out in the grass. I don't know. And so he walked out, and there was my bridle out there. What do you think had been chewing on it? Deer. You can see the big old tooth marks on the reins.
Deer?
Oh. Deer that dragged that bridle out there in the grass. I guess, I don't know. I suppose that's what it is.
No, somebody told me that they'd seen up there where, or used to see maybe that the deer would dig a big hole in the ground, getting out there, where salt had been.
Yeah.
And so, now, when Dad took us up on the mountain, and we went up to Lock Grove, and our legs were so shaky and wobbly, and the first place we went to was out on Watson's Point. Are you?
She'll tell you about shaky legs if you get it going.
Tell us, Geraldine.
You finish your story.
Well, I wondered if I wish I could remember what he told us about Watson's Point, except there's supposed to be somebody named Watson who had a little booth when he went up there and sat on the edge of that cliff and hung his feet off. Is that a story you know?
I haven't heard that.
It's a long ways down.
And there
We
was
just,
always
Dad
wind,
walked out and like, yeah, wind.
always wind blowing up there, and I guess we were very close to the edge, so
Oh,
stay way back.
We
That-
just,
that
we
comes
called
straight
out.
from the McMullin side.
Oh,
But she can tell you about shaky legs if you do.
hell, I can't. That's the end of my story.
You can tell.
She was the first one I ever took on the mountain after I first went back up there again.
No, didn't you take Colleen before me?
I think I don't know. But anyway, we took her up and we went up to Oak Grove and started up the mountain. I set her on the horse. She just went right up the mountain. The old horse packed her all the way up and everything was fine. We went over to further water, rested up, spent some time there.
Well, I don't know that it was that fun going clear up.
Well, I didn't hear any bad complaints.
I hadn't been on a horse for 30 years, so I don't think it's too fun.
Anyway, we got her there without too much trouble. We got rested up and started back. We started back down the mountain. You didn't complain a bit, dear, when we started down the
I
mountain.
guess it was after I once got off, after we got up there, I once got off.
But you got your back over and started down the mountain, and she did all right. And then we started down the mountain, and she says, "This saddle hurts my legs. Take me off and let me walk." So I stopped, got her off. She walked a ways. "My legs are too sore. I can't walk. Put me back on." So I put her back on, and I can't stand it. And it sounds funny now, but boy, by the time we got up there, I was getting scared. It was hot, getting scared. I didn't know, and she couldn't make it enough.
I didn't know which was the most painful, walking or riding. It's just terrible.
I remember, oh, amazing,
Excruciating. Going down, straight down and bumping on that saddle and bumping my legs, and then I'd get off and I couldn't walk because I was so sore from riding, and it's terrible.
Yeah, I tell you, I was getting pretty worried when we got
Yeah,
off.
think about it, ready to pass out by the time we finally got down.
I mean, yeah, really sore. Whether it's the horse walking or whether it's you walking, it's always fun.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
is,
like
down
that.
is really
But
fast.
it's a steep.
Fun to ride the horse
Straight down.
Bill sure told me a story about Dad on the mountain. I guess Dad been saying he was going to take Bill and Don got her up on the mountain. And so when they finally went up there, I guess they went up in July and there was still snow up in here. Dad had that mule that he used to have. And the mule got down into a snowdrift and couldn't get out. I don't know what all they did to try to get him out, but just quite a few things. And Bill said Dad took, finally said Dad took something. In my mind I'm thinking a board, and then I think, no, where would he get a board? Something. Anyway, he said he just walked around and just whacked the mule on the head, and he just jumped up out there out of the snowdrift. That was what brought him.
Have you got his attention?
I don't know. I didn't have a chance to ask Dad to detail that story. I don't know if it was his intention to bring him out or put him to rest. I don't know.
But I took Carol and Colleen up there, and Colleen had the same problem with her mother did. I'm not quite as familiar, but Carol, remember the little black horses that you used to have, with the mare and the gelding? And in different years I used each of them. And remember Carol sitting up on top of one of them, and she just tripped right along and up and down. And never
Did it bother? Did it ever bother your knees? And your legs rubbing on stuff?
Did your mother ever talk about maybe any of going on horseback over to Zion when President, was it Harding or something, came to look at the new park, Zion Park was in, and all of these young people from Leeds went by horseback and met that group that were also on horseback. Anyone remember that?
No, she never.
She didn't say meeting in Pocketville. I think that's what it was. I never talked about it. I think she said they met him in Pocketville.
When was this? What time?
Well, it was these when Harding was through.
When was that? Your history buffs.
You're the teacher.
We can,
That's the trip he died on.
Oh.
I remember they come for a horse. I guess they'd heard about this big mare Alex had, you know, my stepdad. And they asked if they could borrow her for this presidential party because they were going to do some horseback riding up around to Zion and stuff. He said, yes, I'd like to take her if the president rides her. Well, as it turned out, the president didn't ride her, but Calvin Coolidge, the vice president, was with him too. He rode her. So it was what you might say, a president did ride her. He became president when Harding died.
you tell them about, Colleen's husband. It was his toes that it hurt when he went riding. He came back and he had sore his toes. It wasn't it his toes, and he was soaking his toes forever. Did you tell him about when you took him out to wherever?
Yeah, I'll tell that now. You people help yourself like me. But you know what we call purgatory, little purgatory out here. You know, big purgatory is down where Quail Lake is, and then right up on the top of this East Mountain, there's a hole there that's called Little Purgatory. Have you ever been to it, Glenn?
I think I have, but I just don't remember what was what when I was there.
It's just a hole down at the top of that East Mountain. You know, it looks like it's smooth and round all over the place. Right at the top of it's just a big hole, and I guess it's probably 2 to 3 miles across this hole. Yeah, and anyway, I had my 2 son-in-laws around here, and wondering what to do with them, and well, we'll go for a ride out over the mountain here, and go down and see Quail Lake. So I took them out over the mountain, go to Purgatory, and you go down in, and it's rough, and you go down,
Thank you.
go across the bottom, climb out the other side,
That's all right.
and
I don't hate water balloon, I just don't care for it.
and anyway, we got out, and it rode right through there, and got out to where we could look right down on Quail Lake. Right out to the end of the mountain. Right out to the end of Pine Valley, and you can look right down on Quail Lake. Looks like you could throw a rock where you are.
And that's from this East Mountain.
That's right out across this East Mountain. And then we, of course, had to come back, and I remember there was one place there where the trail was just about washed out, and it was quite a slide off down through there. And I looked it over and figured, well, the only way to get through there is just to kick these horses and go and not worry about it. We'll either make it or we won't. And anyway, we kept going by. And then when we got home later, he was hurt. Bronson Gordon, Colleen's husband, he was hurting by the time we got on the way back, and he was squeaking a little lamb about his foot. And I know once we had to stop and get him in some shade and pour some water on him to cool him off. And I don't know what the problem
Well,
was,
they just
but
said
anyway.
I'd never been on horses before, I don't think.
But anyway, afterwards, Colleen told me this. Afterwards, he had told her that he says, purgatory, hell, he says, I've been to hell and back, and I've never had such a terrible day in my life. Then we were back there one time, and they took us.
Show you that the boys always had more fun than the girls.
he took us out to the zoo we went to, and it was rain all the time we were out at the zoo. And he says, now I got even with you for taking me down to purgatory.
Well, that proves that when we go to purgatory, it's not going to be too awful nice, is it? Well, I'm the only one who
If we
ever
can go on
goes to
horses, it
purgatory.
won't be too bad.
Dad and Uncle Beer both told me a story about a fire up on the mountain. I thought it was up in the wet sandy area. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what?
Can you hear me? I was just saying Dad and Uncle Beer both told me a story about a fire that I thought it was up in the wet sandy area that was climbing a ridge.
Mm-hmm.
It was when the CC camp was here. And that a bunch of you went up. I hope I've got it written somewhere. I couldn't find it before I came down tonight. But that a bunch of you went up in the night and climbed the ridge and got ahead of the fire and got it stopped before it went farther up. And the next day they sent up a couple of hundred CC boys or something like that to finish up, and then when they finished up on the fire, then they sent the same group of you back up to gather up the tools that they'd thrown out in the bushes. Now, does that sound like a story you remember being involved in?
Main thing I remember is the fire turning on us way up in heavy brush, and I think I told that story last time.
Was that the same one?
Well, it's the one I know about, and we all knew we were doomed. There's no way out of it. That wind we were running as hard as we could run to get out of there, and the fire was just coming right on us. And we had a long ways to go to get out of this heavy stuff. And all at once, the wind just absolutely made an about face turn and took the fire back the other way. That's all that saved us, because we couldn't have outrun it. We tried to. Now, of course, if we hadn't run, it would have come over where we were. Anyway, but with the running and the wind switching absolute opposite directions, turn it back, that's all that saved our neck.
I went up to the Forest Service office in Cedar about a year ago. I had requested the permission to look at the records of the big fire up here. They had them out in a warehouse. And Laurel and I looked through quite a few things that was interesting, but they told about how that they would just think they were getting control of it and the winds would switch and go just the opposite way. It was interesting.
What happened?
Yeah, I told you that story on that first one.
But your dad was a brother to Dave?
Well, my dad was the youngest one in that family. There was 14 kids in his family, and he was the youngest one. He was born in 1889. About the land out there, the farm, him and Dave worked that farm with their dad. And
that was Willie.
That was Willie.
died in 1930. Yeah, 30s, in the 30s they were divided.
The two of them. Were there other boys?
Well, there was two others, Tom and Will, but they were older. They were older.
Gone. They just
Gone. Will died. Will died the same year as Dad did, in 1950. And Uncle Tom died in 35.
That's right.
Pardon?
He died after I did.
Well, William's the one that built that house down there, isn't that?
He lived in it. He didn't build it. That was Conley, according to Wilma Conley.
But I was told.
Oh, well, okay. I was-
Now, some of the family there didn't tell me that story. Temple. I told you what I talked about the Conley, that house. And you know, the Conley field. It's all over this country. Now that, it's funny, but it was just by accident that I got that kind of stuff. Because I had been asking different people things and I couldn't seem to find a lot of it. Well, here comes Jim with these stories. They were told me that's the story about and
One of her sons died. One of her sons died in Texas. In the obituaries now. That's what you're talking about?
No, I was just telling Jim's one that brought me this stuff.
Jim who?
Temple.
He was only 51.
And he was
Thomas
in the-
Temple.
Yeah, Conley.
And in that story, he was, he reached the highest military post that they can have. I was surprised to read that. The highest military
Office, position,
yeah.
whatever you call it. Well, wasn't it the Campbells? It was something to do with discovering silver in the
Yeah.
But Ray is the one that got me on the campus. That's what it was. I called Basil about it because he said it's deed to the house. He says it's not. You're not spelling it right. I was spelling it right. I never had it right.
Conley or Campbell?
Conley.
Conley.
And that's what got me in the relation to the campus. So I called Mabel, and she had Jim. She said, Jim's got a history on that. That's how I got it. I couldn't take it. That's how.
They will work for us until we get down to the story.
Yeah, Mabel who?
Well, it was Temple, but
It was Mabel West, and she worked.
Oh, okay.
she had 2 or 3 husbands that died.
She married Temple.
I can't pronounce the name she is now.
Volkswagen.
By the way, you're talking about somebody that had 2 good husbands. We ran into Dwayne Eager down the market the other day.
You did?
And he's
back from what?
from Philippines, and he married this little gal. She looks like she's about 18. Maybe she's 30, I don't know, but she looks like she's about 18. How old she look like?
But young.
He's been married here for about 2 years, and they couldn't get the passport back here or something.
They couldn't get it. They couldn't get out, I heard.
And he's been here about 4 months. He's living over with Michael in Santa Clara. And how?
But she's here now?
Yeah. Yeah, she was with him, and my word, she looked like a little young girl. And I can imagine her marrying anybody that old. I was one of her sisters marrying him to get over here.
I think a lot of them do that.
Yeah, they do. She apparently joined the church after a year. He baptized her. But is that his second wife or third? Or fourth? That's what I was thinking. Carlyle thought that was just his second, but for some reason I thought he'd had a couple others or 1 or 2 others besides his first.
Okay, speak up.
Oh, well, I'm just saying different people now. I was going to say, who were 14 children? Who were some of the girls?
Well, none of them stayed around here. You probably wouldn't know them. And of those 14, three or four died quite young. Well, no, not really young. One of them, I guess, was 20 or so. But the girls that grew to maturity was Libby, and she lived here. She came and lived here. And Ruth, they were here kind of together. And then there was Eleanor that they were talking about. And Ida that married John Tellis out in Newcastle. They've got quite a few.
Tellis or Tellis?
Whichever way you want to say it. And so that's probably the four.
Isabel Jolly did.
Yeah, well, Isabel, yeah. Isabel Jolly.
Oh.
Isabel Jolly, Amon.
Oh, I'm sure somebody must have told me she was a sister.
So that was 5 of the girls, and then there was the 4 boys. Will was the oldest, and then Tom, and Dave. And Will was born out to Glendale. He went out there in the United Order. And then he was later called to go back again, and he didn't go. He didn't go the second call. And my dad made the statement that he heard his dad say that I came out of that United Order a damn sight poorer man than I was when I went into it.
There's a heck of a lot of them. Now that's what Pretty Meek can say about a lot of this stuff. He said he went to Harrisburg. He was an old man. He left Harrisburg. And he's one that sold water to Silver League. They went down and told Erastus no, and then they told Brigham Young. Brigham Young said, I don't blame you.
Did your grandpa, now the people who moved into Leeds moved up from here. How did they acquire the land? Did they do a homestead or something?
Well, I don't know how they took up land in those days.
They drew lots, yeah. A lot like they did in Salt Lake, you know, they divided.
Who did it belong to before that? Did it belong to the government?
Well, I think that someone had homesteaded, which I think was a pretty easy thing to do in those days, and then these lots would be taken out. And
well, what they said that Erastus Snow told them any of them that wanted to move up here would relinquish their land and bring the water with them. But they couldn't have that land anymore. Now, some of them said that these rock walls were built by the Chinese, say in Silver Reef. When they put Silver Reef. But these rock walls were built a long while before the Chinese were really here. They had to fence the ground. Now this is where Pretty Meeks was upset. He said that he was sick, he was a doctor, and taking care of other people when he got sick. He couldn't get his land fenced. He asked for them to give him more time. And this is where your granddad's supposed to come in. He was allowing the extra time. So he lost his ground. He sold his water to Silver Reef.
Well, just looking up there, Geraldine, you should have a bunch of salt and pepper shakers up there.
I got some over there, a few. I got some. Haven't got as many as Wilma.
Took 2 of our granddaughters about 3 hours to dust her the other day.
You think that
Yeah, that'd be a big job.
when it was first homestead, extended, or when people came up here and sectioned off the land, that's when these rock walls were built?
Sure. They had to clear the land, they had to clear the rocks off the land. And
No, and Evelyn and that Ruby talked about clearing rocks out home. I said to Dad, what this land used to look like? He said, just like anything else.
well, I think I was telling you tonight where I read the story about they had to harvest the rocks every summer before they could plant crops. Now, I didn't read about this, but I read the story where it said that. And I thought about here before we go up there on the place over the nice looking patch this year. Or Ray got a nice patch first part of the year. Every time we ever go up there, there's a million rocks to pick up. There it was.
So what happened to your mom? How come she didn't come?
She's filling out some papers. She's this suggested that she wants to fill out, so she's pretty papers for her. She said, I didn't know if we could find someone to tell me tonight. Pat goes down to her and Nancy and something. But she said, no, I didn't tell me that this mountain's good. She's concerned about me.
Mary Ann's gone back.
A little bit louder than some of us.
No, oh, I'm sorry. No, Mary Ann's down with Carol. I tried to get hold of Mary Ann.
Wonder what happened to Joann?
I couldn't get hold of Joann today either. She said she'd be here tonight. She said if I have something else scheduled, I'll let it go because I've got to, she didn't want to miss out.
Her car's down there. Let's go call
I
her.
tried calling her again.
Janice Malay. Am I saying the right one? I called me the other day. She wanted to give me my books. She was reading another. Wanted to have one to read. And I told her what she was doing, and I said, would you like to go up and go with us for next Tuesday? And she said, oh, I won't be here. And I said, well, have you got a story you'd like to tell? She said, my main memories of Leeds, the parties we used to have, the camping we used to go on, and she didn't mention 4-H MIA ball. And then how we used to have parties in the church house and slide the benches all back. Let's see if I mentioned it.
That reminds me of a memory I have about the church house. Remember how you Artie Knight used to come and give us shots?
Oh, yeah.
And I just remember waiting for my shot in the church, I was waiting for Neil to finish, and he was not going to get a shot. He had his mind made up. And he must have been quite a tall, gangly kid even then when we were kids, but I remember him hauling him in, and he was spreading like this. He was not going to go in. He was hollering.
And another thing she mentioned, friendliness, the families took turns doing the church.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cleaning the church house. That was special.
And my maid class did that one for 1 month. Anyway, I hadn't thought of that, but I said I remember going down there and helping the church house.
Remember when the girls used to wear those big full skirts and you could only get about 3 of them on a day?
I've got some
Come
pictures.
rustling in.
I've got some pictures, something like that. You know, Juanita Dudley used to come to the class all the time. She was a member of the church. She came all the time. Did everything the rest of them did except pay her tithing when they let her earn her My Joy Awards by giving donations to her church. The state had to prove that.
Who was that?
Juanita Dudley. Well, you remember Frank McMullin, Daddy.
Yeah.
Her daughter.
Oh.
Juanita and who was the other?
Joyce.
Well, one of them died.
Oh, I saw Juanita not too long back.
I think it must have been seems like I read it.
Well, Juanita's living with her mother the last time. They were I run into Betty too few times. That time up here while me was doing it.
How is Betty doing? She's getting along here.
She's not that old, is she? She's quite a bit younger than Franklin.
She could have been quite a bit younger than him and still be quite old.
Well, now you mentioned talking about your family and your brothers and sisters.
I'm talking to me about the sisters. I've told you
Oh,
about
no, I
them.
mean your aunts. No, they're not your sisters. Doesn't anybody have some Aunt and Jolly stories?
Probably got all mine on that first tape. Right?
I don't know what to talk about.
Did you tell him what he used to say about Rose? Rose and Frank.
Oh. There's a bad self-associated dog. I'm not going to tell them that.
Looks like you'd have to tell us that.
I wish I remembered better. When Otto lived here, he used to go and teach me
Well, now, you better tell something.
I can't remember.
I know how they used to try to get to go to church and sit with me and would call on me. That's about down here.
Well, Joann will be right up. Saw Eldon go down the street all dressed up, and she was waiting for him to come back, and then she couldn't come up and he could. And so Eldon never was coming. I didn't. Was he?
Aunt Julie. I'm thinking of people that I remember, and I don't know. Aunt Julie Bradshaw.
Aunt Judy Bradshaw was Frank Hartley's sister, wasn't she? Frank Hartley's sister. And she was my old girlfriend's grandma, Darlene Baggs.
Yeah?
And she was Delos Bradshaw's mother. And Delos was a crazy guy. He got drunk one time, and his mother was coming to do something at that old log cabin inn. He had a gun, as I remember, straightening out from home. He hit her with that. Hit her that gun, broke her teeth, and laid her up. And then he was killed in the war.
In the Battle of the Bulge, they called it.
Well, I thought it didn't you have a son named Delos, or was that a brother?
Yeah, that's who I was talking about. That
I thought you said it's your brother.
if I did, I would have son named Delos.
He's buried over here.
I believe he is. And she lived in that home with her own mother.
Now, what was there before those homes were built? Because the folks home was a new fancy home.
Well, that other home had been there for years. Am and Jolly used to live there.
And the Aunt Julie.
I think he sold it. I think Ammon sold it to Julie.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm quite sure Ammon sold that whole lot to the house there to Julie. And then the folks bought the upper part of the lot.
And who were the people who used to live there? Bill Hall built his house and the old house that was there. Who used to live there?
Wilkins lived there part of the time. And,
Eastman lived there for a while.
What'd you say, Lola?
Killian.
Well, wasn't it some relation of that? Some Jollies lived there, didn't they?
It was up above where the Jollies lived. The house up right by the road.
it's got all the wood stuff in it. Aunt and Jolly's dad lived there.
Now that's an old home.
That is one that was,
And what's the origin of that one? You
No.
probably told that in the picture.
well, it was,
I remember the reporter living in that
man.
Say that was Wilkinson?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he's quite a
it was
great.
Wilkinson that built the Angel Home.
Hi.
Probably the same person.
It's
How
a
was
different
it?
Wilkinson.
It's fine.
You both look great. Everyone
No, it
looks
wasn't
You
so
need
fine.
good glasses.
But John Wilkinson, I think,
Yes, yes. Never used glasses.
We don't,
that's what I remember.
she lives on the right side and I live on the left, and we kind of bump against each other, we get along fairly good.
Okay, who used to live over in the common field? How did that, was that,
Well, Max
was
did
that
go there
started?
lots of times for a while. Did he? I know he did.
You know what we did, I'll turn this off in a minute. The reason I brought this stuff, if we don't have to use it, I was thinking about getting people started the last time Geraldine said, we'll talk about homes and people live in different places. I took the Utah Writing Project class, and one of their ideas of what I tried to school and it's been so fun to get kids going on my homes was they called mapping the neighborhood. And I thought, you know, if we want to do that, what they did was they had you have the kids draw a map of the neighborhood where they lived the longest or where they liked, so fresh from what we used. They put in all the places that they could remember, and then you take different colors and you make an X, like blue might be animal stories you remember. You just go mentally, you know, follow around on this map and make an X. Every place you can remember something, you have to, you know, have to do with animals. And then you make an X if there's something scary that happened, or things, or pranks, or whatever, you know, special times with friends, whatever. I can't remember the different things they had. And then, you know, and then from there, you know, you can work a whole year on that with creative writing assignments and say, well, now today let's pick out something, pick out one of your purple X's, you know.
You mentioned the Bell Hall house. Bowman's been there
Oh,
for a long time.
Here, pitch house.
The Bell Hall was
Oh, yes, that one.
Well, I didn't mean that one, I guess. I meant the one down below where he built his new one, the one that burnt down.
Oh, yes.
Carl Caldwell built that. Well,
no.
Carl Caldwell built on to it.
The one she said about that burned down was the old Mildred, Jolly Dalton.
Yeah, Jolly, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh,
That's right.
That's the one that Bill Hall. And the loft houses lived there and fixed it up.
Now, when we used to walk to school past there, wasn't there, out by that house, wasn't there the remnants of another building, a little
That's
store
out
or
on-
something that had been there? Just right by Uncle John's house.
But her husband had a garage. You know, there used to be a little gas pump or something.
Seems like I remember.
Further than the end.
Yeah, up where Mildred lived.
you know, there was, I think the house was burned down and it was rebuilt. And the Isons was living in Plymouth, burned down, but
Well, that,
Leonard Carter.
yeah, it was Leonard Carter's house that the Isons were living in or something.
But it was the Carter house that burned down.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
it was
but
rebuilt.
so did
Falls.
Yes, yes.
Jones. But is that what you meant? What was
Yeah,
you meant?
well, yes, but I was thinking, I just remember walking past there and, you know, I just remember something about a little piece of concrete, an old building or something in that building, or the gas pump.
Well, now there was a garage there by
Lord Jolly
Lord
was
Jolly, yeah.
a mechanic.
Yeah.
He had a little garage. He probably saw the animals.
Okay, and then before anything was built across the street, before Fred Freezes or any of those homes down there.
that was Annie
Before
John Carter.
Carter's, okay, I'd forgotten that. Okay, I'd between there and your farm, whose was that land then?
Sterling, Tom Sterling. Claire,
Sterling used to have it in running water.
Was it Orchard's?
Wilson Orchard. Really,
Wasn't
pears and apples,
there
peaches.
an orchard very close to where they used to pack peaches, you know, we call it peach. Weren't there orchards close about there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a big country jump out to the orchard.
Well, but didn't Sterling's have some down back
Oh,
side?
yeah, the cherry orchard. There was a cherry
They had
orchard down
orchards,
the
I
road.
couldn't remember what it was. By the way, Bert Sullivan used to say he liked to whistle cherries for him.
Yeah, right. You had that in your book.
You knew that he knew that when he ate his cherries when they were whistling.
Okay, but
Now
now,
that's another thing that Janice mentioned is about well, everybody had one in front of the place, and she said we used to have one out by our place.
I remember, oh, those hours were long. I remember sitting in our peach stand out by the road and watching the heat waves. And waiting to see if the car would come down the road and thinking about Nathan's living out beyond us. One time, Esther and I walked home from school, I guess, she'd come over and play sometime, and I said, Esther, if you'll sit out in the fruit stand with me, I'll give you half the money. And I don't know how my folks got on to the idea that that's what I was doing. And I said, well, I made a deal. What's your deal? Well, she gets half the money. Well, I don't think so. Oh, shoot.
Where did, I can't remember where Havens lived out there.
In
They lived
Holden.
out at that old house where Mike,
What town?
Holden, not the whole, what's it called? Holden.
There were, as you walk around in the sagebrush out there, as we walk around, there were old grapevines still growing up. So, what does that mean? Somebody planted.
Maybe somebody had a,
Do you think in the wine days that the wine orchards
and those old roots were so strong. We have my grandfather's grapes.
Okay, I was asking about Conley Field. I remember that my memories, I want your memories.
Well, I
just
don't
remember
know.
picking fruit at the church
farm.
farm.
I
I don't remember any other places.
Where was
It was
Max's?
Conley, was it John Conley who owned all of that?
It was a farming area. Not
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
They had, different people had fields there.
Where the Lewises lived, that was Uncle Willard's cherry orchard. All the way from the hill all the way down. I got stuck in it. I was over there picking early in the morning because I had a fruit stand out here. And it was so early it wasn't really light. And I put my bucket, because I was holding my bucket with my left hand and I reached somehow in and put my hand right in this squirrel trap. That was chained to the tree. Well, it went whack and it started to somewhat. And worse than that, it hurt awful. And for years I could, it seems like, I probably could sort out where the scars. It was curved, and I couldn't loosen it with my left hand. I was getting awfully frustrated, awfully unhappy. And no one bothered to look until somewhere around 1 o'clock. By that time I had to go to the
Did you
bathroom.
holler?
Holler, who was there to hear? You know what they say, if a tree falls in the forest, no one's there to hear it, there isn't any sound. Oh, I was hoarse for that.
You're very much by yourself.
Yes, over there. That's what I remember about Uncle. Good cherries.
people built peach sheds and things, and this fellow, I started to say when I was over in American, that one he told me yesterday, when I told the story, and someone in the group said I'd tell you who that was because he did the same thing over here. But anyway, one year, I don't know how long that went on, he came and they loaded up peaches and they did a rip-off. And then I'd heard that after that, people pulled up their rippers, they lost so much money on it. And does that sound like?
E.O. Muir was the one that shipped peaches out of here for years.
Who's that?
E.O. Muir.
That's right.
E.O. Muir. They would pick the peaches here green, and quite green, and then they made different things. They take them to Cedar and load them on cars, train cars, on the train, and they ice them, put ice, and send them back to the Midwest. And he did that for years, and during the war years, they made pretty good money off it. And then after the war, that's where they weren't making anything on it. And then they formed an association, Fruit Growers Association. And remember, one year they quit selling to Muir and sold them to a fellow by the name of Seal, Glenn Seal. How come I can remember that name? He took the peaches one year, and that's when they didn't gain money at all.
The rascal just absconded with the peaches.
Well, I don't know. He may not have gotten anything out of them either. It was changing time, and from then the export of peaches from this area just kind of quit. Went into just a few you could sell around local.
Well, different business was always
Peddlers.
I don't see how those could have been any good anyway. They're shipping, they're green. They have just a little spot of color on them or something. They weren't, I don't see how it could ever been any good.
The peddlers, I guess they've been going for forever. And started the old timers, and all the time they were shipping them out to the Midwest. They were
Larry
still
and I went out peddling, and we went up around Cambridge. And we were supposed to be, do this and get this and call the people out. And Larry wouldn't. Oh, it was his dad's. That was Uncle Lawrence's truck, the old truck.
The old Black International.
That's right. And so I did the knocking on the doors. And he still would get up. And then I didn't sell it, but if they had to live, that's a lyric. Well, he didn't like that. That was the only trick he had. He sold everything. But boy, was he not liking that at all, and embarrassed. He hated that.
my dad used to train the state. That's where we got our fruit. That's where some of them got paid. First they'd bring the fruit out, the fruit seed. Come up later, they was in the States.
Wonder how they, when they come with wagons, did they just load up the wagon? Did they load them with straw?
Oh, did they take the fresh fruit?
I've heard Mother say that grandfather did once, and the fruit was bad, and he came back and said, never going to do that.
Well,
Never did.
my grandmother, my great grandmother, Chelsea turkeys, Chelsea dried.
That's right. And after that, the family and Mother said that she was having to, I guess she was little, and grandfather had all of his kids out there spreading, the cut peaches and spreading them open. The pit side, the first pit.
mother had done it the year before. I guess this was her 4th year. So she wouldn't do it. I think she sort of raised Cain then in those days too. And grandfather demanded to know why she wasn't working. And he said, "Don't you know there's your new shoes and dress up in those trees, and we get them down here and spread them in God." And that's it. She mother tapped her foot and said, "I won't do it." Told me last year there was a pair of tan zippers up there, and there wasn't, and I never got the tan zippers, and I'm not doing it this year either. No, didn't get her tan zippers.
My mother tells a story just similar to that, about being told that there was money and clothes on those trees.
What happens when two sisters marry two brothers? They have the same amount of mindset.
Okay, did your dad, is that how he made a living, was with food? Is that his name?
He had horses and he worked driving a grader on the road with his team, grading the road. There's some road work going on out at some place around Anderson's Run. He had a job there and he'd ride his horse out.
Talking about fruit stands, I don't remember, just that big blue umbrella.
That's
that yours?
Oh, absolutely.
You had a little nice fruit stand out there too.
Later, yes. See, I loved it. I thought that was so fun.
But you had shade, lots of things.
That's what made it so easy and good. And it was a good fruit stand because of that. We had all that shade, and then my father built, made a great big sign, and that was pretty good. It stopped people down just coming this way, and another one over here. Oh, Fullers. Reed and Helen started. And they got even bigger songs. And they stopped along. And they found out that they were making it more. So actually, it looked like competition because Blue Umbrella was here, and theirs was, half a block right after, across the street. And someone said, well, competition, and then my dad said, actually, no. And both standing on that one, these people started going in, and pretty soon they were standing. Those were the two people.
When at what time in relation to this did Marringer start his? He had quite a big stand.
It was after, we did that after. It was after we went to
After we could snap like that, they would quit, talk off or whatever. And we went over to Bernie's,
Oh, I remember Ross, and then he was telling the other packing pieces, or picking them, I guess, breaking buckets and all that. Somebody ran into a rattlesnake and told a story about it. He said, oh, hey, is that true? He was swearing that it was true. But Dad had put his head on this rattlesnake's head and then taken it by the tail and jerked it and popped its head off, and then he crawled it up in the bottom of the bucket and put some pieces on top of it, sent it over the hill and floor and cut it in pieces. How she hollered.
Gabriel got a tie on.
A hat on,
with
a coffee angle.
He was a real fixture in the town.
Who's that?
Viv Marringer.
Oh.
You remember?
I remember, yeah.
How he was always dressed up. But he didn't hardly look like he fit here in Leeds.
Now, what all can you remember about him? I have never
He belonged on the left bank of Paris.
How did he come to Leeds?
Well, he came with Etta Marriage. Etta.
Well, he came with her.
Oh, they were married. They were husband and wife.
She went away somewhere else then?
She taught school out in Nevada someplace. They met up there.
And his family was into opera. His sisters or his mother and they inherited the parrot. Don't you remember the parrot?
Yes, yeah, I
The
remember
parrot,
that.
and it would say, that was me, let me tell you, that it almost got me a couple of times. But remember how it would say,
I don't remember the talk. I wasn't around that much. I knew they had that.
hello, yeah. And you'd walk away. Come back here. But it would be, vibrato, like a soprano. And someone in his family practiced it with a scale. Beautiful voice. Go all the way up, about 3 octaves, come all the way back down.
Okay, what did this narrator do here for
He just ran the fruit stand and lived. That was country gentleman.
That's right.
Lived. He claimed to have been a boxer, but he used to box. And
Never heard that one yet, did you see?
So did he live here till he died?
yes, he died.
I never did.
He had a little drinking problem, and I think that's probably what killed him in the end.
Did you have children?
No. Someone in that family, what's the connection between Mildred Jolly Dalton and Mary?
Mildred Dalton was an orphan, and she was taken in by Uncle Ira and Aunt Helen later,
Okay.
and raised by them.
Oh, okay, I never knew that.
I never did know how he come to be with them.
I didn't know how, but I knew I'd heard all the time they were doctors.
I thought it was something to do with Ella and Bill, so I was a generation up too far. Okay. Well, okay, I learned something. I didn't know everything when this started.
Okay. But whose child she was. In fact, Ivan and his wife, Ivan Jolly, and his wife came here about 92, and were asking what I knew, what I could remember. I could tell about a year sooner, he was going to talk to mother. But what I could remember of whose child she was, I never heard it ever mentioned in my lifetime by any, and I was pretty sneaky kid, about whose child she was.
And they didn't ever know?
I don't know if
Their mother did.
Geraldine, but mother didn't ever know. Well, she never, I don't think she ever knew. She was,
Nothing ever came up to you, to divulge to them.
that's right. It's a good way of putting it.
Joann, how did your dad get here?
That's an interesting story, I think. My father was on his way from Los Angeles to Salt Lake City. Or I rather. My father was, Jerry George was on his way from L.A. to Salt Lake City, and his car broke down out of town, and Uncle Lawrence was on a horse, and he stopped by and gave Dad a ride into town on the back of his horse. But I've never figured out, and I don't know why I didn't remember to ask, which end was what. But they got a team and pulled the horse back up to, I guess it was the log cabin inn, is what I thought. And Uncle
You mean pulled the car back up?
pulled the car back. And they got on the phone, and Dad took it, figured out what it was, and they ordered a part, but they didn't have it in Salt Lake City. It had to come like from Omaha on a train or something. So he was here, I think, living in the cabin up there, and Uncle Lawrence and Daddy would pal around. And there was a dance, and Mother had been working, I think, Mother had been working in Washington State, Edmonds, I think, near Seattle. And she was home. She had, they sent her home because there was something, well, she had appendicitis. I don't know why they didn't just put her in the hospital and operate, but she was kind of hanging around. And was a dance that night. And I'm presuming it was in the old chapel where we used to dance. And Uncle Lawrence said, well, why don't you come down and come to the dance, Jerry? Don't you like to dance? My father allowed us to how we did. And so grandmother said to mother, not knowing anything else, just why don't you go up and just sit around. You don't have to dance, Ethel. Just enjoy the crowd and music. So mother did. And immediately upon entering, my father nudged Uncle Lawrence and said, who's that girl? Uncle Lawrence says, that's my sister. My father said, introduce those please. And in fact, he waltzed her right out. And when she went to Salt Lake to have her appendix removed, my father after that went to Salt Lake to take care of his business and then go back to LA. And when mother went to Salt Lake, which was, I don't know, 2 weeks later, to have her appendix removed, my father was there with flowers and whatever when she came out of surgery. And they were married on the 7th of August, 1925.
Your dad was on the project. Your dad introduced an office and all that. She and we caught a ride down and had a ride down with him. And Mom said when they got to town there was a dance going on and they drove down and pulled up in front of the place and she said, I just remember exactly how that night we had felt. There we were, I stopped out in front there and she said, I just thought, this feels like
My father and mother were good friends. There was a special link. In fact, they ran Leeds, what was it called, the rescue and lunch
She would bring
TV mission together.
He would fix the cars and she'd fix the sandwiches.
That's right.
And took calls in here. And your dad used to ask Anna to sit. Well, I don't know how it got going. I don't know if we started out sitting right behind John the house. And I don't know. We always felt like maybe we saved that seat for us or something. But we'd sit there and there was that bar, across there. And he'd lean up on the bar and he'd give us requests, what he wanted us to sing. He had 2 or 3 songs. We were practicing, trying to harmonize together. We'd sing to Carol like Mom was working on to teach us to sing out loud. One of the songs was True Love. I give to you, I give to you.
He was
very dear. I wrote down here, Pine Valley Mountain trips. People used to take trips up on the mountain. Did you guys do that? Do you have memories of?
Oh, I do every year. When the girls would just, we would just go up and it was, not Ruth. So I met, she was there one time, but it was,
We have pictures of James.
what's the other?
Did you have to do that?
Ruby was, she was so merry, such a merry, gay, happy, outgoing, and we would just go up. I didn't know what a sleeping bag was, but we spread a tarp and we had a tent, and there was Barbara and the twins and Catherine and Hazel, Jolly, and one time I think we had one of the Bushmen, when the Bushmen served here in the tithing office, one of the Bushmen girls, Catherine. And
Well, the pictures we had was like quite a bunch.
it was a big crowd and fun. Oh, that was
So we just spent several days up there.
yeah.
And everyone, I remember Barbara and I were a team. We were cooking team. And everyone had to take their turn cleaning up, you know, it was a cleanup crew that day, it was a cooking crew that day.
You cook for everybody?
And cook for everybody. And I just remember what a joy it was. Everyone wanted to be by Joann Thornton. And what a fun. She just made everything fun.
Well, where was this you went to?
Up on the mountain.
On Pine Valley Mountain?
I was,
How did you get there?
well, I think one time we went up, and I don't, maybe it would have been Heather, we went up, and I only have this memory once of going up to New Harmony on an old rickety road, just a single track road. That was, I remember Barbara and
Grand
I
can't have
had
one
our
around.
feet over the back end
I've
of the
got
tailgate, first
some
rattlesnake I
sherbet
ever saw
pie
in my
too,
life,
so.
and it was right between my feet, right there. Black. It was black, but you could see the diamond patterns, the blue in it.
But anyway, you went in the car. You drove.
Went in the truck.
Yeah.
There were the boys, as I recall, always
How
went
far did you
horseback
drive up on a truck?
in an old truck up to, well, we
Was
went
it
up
on the
from
other side of the
Harmony.
mountain?
Was the kids' cabin up here?
I don't remember that. I just remember like a meadow. And pine trees and a meadow. And then I think we went up one time later to Oak Grove. Up to Oak Grove and stayed there. But it would get hot. And we had wading pools, I remember that. But, and this time it was a July trip always, and it would get mighty hot up there at Oak Grove. But up when we took I think there were two trucks, so we took that out of New Harmony. And I know there's a place called Pinto up there, but I don't remember that was the place. It was just a wild place.
Well, we used to go up on the other side of
Kind of straight.
Pine Valley groups, like the 4A, and the girls dance and like that, but we always went on the other side.
Up in Pine Valley Town.
Yeah.
That was, yeah.
I think what Susan was talking about to start with was like those pictures that you were showing to the old timers. What was that centennial thing we had a year ago? And your grandpa was there, and there was pictures of Lawrence and Evan and Carl McMullin. I remember being up on top of Pine Valley Mountain. And,
probably up for Elmer.
They used to talk about how they take
Yeah.
horses and
right. And I did that one time when I was a young fellow. We was talking this out, Larry and a bunch of others. But anyway, it ended up that Garth Jolly and I were the only ones that ended up going. And we had put the pack on one of our old work horses, and we had our riding horses. And Garth and I took off to the top of Pine Valley Mountain. And in those days, you rode out to Anderson's Ranch, and then you went up Sandy to the foot of the mountain, and then you climbed the mountain. And I remember we had stopped to rest right after we crossed Sandy. There's a beautiful place there. I can see it now. And we'd stopped to rest there, and Stanley and Oral came along taking the horses. They had the town horses that they were taking up on the mountain.
Just
So,
a grace.
yeah, and they took them up there. So we helped them go on up the mountain with those.
They did that every year.
Yeah. And then we stayed there, I don't know, 3 or 4 nights, but rain. I never was in such rainstorms
as would come up on that, and it seemed like every night, and the thunder and the lightning, that lightning had hit right there in the valley, and the thunder, boy, you don't know what thunder is until you've been in it up there.
One time I remember when we were
I've been in a
up
place
in
where
Grant
it's
Ruby.
close. Right on Cedar
Oh,
Mountain.
to dig a ditch around the perimeter of the tent,
Yeah.
and it overflowed.
Uh-huh.
And we dug a big ditch. I thought it got so deep.
That's right, it hit the end of our house.
Overflowed, we all
Yeah.
got wet and soaked. It rained. I never saw so much rain in my life.
I'll bet it didn't do anything.
Well, it done more damage than it looked like after, with a hard rain come after this real loud pop. And the telephone that was in our bedroom started to smoke. And it was really sending up smoke. I took the telephone, I don't remember, took it outside. And
You said we're hit.
I said, we've been hit.
But the
Or you
rain
could tell it,
hard
you could
right
smell it so strong, but we couldn't find it. And neither one of us dared to go back to sleep again, but it came a hard rain following us, a real hard rain. So finally, we didn't see anything wrong up there much. Little bound spot where it hit and burned a little, and the guy come up to repair the telephone, and they took a board off or something there to get into it. He said his boy, he said, that was quite a little fire at one time. He said, if that hadn't had the hard rain come through that ventilating screen, that's what put it out.
That was in your present home.
Your present home, yeah.
It was the same night that Waldinger got.
Well, Waldinger's house down here was just the same night.
Wasn't there another?
Yeah. Yeah.
The house, that brick house over there, the new brick house there. And the light bulbs popped, every one of them popped. Every one of them. The kids had just got little radios, or cheap little radios, for Christmas. Blew those out. I remember what year it was 78. And the side of the house where the read the meters and do all of that all had to be replaced. They were cooked.
But anyway, Susan, that ended. I got too busy, got married soon after that, and got too busy, and that ended my activities of going on the mountain until I had a son-in-law come along, Ron Whitmer, that was excited about that stuff. And we went on quite a few trips on the mountain, and the most memorable and interesting one was we went up, took our horses up to New Harmony, and had his folks take our horse trailer over to Pine Valley. And then we come up on the mountain there at Harmony.
Did you use that old road?
Well, we went up to Comanche Spring. I suppose there was an old road at one time going up there. But we went up into the mountain and went into this, I think it's Anderson Valley, where the Prince cabin is. And on the way going up, we got rained on. And I had never been so cold in my life. Well, I have been that cold, but I was terribly cold. And we got into this cabin and built a fire and got warmed up. And you have to ask about that Prince cabin. And it's there. It's right out there in the middle of Pine Valley Mountain. And like I said, I think it's Anderson Valley. It's named for that. And it's not a very big valley, but that little rustic cabin is there, and everything that's in it would have had to been packed in on horses. That's the only way you're ever going to get to that area. And so anyway, we get all ready, and Ron's a great cook. He likes to cook in the outdoors, and we got ready to have our supper. And he was rummaging around in the pack, getting our meal ready, and he just kept rummaging, and he just kept digging, and just kept rummaging, and all of a sudden he says, I'm afraid I left those steaks at home. I didn't bring those steaks. And here was Geraldine and Carol down here laughing because they had these delicious little steaks he had bought to feed us while we were on the mountain. And we were up there and he didn't have them. So for this 3-day trip we were on, we had to live on what few eggs and bacon we had, breakfast food. Because all we had to eat because he'd forgotten these steaks. And he bought them special, and they were high-priced ones. And anyway, they really got a good joke on it. But anyway, we went on, and we camped there the one night. The next night, we stayed over at Further Water. You've probably been up there, just up from Oak Grove. We stayed there the next night. And then the next day we went on out around the end of the mountain, clear out where we went down to St. George, down to Blake and Goupler, and back around into Pine Valley. And on the way on that part of our trek, I'm out in front leading my horse, and he's kind of a spooky little thing, still is. And Ron was leading his horse and the pack horse back behind. And we're going down this steep, rocky trail, and we're walking. We're getting off the horses, and we're walking. And all of a sudden, here's this terrible scream, human scream, comes from back behind, and this little horse, my spooky little horse, he just went like that right past me, and I hung onto his rein, and just natural, I hung onto it, and he hit the end of the rein, turned around and stopped, and I thought he was gone. And what flashed through my mind is, before I saw anything or could look, Ron's horse has fallen over on him and broke his back or his legs. And by this time, then I get turned around, and there he's standing there doing this to his horse. And I says, Ron, what in the world's the matter back there? She bit me! I was so relieved I saw that.
Well, if you've never been bitten by a horse, I guess you've never been bitten.
I guess she just reached out and nabbed him right on the back.
You know, I guess that must have been quite a deal, these young people from down here taking trips up to Pine Valley, on Pine Valley Mountain. I heard my mother tell about being up there with same crowd, a young crowd at that time.
And I heard my mother say the same thing.
I've
got a picture of my mother and your mother and Edith when they were on a trip to Grand Canyon. They were in riding clothes then. I guess they just, because they figured they'd do a hiking or something. But they're there where they're overlooking Hurricane, if I remember right in this picture. But your mother and Edith and my mother, you young women. Oh, my mother was, I was born at the time, but she was, you know, back when we were young women. And but a good picture, you can tell them plain, each one of them.
Another thing that everyone did, you out of tape, Susan?
I've got it going. Oh, there's my pen right there. I just was going to mark this one.
Anyway, another thing everyone did on the mountain was carve their names in these nice white aspen trees. That's probably illegal now. I've never dared do it since I've been going up, right up these later times. But if you go on top of the mountain, going out of Sandy, there's a big tree there right beside the trail. And here on that tree was a tree with Claire Stirling. I won't be able to remember everyone. There's Claire Stirling, Lloyd Jolly,
Mobile and Fuller.
Then the other ones I remember were the girls, and I can't
called Dixie Scott was one of them, and Faye Stirling, and Grace Stirling, and Maxine Olson. Those are the kinds of names that I remember. And there's a whole, looks like a whole school list of names.
What
I've got a
names is
picture.
still show plain yet?
Oh yeah, this was like, they were, I think that was back in 32 or something, and this was just like 10 years ago. So I got a picture of them someplace.
Oh.
I know when we went up with Dad, there were names. It was so fun.
And then over in another place, we were camped over there, and Truman Bowler. It was Truman Bowler's name. I remember I got a joke on him, and the church was about leaving his name up on the phone. Then there's another big heart up there with these two names in it, and Ron and I have had a lot of fun with this. Delbert Staley, is it Delbert? I think it is Delbert Staley. He's a bishop down in Buena Vista, Second Ward now, and here's this big heart with his name and a girl's name, this big heart. The only trouble is the girl's name is not the name of his wife.
What was your joke that you got on Truman in that year?
I don't remember just how I brought it about now. His name is Tree, I think I brought it about.
We stayed in Katie's Valley one night when it was raining. I don't remember if there was something like it, but it was foggy. It was just the whole valley was misty. We're looking out from the tent, and you could just barely see the horses out there.
We stayed in Katie's Valley one night, Ron and I did, and I got up the next morning and went to put my saddle on the horse, and the front cinch was all eight, got two strands. They were holding it together, porcupine. Got after it, chewing it for the salt. And how in the world are you going to get off there? And then it dawned on me on the pack saddle, I had two cinches on it, and put this old one of the two strands on, and took one of the pack saddle and put on my saddle. Pardon? Yeah. And then I went to get my bridle. And I knew exactly where I'd laid that bridle, only there was no bridle there. And I thought, well, that stupid porcupine has got a hold of that bridle and dragged it off too. And so I'm looking all around here in the brush where I figured it'd get caught someplace and couldn't drag it too far. But I'm looking all around here and I can't find it. And Ron was looking at it. What's that out in the valley out there? Well, out in the grass. I don't know. And so he walked out, and there was my bridle out there. And what do you think had been chewing on it? Deer. And you can see the big old tooth marks on the rein.
Deer?
Oh. Deer that dragged that bridle out there. I guess. I don't know. I suppose that's why they...
No, somebody told me that they'd seen up there where, or used to see maybe that the deer would dig a big hole in the ground, getting out there where salt had been.
Yeah.
And salt in it. Now, when Dad took us up on the mountain, and we went up to Mount Grove, and our legs were so shaky and wobbly, and the first place we went to was out on Watson's Point.
She'll tell you about shaky legs if you get it going.
No, Geraldine.
You finish your story.
Well, I wondered if I wish I could remember what he told us about Watson's Point, except there's supposed to be somebody named Watson who had a little booze when he went up there and sat on the edge of that cliff and hung his feet off. Is that a story you know?
I haven't heard it.
It's a long ways down.
We just
walked out and like, yeah, wind.
There was wind blowing up there, and I guess we were very close to the edge.
Oh,
They way back.
We just
That's straight from the McMullin,
But she can tell you about shaky legs if you
Hell, I can't. That's the end of my story.
You can tell.
She was the first one I ever took on the mountain after I first went back up there again.
No, you didn't you take Colleen before me?
I think I don't know. But anyway, we took her up and we went up to Oak Grove and started up the mountain. I set her on the horse. And she just went right up the mountain. The old horse packed her all the way up and everything was fine. We went over to further water and rested up. Spent some time there.
Well, I don't know that it was that fun going clear up.
I didn't hear any bad complaints.
I hadn't been on a horse for 30 years, so I don't think it's too funny.
Anyway, we got her there without too much trouble. We got rested up and started back. We started back down the mountain. You didn't complain a bit here when we started down the
I
mountain.
guess it was after I once got off. After we got up there, I once got off.
But you got your back over and started down the mountain, and she did all right. And then we started down the mountain, and she says, "This saddle hurts my legs. Take me off and let me walk." So I stopped, got her off. She walked a ways. She said, "My legs are too sore. I can't walk. Put me back on." So I put her back on, and I can't stand it. And it sounds funny now, but boy, by the time we got up there, I was getting scared. It was hot, getting scared. I didn't know if she could make it or not.
I didn't know which was the most painful, walking or riding. It's just terrible.
I remember, amazing,
Excruciating. Going down, straight down and bumping on that saddle and bumping my legs, and then I'd get off and I couldn't walk because I was so sore from riding. And, it's terrible.
Yeah, I tell you, I was getting pretty worried. When we got
Yeah,
off.
think about it, ready to pass out by the time we finally got down.
I mean, yeah, really. Whether it's a horse walking or whether it's it's always hard.
Yeah, it is. Down is really
But it's a steep.
Straight down.
Bill sure told me a story about Dad on the mountain. I guess Dad been saying he was going to take Bill and Don got her up on the mountain. And so when they finally went up there, I guess they went up in July and there was still snow up in here. Dad had that mule that he used to have. And the mule got down into a snowdrift and couldn't get out. I don't know what all they did to try to get him out, but just quite a few things. And Bill said Dad took, finally said Dad took something. In my mind I'm thinking a board, and then I think, no, where would he get a board? Something. Anyway, he said he just walked around and just whacked the mule on the head, and he just jumped up out there out of the snowdrift. That was what brought him.
That's good as a kid.
I didn't have a chance to ask Dad to tell that story. I don't know if it was his intention to either bring him out or put him to rest. I don't know.
But I took Carol and Colleen up there, and Colleen had the same problem with her mother did. Well, not quite as bad, but Carol, remember the little black horses that you used to have? But mare and a gelding. And in different years I used each of them. Remember Carol sitting up on top of one of them, and she just kept right along, up and down.
Did it bother? Did it ever bother your knees when you lay living on the top?
Did your mother ever talk about maybe any of going on horseback over to Zion when President, was it Harding or something, came to look at the new park, Zion Park was in, and all of these young people from Leeds went by horseback and met that group that were also on horseback. Anyone remember that?
No, she never.
She didn't say meet him in Pockerville.
I discussed her with me. I never talked about it. I think she said they never even talked again.
When was this? What time?
Well, it was these when Hardy used to.
When was that? Well, you're a history buff.
You're the teacher.
We can,
That's the trip he died on.
Oh.
I remember they come for a horse. I guess they'd heard about this big mare Ellie had, you know. My stepdad was. They asked if they could borrow her for this presidential party because they were going to do some horseback riding up around to Zion and stuff. He said, yes, I'd like to take her if the president rides her. Well, as it turned out, the president didn't ride her, but Calvin Coolidge, the vice president, was with him too. He rode her. So it was what you might say a president did ride her. He became president when Harding died.
you tell them about, Colleen's husband. It was his toes that it hurt when he went riding. He came back and he had to sore his toes. It wasn't with his toes, and he was soaking his toes forever. Did you tell him about when you took him out to wherever?
Yeah, I'll tell that now. You people help yourself. Me. But you know what we call purgatory, little purgatory out here. You know, big purgatory is down where Quail Lake is, and then right up on the top of this east mountain, there's a hole there that's called Little Purgatory. You ever been to it, Glenn?
I think I have, but I just don't remember what when I was there.
It's just a hole down at the top of that east mountain. You know, it looks like it's smooth and round all over because right at the top of it's this big hole. And I guess it's probably 2 to 3 miles across this hole. But, yeah. And anyway, I had my 2 son-in-laws around here and wondering what to do with them, and well, we'll go for a ride out over the mountain here and go down and see Quail Lake. So I took them out over the mountain and go to Purgatory, and you go down in, and it's rough, and you go down
Thank you.
Go across the bottom and climb out the other side.
That's all right.
And
I don't hate one of them, I just don't care for it.
Just don't like it.
And anyway, we got out, and it rode right through there, and got out to where we could look right down on Quail Lake. Right out to the end of the mountain. Right out to the end of Pine Valley, and you can look right down on Quail Lake. Looks like you could throw a rock. Or you ought to.
And that's from this east mountain.
That's right out across this east mountain. And then we, of course, had to come back, and I remember there was one place where the trail was just about washed out, and it was quite a slide off down through there. And I looked it over and figured, well, the only way to get through there is just to kick these horses and go and not worry about it. We'll either make it or we won't. And anyway, we got by. And then when we got home later, he was hurt. Bronson Gordon, Colleen's husband, he was hurting by the time we got on the way back, and he was squeaking a little lamb about his foot. And I know once we had to stop and get him in some shade and pour some water on him to cool him off. And I don't know what's wrong with it, but anyway.
I'd never been on horses before, I don't think.
But anyway, afterwards, Colleen told me this. Afterwards, he had told her that he says, purgatory, hell, he says, I've been to hell and back, and I've never had such a terrible day in my life. Then we were back there one time, and they took us.
That the boys always had more fun than the girls.
He took us out to the zoo, we went to, and it was rain all the time we were out at the zoo. And he says, now I got even with you for taking me down to Purgatory.
Well, that proves that when we go to purgatory, it's not going to be too awful nice, is it? When I'm the only one
Well,
who
if
ever
we can go
goes
on hard,
purgatory.
it won't be too bad.
Dad and Uncle Bear both told me a story about a fire up on the mountain. I thought it was up in the wet sandy area. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
What?
Can you hear me? I was just saying Dad and Uncle Bear both told me a story about a fire that I thought it was up in the wet sandy area that was climbing a ridge.
Mm-hmm.
It was when the CC camp was here. And that a bunch of you went up. I hope I've got it written somewhere. I couldn't find it before I came down tonight. But that a bunch of you went up in the night and climbed the ridge and got ahead of the fire and got it stopped before it went farther up. And the next day they sent up a couple of hundred CC boys or something like that to finish up, and then when they finished up on the fire, then they sent the same group of you back up to gather up the tools that they'd thrown out in the bushes. Now, does that sound like a story you remember being involved in?
Main thing I remember is the fire turning on us. We were way up in heavy brush, and I think I told that story last time.
Was that the same one?
Well, it's the one I know about, and we all knew we were doomed. That there's no way out of it. That wind was, we were running as hard as we could run to get out of there, and the fire was just coming right on us. And we had a long ways to go to get out of this heavy stuff. And all at once, the wind just absolutely made an about face and turned and took the fire back the other way. That's all that saved us, because we couldn't have outrun it. We tried to. Now, of course, if we hadn't run, it would have come over where we were. Anyway, but with the running and the wind just switching absolute opposite directions, turned it back. That's all that saved our neck.
I went up to the Forest Service office in Cedar about a year ago. I had requested the permission to look at the records of the big fire up here. They had them out in a warehouse. And Laurel and I looked through quite a few things that was interesting, but they told about how that they would just think they were getting control of it and the winds would switch and go just the opposite way. It was interesting.
What happened?
They were having a big dinner up to the Danish ranch. And all the time before we were going up there, my beer was saying, I'm going to make a special salad for them, or I'm going to make a surprise for them. Well, if you remember Veer, when Veer had a surprise for you, well, you knew you were going to get some kind of a surprise. So when we got up to the dinner, he insisted before anybody could taste his salad, he made a fruit salad. So he went around and he wouldn't let anybody taste it until he went around and put some of his fruit salad on every single plate. And then we knew something was wrong. And so when he got everybody served, then he said, all right, you can eat the fruit salad. And of course, everybody just took tiny little taste wondering what was wrong with it. Tasted it, and it tasted good. So everybody relaxed and started to eat. Bill stood there with the strangest look on his face. And he said, everybody said, what were you doing, Beer? What's wrong? This is a good fruit salad. Oh, this is delicious fruit salad. What he'd done, he'd made the fruit salad out of prickly pear.
But he forgot, or he didn't know, and he peeled the prickly pear, and there was no prickly in it. So he thought he really was going to fix us up, and everybody enjoyed his salad.
Well, where are we going to go from there? Right on around the route? There, next.
There's quite a space between you and you.
Not between you and the Leeds. You probably just over the border.
Well, all these here that I know, I told them in church, you've all heard them.
That's all right.
Just be sure it's one that you would better put in church. Well, I told this in person, there's two old baseball fans moved up in the house in the lane. They was really having fun. They played football about doing sports. They never did miss a game. And, they got talking one day, and I don't know, said one girl was John, the other Joe. I said, John, you put your head in the head and look up and you're doing any baseball player up there. Well, he said, I don't know, let's make a deal. First one goes, right, all on the other note. So John, he went first. About 3 days, he called Joe up. Joe, he said, this is really something up there. There's everybody plays baseball. All the old timers up there, the fans. Lou Gehrig, Roger, Babe Ruth, Jackson Tate. I said, we're having a great big game. They asked me why. I said, worst game was pitch. One guy didn't have one group, the other out there, and I never did catch it. But boy, if he about the month by myself. That's pretty much it. You just run off that truck. Well, but the next time we got through town, we went through a little slower.
I thought it wasn't just one riding shotgun.
Well, they had the shotgun. How many kids are seeing Leeds, you know? I never heard it now, and I heard where they began like they're holding a rope across the road, and then even had a rope, you know. I never heard the rest except for the fire. Well, I heard you believe me, don't verify the story.
What is good as that?
I can't even tell one singer. I can't remember who first. I think it's Eric first. I have one right. Well, what's there? I want to throw is up that we I've got camp up the field that was on that hole. How many years has that been? 15 years ago? Anyway,
It was after that. It was about 73. Now, with that happened, but more than that had happened.
well, what happened? Bear came down and told me we died right here up which time it goes up. One of our old fellows up there walking around in a circle. And that's what he was doing. And when he had a cat, like dogs, you know, he was dying, walking around. So we walked up and took a look, and she could walk around this hole down. There's a hole, right? So he put this figure out, and when the figure went down, the way you can see, a little drill hole. And the only way to figure is her car must have fell down that hole, you know. And it was awfully deep, so we figured it was gone. We went down and got there, flashlights and all manner of stuff. And take a mirror and shine down that hole and see that calf down there about, I don't know, 15, 20 feet down. And we all wanted to know if it was for sure death. We felt like it was because it never did move. I imagine we watched that thing off and on for an hour or so. Finally, I saw that it had a mirror on it when it took a little to see it move just a happen. So we talked about, you know, going home and getting a gun and shooting to make sure it was dead and all this stuff, you know, and I had to do it. Anyway, when we saw it moving over into the house, and shovels, we got down the side of it so we could pick it up and we were going to put it down the hole, and we didn't know what was below it. But that was quite a thing. We got down there to it finally and got it out of there, and that calf wasn't hurt at all. They just got up, run and jumped and played, and the old mother took off after. That was the happiest little cow you've ever seen in your life. I love it with a child. I'd have to guess it was at least 15 feet. Well, was your calf after they been born, or was it? It had been born. I guess she's been running the plane there. It just went down that hole. We figured it broke its neck. It was down there far enough that it could fall, and the hole was just big enough to hold it, you know. But we slipped down slow, lovely, and took, and then we felt like, sure, he was dead. So we dug off the side of it and found that it never hit a rock.
That's what story for wrestling. Is it or not?
I don't know how many of you heard. My grandfather had this house in Raleigh, because we live in a field. Anyway, he had an errand to run up to Silver Reef, and so he got on his horse and went up. And when he got up there, it was in the winter time, and it was cold, because the water was coming down to the Christian Mill. Had frozen up, and of course the their boilers are going, you know, they hadn't gone full bore, and so when he got up there and saw what was taking place, well, he went up to the ditch as fast as he could on his horse and turned water down. And but he did change the head gauge. I guess he was water master at the time, and so he just went up and turned this water down, and when it got down there, the boilers were down to the mill before it did blow up. And so for that, they put him on the payroll for a year, the mill. Most of them don't do anything, but they put him on the payroll, and that's what he used to do at the time. Cost $4,000. Grandfather. Old as 109. Killed in 1876. This old rock house, this old rock house up on our line, that was like one of the first ones we built.
Now there's Crosby. You know that house that you had your picture taken, your sisters up there on Bill's lot? You think of all the people that have lived in that house?
I think of Aunt Nan's first mother living in that house. I think they were perhaps living there when we had our picture taken. It was the real Joe, each of them.
Yes, that he was born there. I didn't know he was born in that house.
Well, I didn't either, but I know our grand lived there for a long time.
And who were the Lathams there? Where did they live from? Do you know who the Lathams were? Do you know who the Lathams were?
I heard about the Lathams all my life because in the Leeds side they were well known, and Brother Latham made those plans for the Leeds study and gave them to him. I don't remember anything about them, but that young couple came this summer and asked me, I guess someone had told me it was her people. I don't know how far back, but I said, I'll get you the book we had, and then we turned and there was a grandparent, the Latham. And that's but I just remember hearing about the Lathams. When I had a board conference here, about 25 years ago, in Abilene, all the way from London General, 77 mile Congress, we pointed up that night to the alley going in that one. But it's just wondering if it was. That's a good cute answer. Part of it's gone. Isn't it part of it gone? More than just the porch. Oh, yeah, there's porches around it and chair around it, and then there's a tree, 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms, and there was a kitchen and a trap room, and then they called the dining room, and then the one that they got now is called the loft room.
Oh, and the other that was sort of built around it.
Yeah. When this spectrum first come to Harrison, it come from Canab to Harrison first, and they go on to St. George. They advertised roll photo snapshots, and somebody submitted one of 2 4-horse Orteens, and they're up there in Silver Reef with the driver standing there holding the line, and they said, "This is Main Street in Silver Reef." And those big old mulberry trees, showed the picture of them and 3 more, the stump was there. And those big old mulberry trees are standing there now, is about that big around.
Did that house catch on fire? Ada Sullivan told me about when her children were little. She was living there. I thought she said it was in that house and it caught on fire. And she ran back into it, and she had the time to say one thing. And she ran back in the house, and she didn't even think about it until it was all over. And when she realized what she'd say, she'd gotten under a bed and got a box of old baby clothes that she never used or needed, and she left everything else in the house and got under the bed and saved those baby clothes. So it must have been some other house, but I thought it was.
I can tell how I tried to talk her out of marrying Elvis. On the bus I talked myself blue in the face.
And aren't you glad now it didn't?
I just thought nobody gets married but old folks. I'd like to tell a story, but I don't know that part that they call the rest of the story. But I'll bet if I tell the first part, everyone I would die to know all these years. That's right. I remember it was at a dance, and I'm sure Walter said that you were playing. And I was just maybe just barely going to the dance. Just, I wasn't learning something. And then there was the any age in Leeds. I've given it up. What I mean is we used to take it from baby on up. But this time, the babies would have had a tough time because there was a fellow named Guy Jarrett. His baby was and they sang a zipper. The wax that they threw on the floor. Do you remember that?
I remember it.
You?
I sure do. Everybody was dancing around the floor. Well, I just came to the store and bought a can of pepper. You went up there and threw it all over the floor.
They didn't make it. Well, I remember the stuff they put on the floor looked good, so I guess everyone figured that it was their stuff.
Let's see what the watch.
They were putting on. But I remember the dance.
The only two people in town that didn't dance. Guy, Charlie,
They were outside just killing themselves last. But didn't they have them off the floor or something? What happened after that?
They had to wrap it off. Everybody got to
buggy, and they stopped on grandfather's the corner down here, and he spoke to all of the people of this area.
You want to hear about that? Sounds like you told it. Very hot weather, and it was just a wrist stall and his party had come down Medina, and there was mill of Medina by the officials of St. George. And as they came back, it was just a rest stall. Of course, it was well advertised, and they came from American all of that country. I remember the lane was full of vehicles, and also the street. And he came. I know my dad had a big bowl of lemonade. And they got ice from the Stirling complex. They packed ice in sawdust and had some down in the old shade. They got ice for the lemonade. And I remember Mother had a baby. She usually did what I had to stay on the seat. And I had the baby in my arms and President Sloan kissed him. And he talked. They thought it was quite a wonderful thing. He talked, stood there off by the big tree and talked to the crowd. But the long stall, that was it.
But who was the baby? Was it Uncle Lawrence or Uncle Clark?
No, it was Max. And I'd always tell Max, he wasn't one of them to church, as you all know. And I'd tell him, oh, Max, you should go to church. You should go. The president of the church kissed you. And you should go to church.
I'd like Ethel to tell the story about going to Mr. Fuller's funeral. You can get it to tell us. Mother, we had a request. When you went to Mr. Fuller's funeral,
Oh, that was when I was tiny.
yeah, that's the one we want.
There is an interesting story, though, I think. Evelyn Gates was the soloist, you know. She was an opera singer. Cynthia Gates was president of the re-study throughout the church. And my mother had been up to Salt Lake with my father for conference, and I'd been at their home and met this girl, Evelyn. So she came down as a soloist for some dedication at St. George. And she called my mother, not my father. And she called my father and my mother. And she said, I would like to give a concert in your home. So there was great excitement. I remember that. Bob had a little Ford car, one of the first cars. Bob was the one that went down to St. George to die. Bob was my buddy, not her. And I remember she, at the dinner table, Mother had a big tray of onions and carrots, and like she could fix carrots very pretty like a rose. I remember that. Radishes, and Emma Lucy eating, and she said, I can't eat the onions. They would choke me up. But I would like the onions with bread and milk, or homemade bread, after they're all dry. So when she gets a little nice room to dress, she just had a little bag over that bag. She would take down her clothes. And I was there, I guess I was everywhere with her. But she said, go get your money. Hurry and get your money. And mother came in and she said, you know, I haven't brought a skirt. She just wouldn't stay the night. She says, I haven't brought a skirt. And mother got the bag and picked up half of the petticoat that they were wearing. And she took it out and said, oh, you can wear this. They don't even know the difference. In those days, we could raise our windows that way, put the piano by that window that way. And she sang. Oh, the place was crowded, all of it, outside and inside, was just packed around. And when they all come, the people, she came to mother and said, now I have read what they was doing everything. And they took her back to Joann Thornton the next one.
And she looked all right in that capital petticoat. What I'm saying is that didn't affect her singing. Her taffeta skirt didn't affect her singing. Her taffeta skirt didn't affect her singing.
There's nothing to start, but there's plenty around to take up the time.
Well, what about the Fuller funeral?
The what?
Fuller funeral.
Oh, that was different. I was just a little girl. I left to go to Aunt Helen. Aunt Helen was Evelyn's mother. And they could pencil of me because they had no little boy. No little girl, just tall and pencil. And I remember that, you know, I'd sit on a machine, she'd sew. Mother had a family. She'd show me the lesson. I could ask the mom. And they took me to the funeral. I guess I'd go wherever they were. They took me to, not to the funeral, to the cemetery. And they were lowering, or had lowered the casket in the grave. And his wife, that would be John Fuller's mother, and John Fuller, it could be Lamar's great-grandmother. She leaned way over.
Stand up, Ethel. Stand up.
And she looked down. And Aunt Helen laughed, you know, and that was great. Then we got home. When she said, I want to take you home. Waiting down the hall, and I didn't know it.
That potato is at the end now. All I hear is the changes it.
Sound technician. Our sound technician.
That was on that thing to push. Reject.
Yes.
Some of them are not enough to push it out.
What you need is that little knife or something.
Yeah.
Try it out.
There you go.
This is great. This is still running off. Supposed to be 25 minutes. How much more time we got? I don't know. It'll probably catch. See those movies? exercise, normal things all the time.
I think it's what the outfit is. And I don't suppose he was supposed for years. Maybe they remember it from then. I don't know. But it was definitely a good story. Now everybody else has been telling crazy stories. I got nothing to tell. So this is good stuff to show. We used to go to the for the first number of years after we married. What was he doing? Spend Christmas with his folks. They always had that old truck. There was always a window out. And paid for it in the side, but you know that was. This particular time, Ray was baby, and we had a basket. Well, it was really an old clothes basket, I guess. It was all painted up. It's up for a baby basket. We stood it between us in an old truck, headed. Sitting in the seat this way, it would be a long way that way. And, oh, it was a cold, bitter morning. We always got up there in time for breakfast for 9 o'clock. And we got, well, it's down this side of Cedar, about where the takeoff road goes now. And there was a paper sack sitting in the road. And said, somebody's lost something. And he said, shall I stop, go back? Well, he backed up. He decided he could. The paper sack was sitting there at this old range just going like this. And he backed up to where the paper sack was. So I got in the car, in a truck where it was warmer. Well, you can guess what was inside it. Things were on his house.
Something he should have been thrown out.
That was another Christmas story. That was Christmas morning.
I wasn't near space to know him.
One time we were having some kind of a program in the old chapel and all the car, all of the chairs were around, you know. So we were having a dance, but we were also having eating lunch. And Ellen was about 4, and she liked to just walk and wander around, you know. And I was keeping pretty close time to her. I thought, following her around, she was getting something interesting. And Evelyn McMullin was sitting down by the front window with somebody else walking. She wasn't he just reached down and got her stomach. She just got that big car. And the only was just that. She reached down and grabbed it and popped it in the car. But it's funny, you think you can remember a lot of funny things. I remember when Otto was on his radio, he was Ammon home teacher. And AmyLu was fixing a tank for this thing. And she thought she'd, you know, get conversations from people who always felt really close to me. And we went to Ammon and Bill was sitting there, and we were talking to her about what we were going to do. So pretty soon Ammon came in, and she wanted to tell him what AmyLu was going to do, but he wasn't saying anything. And AmyLu said, how are you, Brother Joey? And he said, not a bit good. He said, I just feel terrible. He said,
well, what's the matter? Well, he said, I'm just all aches and pains and all the time. Bill was saying, Ammon, Ammon. Tell him that AmyLu, you know, was taking what he said. And pretty soon he went on, you know, of telling about all of his troubles, and pretty soon Belle got him stopped, and she said, she's taking what you're saying to Senator Otto. And he said, oh, are you really? And she said, yes. And he said, well, I didn't know that. You'll have to start over again. So then he didn't know what to say, and he said, you'll have to ask me questions. And he insisted she start over, so she started over again, and she said, well, really, Jolie, how are you feeling tonight? He said, just fine, couldn't be better.
Well, I was thinking, while I was thinking about this really thing coming to my mind. Will Sullivan used to play a phone office over there. He lived right by Dr. the dentist, Gibson. He took his daughter Hazel. She died sometime out. She was about 12 when she died. She had a toothache. He took her over to Dr. Gibson, the poet, doctor, looked at the letter, that block, the block. So I told her, on the way home, she said, Will's shirt there, and said, Dad, when did you take the block out? Yeah. All right, but you know, just what I heard. I was going to go along the story.